Mayor. Good morning. This is a meeting of the El Paso City Council for Tuesday, October 26, 2021. It is 9:00 a.m. Mayor Leeser is present and presiding, and also present in chambers is Representative Molinar, Representative Salcido, Representative Rodriguez, Representative Rivera, and Representative Lizarraga. Are you joining us virtually, ma'am? Representative Lizarraga, can you hear me? I'm not sure if the folks in Teams can hear me.
Morning.
Representative Anello is also present. Representative Hernandez is also present in chambers.
Hey, how are you? I didn't see.
Okay, Mayor, we do have a quorum to get started. We began with the invocation this morning delivered by Police, Fire, and Ministry Coordinator for the Sheriff's Office, Chaplain Sanfaroni. Please rise.
Good morning, and may God bless you all. And if you care to bow your heads and join me as I pray, I certainly invite you to do that. Heavenly Father, thank you for enabling us to gather for this meeting today. We are grateful for another new day and the opportunity to do our part to make this world a better place to live. I thank you for the privilege that I have to stand before you and pray for those who are participating in this council meeting today. I pray for my mayor and city representatives and officials. I ask that you will cover them with your grace, lead them with your wisdom, and strengthen them in their inner being by your spirit. Especially today, I pray for Representative Rivera, who experienced the passing of his mother this last week. Would you provide him and his family with comfort and the peace that only you can give? This morning, and as we progress through this meeting, as each item of the agenda is considered, may all discussion and every decision be conducted with character, kindness, and a deep commitment to what is right before you, before each other, and before the residents of this great city. Let us be reminded of the wisdom of the ancient proverb, which tells us, commit your work to the Lord, and your plans will be established. Lord, please watch over all of those who protect our freedoms and those who keep us safe. Let your hand of blessing be upon our beloved El Paso, and please, God bless America. In the name of the Lord I pray. Amen. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for those kind words, and may God bless you, and I hope you're feeling better.
Thank you, sir, I am.
Thank you, Mayor. We now go to the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready, sir? I pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the United States of America. Before we sit down, I'd like to have a moment of silence in remembrance of Representative Rivera's mother. And I know she's not suffering anymore. She's in a great place. And she's looking down from heaven today as you continue to lead our city and protected our city for so many years. And I know that she was very proud of all your accomplishments and all your family accomplishments. And today I'd like to have a moment of silence in her honor.
Se murió alguien.
Thank you.
That brings us to the mayor's proclamations. The first proclamation is Tom Lee Month.
Representative Salcido.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas Tom Lee, a native El Pasoan, renowned artist, celebrates personality and generous individuality, choose to live and work in El Paso. And whereas this year marks the 15th anniversary of Tom Lee Month, celebrating the magic touchstone of horsemanship. Much of Tom Lee's art and literature was inspired by the rich history and culture of the borderland. Tom Lee's Month activities highlight the importance of equestrianship, dating back coming from the horse to North America along the El Paso, Camino Real and across the Rio Grande and Harts Mills. And whereas Tom Lee curricula such as Mighty Horse on the El Camino Real is embedded and being used throughout third grade social study classes of EPISD and San Elizario to teach about the unique culture and history of the region, building pride of place in both students and teachers. And whereas the Tom Lee Trails has brought people around Texas visiting Tom's work, bringing them here to El Paso, the hub where Tom grew up, and this year introduces, in partnership with Destination El Paso, the promotion of the Destination Weekend took place this past weekend with a series of unique events centered in the El Paso designed to attract out-of-town tourists. Now therefore be proclaimed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of El Paso that the month of October shall be known as Tom Lee Month.
Signed by me. I said signed by me.
Oh, signed by Honorable Mayor Oscar Leeser.
Thank you, ma'am, for reading that. Congratulations to everyone.
Thank you very much, Mayor Leeser. We really appreciate the City Council and all the hard work that you do and supporting what's been an incredibly successful Tom Lee Month so far. We invite you to come to the additional 6 events that we have between now and November. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The next, pardon me? Yes, ma'am.
Where can we find a schedule of the events?
We sent you out a brochure to all the reps, district reps.
However, we'll deliver some over by hand this morning.
And for the public's knowledge, where can they find information?
We send out the brochure, we distribute them all over. We're on social media, on our website, and we've had articles in the newspaper, in the Inc., WhatsApp. So we do a lot of promotion, but the easiest thing to do is just to go to our website and press the events button, and everything is listed right there.
What's the website address?
TomLee.net.
Thank you.
It's excuse me.
.com.
Our email's net. Our website is tomlee.com. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. We hope
Thank you.
to see you.
Thank you.
And the next proclamation is El Paso Commission for Women Hall of Fame Honorees Day.
Representative Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas the annual Commission for Women Hall of Fame recognition will be held on October 26, 2021 to honor remarkable women who have made a significant contribution to our border community. And whereas the El Paso Commission for Women recognizes women for their efforts in civic leadership, education, military, public relations, public service, science, health care, sports athletics, and volunteerism. And whereas, since its inception in 1985, the El Paso Commission for Women has continued to honor and acknowledge the impact of women in El Paso County. And whereas, the El Paso Commission for Women's purpose is to pursue a positive course of action for achieving equal rights and responsibilities for women and to provide scholarship funds for deserving El Paso women. And whereas the El Paso Commission for Women is committed to understanding and respecting the cultural and ethnic diversity of the women in our community and to serve as a model for plurality and inclusiveness. And whereas Cindy Abud, Laura Beltran, SGM, Debelia Pierce, Beatrice M. Santana Lich, Joanne Bernal, Ellen Hughes, Deborah Ruiz, Donna Von Jentz, Joint 202 Women, that now form the El Paso Commission of Women Hall of Fame. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and Council of the City of El Paso that Tuesday, October 26, 2021 shall be known as El Paso Commission for Women Hall of Fame Honorees Day. Signed by the Honorable Mayor Oscar Leeser, and I apologize if I butchered anybody's name.
Thank you. You did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to come down and take some pictures.
While they're coming to take pictures, my name is Anna Harris Howell. I'm the chair of the El Paso Commission for Women, and with me this morning, I have some of the inductees for 2020 Hall of Fame. Due to the pandemic, we were not able to recognize them with our annual celebration in 2020, but these amazing women have made tremendous impacts on El Paso community for years. They lead through their words and by their deeds. That is why we selected them as the El Paso Women's Hall of Fame. We thank you for continuous support in recognizing these great leaders and volunteers in our city. We also invite you to join us in our continuing recognition on November the 7th, which is the El Paso Inc. will publish a beautiful ad of these wonderful women. And November the 10th, the El Paso Star on the Mountain will be lit in their honor. So we thank you for allowing us this opportunity.
I know. You ready, Ms. Pine?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you all and congratulations on these proclamations. Go, Ms. Pine?
Yes, sir. Council, just a friendly reminder, per rules of order, you may not use any electronic devices other than your desktop computers. And once you obtain the floor from the presiding chair, you will have up to 10 minutes for debate. For those joining us virtually, please make sure your microphones are muted to reduce any background noise.
I know.
That brings us to the consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda will be considered by City Council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion unless separate discussion is requested by council members. Prior to the vote, members of the audience may ask questions regarding items on the consent agenda. When the vote has been taken, if an item has not been called out for separate discussion, the item has been approved. Council may, however, reconsider any item at any time during the meeting. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, good morning, Ms. Prine. So proposed revisions for the October 26, 2021 City Council meeting as of 8:50 a.m. on today, October 26th. Page 4, item 8, delete per capital improvement. Page 5, item 10, move to the regular agenda per Representative Schwartzbein. Page 8, item 22, move item after call to the public per Representative Rodriguez. Page 3, item 33, postpone 2 weeks per Representative Lizarga. And page 14, item 37, move to the forefront of the regular agenda per Representative Lizarga. Does council have any other revisions at this time? Okay.
Do we have a motion?
And Mayor, we do have a public comment on item number 9 this morning.
Okay.
Item number 9 is a resolution to amend the process for council member attendance via video conference on a first-come, first-served basis beginning November 8th, 2021. And we did incorporate the change so that one slot will be first-come, first-served, another slot will be on a rotating basis.
Thank you.
We have Ms. Turner signed up to speak this morning. Good morning, Ms. Turner. You'll have 3 minutes, ma'am.
No, I already said good morning to you, but good morning again.
Good morning, Mayor Council. I have questions about this, especially when it comes to executive session. So if we're going to be, one of you or 2 of you are going to be participating in a Zoom meeting, are you going to be participating in the executive session?
Yes, ma'am.
You know that's a security concern. If any information leaks out, whoever is on the Zoom meeting will automatically get the fingers pointed at them. You're going to say, well, we can't be hacked. Well, if the NSA can be hacked, you can be hacked. So, if you want to participate from Zoom, but I would rather see you here, you should not be allowed to participate in the executive session. There's absolutely no guarantee that that individual who is participating via Zoom in the executive session is alone. So, and since so many important things are discussed, lawsuits, economic and development, tens of millions of dollars could be riding on a decision. And somebody here could just possibly, excuse my language, sell out. We've had council members sit up there and take information from whoever their handler was and participate in the discussion using their words and not their own. So I'm going to ask you to exclude any member who wants to participate via Zoom from executive session for security reasons. Because there will be a leak and the fingers will point at whoever happens to be on Zoom. So each one of you members of council need to think about that. Thank you.
I do have a question,
Each
Mrs.
one of
Neiman.
you members of council.
Yesterday, you requested something to be moved to the front of the agenda due to legal counsel.
Yes.
I don't see it in the revisions. Is that still a request you're making?
Yes, I believe, Ms. Prime, was that item added?
It's item number 25, and it's immediately following the council items. Did you want to move them up before the council items?
What was that?
Item number 25 is immediately following the council items on the regular agenda. Did you want to move it up before the council items? Or is it okay where it's at now?
I think it's right after the council items, right?
Yes, sir.
And we probably ought to go ahead and leave it there.
Okay.
Also, the Representative Rodriguez has a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. My comment is on item 18, and this is about the donation that District 6 received from Technomark. This event happened this past weekend, and it was a big success thanks to staff, Parks and Rec, and everybody was really happy. We had a lot of kids there. We had a line of children wrapped around Pavo Real, around the swimming pool, and everybody was very excited. And I know that, costumes are a fun thing for us to do with the kids, but unfortunately, due to circumstances, they are an expense that people often have to pass on. And so we were really excited that we were able to host this event for the second time this year. And once again, thank you to staff and thank you to Technomark and also to Representative Lizarraga that also participated in the central Segundo Barrio area with the same event. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Prine. With that, we'll move forward.
Yes, there is a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein, seconded by Representative Anello, to approve the consent agenda as revised. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Lizarraga?
Aye.
Thank you. And the voting session? And the motion passes unanimously. We now move to page number 14, to item number 37 that was moved to the forefront. And this is a public hearing on an ordinance amending Title 12, Schedule 3, parking prohibited at all times on certain streets to add portions of South El Paso Street.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. This is Hannah Williams Allen with Streets and Maintenance. I will bring up a presentation to go ahead and go through. So item 37 is an ordinance amending Title 12, 88030, parking prohibited at all times on certain streets. And this is to accommodate the CID roundabout at El Paso and San Antonio. And this will impact District 8. This item aligns with strategic plan goals 3 and 7. So some city council history for this item. The way that it's currently written in the city code under 1288-030, item 39 reads El Paso Street between San Antonio Avenue and a point 80 feet south of the most southerly curb line of Overland Avenue east side. So the right is just an illustration of the existing parking restriction. The proposed restriction, which we will review in this presentation, will replace the existing item. And these are some existing conditions. The parking garage currently has a capacity to fit 539 parking spaces. To the left, we can see up under the garage, The middle picture at the top, we can see that's standing at El Paso, Henry Trask, and Mills looking south. You can see the width of the roadway, and there's just some illustrations. The purpose of this amendment, as previously mentioned, is to accommodate the roundabout to clear the path of travel, which will increase visibility for all road users and reduce congestion and increase the flow of traffic throughout the area. The proposed parking restrictions are as follows for 39A, B, and C, and staff does recommend approval. For 39A, it would read South El Paso Street from Henry Trask Court, West Mills Avenue to West San Antonio Avenue, west side only. So these are the portions there. This is an illustration of the length of the parking restriction. And as you can see, the picture on the left with the truck and the vehicle in the road, the roadway width is 26 feet. I know we did receive a lot of questions about still being able to permit parking, but unfortunately, due to the reduction in the roadway width, we will not be able to accommodate parking as well as two-way travel. 39B would read South El Paso Street from Henry Trask Court, West Mills Avenue to a point 311 feet along the curb line south and east along the curb line of East San Antonio Avenue to the alley. So the area is outlined in yellow. And this is a picture of what it looks like right north of the roundabout. And as you can see that there are cars parked there. And as I mentioned, it does reduce that travel width. And this is also right up under the garage, which is also connecting this particular restriction. 39C would read South El Paso Street from West San Antonio Avenue to a point 260 feet north along the curb line and east along the curb line on East San Antonio Avenue to the alley. And the yellow, again, outlines the restriction. And here is a picture and another of that same area. And again, this is just an overall recap of the proposed restrictions. And then I know we received some questions about the hatched area to the right of the screen that says see slide 10 for details, which is a mistake. It should say slide 11, which is where I will go now. So the current width of this hatched area is 12 feet. And per the code 1244-020, where no signs are required, it states that no person shall stop, stand, or park a vehicle except when necessary to avoid conflict with other traffic or in compliance with law or the directions of a police officer or traffic control device in any of the following places. D is for the fire hydrant. So the fire hydrant is 15 feet, there's no parking within 15 feet of a fire hydrant. So the red line delineates the 15-foot mark. Go ahead and use this laser pointer. So that here's the 15-foot mark. And then we have E, which is within 20 feet of a crosswalk. So here is the crosswalk at El Paso and San Antonio. And per the code, it's 20 feet, which is delineated here. And that would leave us 9 feet left in the length of this hatched area. And per code 2014-040, design and construction, the stall depth for regular size autos and light trucks is 18 feet. Even looking at the stall depth for compact vehicles, it still is not enough. So this is why we're not recommending parking be installed in this hatched area. And this slide is just for clarification. This is south of El Paso Street and West San Antonio Avenue. So just south of that hatched area that I was just discussing, we will not be modifying any of this parking. We will not touch any of this. The meters will stay in, parking will remain in this area. And this is the requested council action, the legal use of it. And that concludes my presentation, subject to any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. We have Representative Anello.
Do you want to let Representative Lozada ask questions first if she has any, since it's her district?
No problem, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Representative Anello. I just wanted to start off by saying thank you to Streets and Maintenance staff for working on this and providing, I think, an updated and improved presentation. The first presentation was a little bit confusing and lacked photos to illustrate the existing conditions and proposed changes, so your updates are very helpful. We can see how much more clearly that there will be very little changing in the area in front of the stores along San Antonio Street that were a concern last time. And looking at the existing conditions, the curb is already yellow to the southern extreme of the proposed parking restrictions, which end well to the north of the existing angled parking. So with the area between the fire hydrant and the crosswalk already being prohibited and striped as such, the more significant change would be the restriction of parking underneath the parking structure on San Antonio. There is a large safety concern there that Street and Maintenance has identified. I myself used to love to park there, but my staffer, Chris, went and drove through the location from every approach and then got out and watched vehicles navigate the roundabout for about 30 minutes, and he saw the same safety concern in action. Vehicles parked between the roundabout and the garage entrance on the other side of the garage entrance block visibility for those exiting the roundabout, and especially for those entering or exiting the garage, and thus creating blind turns. Those spaces are also within close proximity to the crosswalks, and for that reason alone, they would typically have restricted parking. He actually also saw a couple of drivers go around the roundabout the wrong direction, and some others used the roundabout incorrectly, stopping unnecessarily before entering, stopping when already in the roundabout, and so on. And Streets and Maintenance has let us know that they are going to improve the signage at the location as well in order to address these issues. So thank you very much for that. At this point, I'm planning to support the proposed parking restrictions for the aforementioned safety reasons. Of course, we want to do what we can to keep the downtown businesses successful and prosperous. I'm happy to continue to work with them to make sure that they can achieve that success. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Representative Sarga. Representative Anello?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Hannah. I want to echo Representative Lozada's sentiments. I'm really appreciative of you being so responsive on this issue, and I know you spent a lot of time with her constituents discussing this. And so I just want to, I know I sent you one of the slides that one of the business owners had sent me, and you clarified for me, and that would be slide 3. But I just want to ask a follow-up question so I can help explain it better. In slide 3, you show what the current ordinance is, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, but there are meters there right now, currently.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay, so it's just out of compliance, or it's essentially a cleanup.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so then can you remind me what the original proposal was? Was it to discontinue parking down the street as well, to Overland?
No, ma'am, this is the same proposal. We just figured that I was explaining it in engineering terms. So I just kind of broke it down a little more so that way everybody would be able to understand the limits of the restriction. These were all the same limits.
Okay, thank you. I just want clarification for that because there was a lot of like, well, it doesn't make sense if this was the previous ordinance because there are meters. So I just wanted to say on the record that it is cleanup and that you will be stopping the parking restriction at West San Antonio. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we have no other questions. We have a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion made by Representative Lizarraga, seconded by Representative Salcido to approve. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Lizarraga?
Aye.
Thank you. Representative Anello?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session? And the motion passes unanimously. We now go
Mayor?
to,
Can we go to item 10 next?
Yeah,
Or was
that
the
should be
item
the next
taken off
item.
of-
Yeah,
Yes.
that's the next
Yes,
item.
yes,
Okay.
sir, item
Okay,
10
cool.
is on page number 5.
Right.
And item 10 is a resolution that the City Council approves a change order to JAR Concrete, Inc. for the increase in landscaping, irrigation, and other elements to the project under contract number 2019-452, Paso del Norte Port of Entry Roundabout Improvements.
Thank you. Before I go to you, I think so it's proper to go to the representative from that area. Representative Sadia, do you have any comments on that?
No, Your Honor, no, Mayor, Lisa, sorry. Thought
Okay.
I was in a courtroom. Well, you are, Your Honor, so,
Yeah.
no. I believe, though, that Representative Schwartzbein will be making some amendments, so thank you for asking.
Thank you. Representative Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I have a motion for this after being briefed a number of times with staff. I feel that, what? So I have a motion. I think that it will be able to be a good balance. In talking with staff, there is an ability for us to be able to, I think, honor this important and oldest gateway to our community, the Paso Norte Bridge, with a process that allows the public art process to occur for the sculpture and the roundabout, while also being able to not delay the much needed improvements in that area in regards towards landscaping and in regards towards the roundabout. In speaking with Sam Rodriguez and other folks of staff, and Sam could probably comment, they're very confident that this project can get underway without any delays, and that the sculpture and the public art project can get done without delaying the construction of the project as well. And when we look at that area of El Paso Street, there already is a long history that we have of public art in that area. We've had one of our first public art pieces, The Clouds by Sebastian, that's right there at the port of entry, right there off of between Santa Fe Street and El Paso Street. That's there to welcome in visitors. We also have the brand new Yellow Door that is there close to the Paso Norte Hotel on San Antonio and El Paso Street. And so with this further addition to our public art process and our public art program, we really have an opportunity to do a very beautiful and evocative art walk through downtown that I think builds upon the success of the local businesses on El Paso Street and the improvements with Paseo de las Luces. And so after talking with Sam and with staff, I do have a motion that I'd like to read into the record. And this is a motion to approve the change order item that includes the landscape and to direct the city manager to come back with alternatives for the entry monument to include public art.
Yeah, Representative Rivera, followed by Representative Rodriguez.
Just one question, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, sir.
This isn't going to increase the cost of the project, is it?
From speaking with staff, it's not going to fundamentally change the costs that are associated with the construction.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor.
And the other question that I had as well related to the parking in there, the bicycle facilities in that area. You know, for those that tend to cross over, they can see a lot of bikes that are parked in that area. And staff assured me that not only will they be able to include bicycle racks and other facilities for bikes, but they'll actually able to match the current amount of spaces, if not improve it further. So those are the two questions that I had relating to it. And so
Thank you, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem, you said to approve the change order and to direct the city manager. I didn't catch the.
to motion to approve the change order
Yes,
item
the
that
thing.
includes the landscape improvements, and to direct the city manager to come back with alternatives for the entry monument to include the public art process,
Thank you.
or to include public art.
There was a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein, seconded by Representative Anello. As read into the record by Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein. On that motion, call for the vote.
Oh, hold on, I'm sorry. We have. I didn't know you were going there. We have Representative Rodriguez, followed by Representative Salcido.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm a little bit confused. I thought that the roundabout already had art on it.
No, what staff had presented to us never went through the public art process. It was something that was designed to be a decorative sign more than a public art piece that went through the public art process and was vetted and approved.
And the reason I'm asking this is what I saw it look like art. It's the star with like a ribbon wrapping around it, and it says "Bienvenidos al Paso." So I'm just confused. Is that not public art?
It was designed.
I'm sorry, I was talking to the city attorney.
Okay.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
So the presentation that staff gave to us in the roundabout, there's a star that's very similar to the star on the mountain with some sort of a ribbon wrapped around it, and it says "Bienvenidos al Paso." Is that not public art?
Yes, ma'am, but it wasn't as inclusive as what the Mayor Pro Tem is suggesting or stating, and so we're happy to go and have a public engagement process like we've done with all the other pieces of art. That was in conjunction with the heart that's on some of the signage that we have. So we were aligning that with that. But I think that the Mayor Pro Tem's making the point about it needs to be more illustrative of a welcome, and he wants it to have more public engagement. And that piece did not have that.
And so who designed that piece?
Our staff.
Okay.
Our staff did that.
Okay, so it wasn't done by.
Not that I'm aware of. No, our staff. I mean, we have a very talented staff. Go ahead, Sam.
Yes, Sam Rodriguez, city engineer. So the landscape element, or the entry monument, if you will, the star, was part of the design from the landscape architect in conjunction with our staff. They came up with that entry into the city, but it was not from a formal artist or the public art process. It was just done through the design of the project itself, through the landscape and the feedback from the staff.
And it was keeping with some of the presentations we've brought to the council before about being a city with a heart, being compassionate and welcoming. And so that's how that all came about in terms of the heart.
Okay, no, I just want to make sure that we're not going to be disenfranchising anybody that designed that star. I personally thought it was beautiful. You know, I made the comment when I was getting briefed on this project that, you know, I think this is probably going to be the most beautiful welcome sign that we might have in the entire country, because I've been to other ports of entry and we don't have anything close to what was presented to me. I absolutely would want to see, you know, our local artists engaged in this project, and I'm sure that they'll come up with something just equally as beautiful, if not more.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
that was just my main concern, that we weren't disenfranchising somebody that has already been paid to do this.
Yes, ma'am. And the heart looks really nice, so we'll see if we can use it somewhere else to align with the signage that we have. And you're exactly right. I mean, the Paseo de las Luces, reason that was done in order to have a proper welcome, a dignified welcome. Everybody kept saying we were connected to Juarez and so on and so forth, but the way we welcomed them in was very sad, and now it isn't. It's a very elegant, very beautiful welcome, and I agree with you that it's probably the best one in the country in terms of how we welcome our neighbors from the south.
Okay, and just as a side comment, you know, this is something similar that I'd want to see at the Isleta Port of Entry. That's in my district, so so just letting you all know.
Yes,
some
ma'am.
competition.
That's a good point. A point well taken. And that's one thing that maybe we can discuss during the strategic planning session.
I was about to say,
Thank you.
exactly the kind of idea when we talk about our strategic plan, we can look at having, you know, welcome monuments, public art at all our ports of entry, not just this one as well. But yeah, I don't discredit that. You know, the piece that was there had a lot of good attributes. I just think that when it comes towards our ports of entry, especially one that's as historic as the Paso Norte Bridge. I mean, this is the traditional gateway to Mexico. That I think we owe it to ourselves not to disenfranchise our community, and to have it go through an appropriate public art process that's able to work with trained public artists to really do something that I think goes above and beyond something that's there. So that was something as well. I did have one final question for staff. Well, do you know how many bicycle spaces are currently there around the at the port of entry?
Yes, Yvette Hernandez with CID. Representative Schwartzbein, existing, there was 12 spaces, and with the improvements to this area, we are adding 14 more spaces, so we'll have a total of 26 throughout the roundabout.
Those 12 spaces, did that also, I know that basically people, there's a couple of flagpoles that have wrought iron fencing around them, like a square. Are those 12, it's probably more guerrilla bike parking than anything. Are those included in the 12? Or is this
No.
just the, okay.
No, the 12 was the existing that was next to the flagpole.
Okay.
So that's going to be relocated to the north of the roundabout, and then we're adding 2 individual new bike racks to match, and so that's where you get the extra 14.
Okay, and there's probably about 14 spaces on that gorilla bike rack around the flagpole, if I could guess.
So hopefully that might alleviate
Okay.
that item.
Gorilla bike parking.
Yes, sir.
If that's an actual thing. District 6, my apologies. Oh, I had you up as next. Representative Molinar? Oh, okay. I see it now. Yes, my bad.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Pro
need some
Tem.
more coffee.
Will this be delaying the project?
I don't believe it'll delay the landscaping portion of it. I think that the art piece might be. I think Ms. Lambrania might want to speak to it. She's not a city employee anymore, but she's working with one of the vendors who's actually got the work on this particular site.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Monica Lambrania. I'm now the Director of Operations for JAR Construction Incorporated. And I guess my question is I just want to make sure that we understand, and probably Yvette would be best to answer this in terms of we're not going to, on JAR side, we're not waiting for the art. Is that correct? So we're just going to complete the project as is and then?
Is it Sam or?
Hey, Sam, if you're on,
Yes.
could you
Yes.
speak to that? Because I think she's right, and I think my answer was right as well in terms of it won't delay the project, but the art piece will take a little bit longer.
That's correct. So the contract with JAR will complete and close out while we process the public art component of it and bring options to council at that time. And then Ben's on the line as well, but in discussions with him, we're looking at 2023 as the public art installation for that piece. But that will be once JR will be closed out in the current contract as is. We'll be making modifications to the JAR contract to reduce their scope on the monument, and we'll be discussions with them after this meeting.
And I will just jump in. This is Ben Fife, Managing Director of Cultural Affairs and Recreation. What we have discussed is that we will add this piece to the 2022 Public Art Plan that will come before Council in January. That will give us the funding mechanism and permissions to be able to engage in the process and contracts. At that point, we were looking at between 14 and 18 months to go from selection, fabrication, and installation. What we've also discussed is that we will be asking artists to work specifically with the foundations and electrical that is already there so that it will not impact what's already built.
Okay, thank you. That was my only concern. And good to see you again, Monica.
We're all, I think, super happy to see Ms. Lambrania here today, even though she's in active conversation.
We
with
just
Colonel
told her
Liston.
that Mr. Rosales is a genius for hiring her.
Yeah. We miss you, Monica. Representative Molinar, you did not have a chance yet to work with Ms. Lambrania, but it was a lot of fun. Do you have any comments, sir?
Yes, sir. Good morning. Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Well, first of all, I would say I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of roundabouts, even though they have their purpose, but I really don't like them. I really don't appreciate driving through them, but that's another story. And I personally agree with Representative Rodriguez. I like that art. I'm going to call it an art piece because it stood out. It had a star figure, had a heart figure, and so I really enjoyed it. I don't know if it's going to be moved or where it's going to go, but we can always accept that in District 4 for a good measure. Thank you.
Just so that it's clear, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, the monument has not been procured or has not been manufactured. So that's part of the reduction that we'll be working with JAR in the current contract. But the monument has not been completed.
Fabricated. Okay, so yeah, so the star has not been fabricated, it hasn't been constructed yet at this point, so. Yeah. Are there any other questions or concerns? Representative Lizarga, I just wanted to, I know that you're out in the virtual soup, so I didn't know if you had your virtual hand up or not.
No, I'm fine,
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
I'm ready to move on.
I'm sorry, I do have just one comment.
Yes, Representative
I know I'm ready to
Hernandez.
move on to, but just, you know, for future conversations, when we're thinking about public art projects, if roundabouts are going to be included in the public art process, then we need to give that direction to staff so that we don't go back and do 12 rounds over a roundabout. So, but, you know, it is it's capital dollars, and there is artwork assigned to it. I just don't necessarily feel like all roundabouts will have the sufficient amount of funding that could go to a public art piece. And so we just need to be clear on what items you want to see public art, because not all of it's going to have the allocated funding. So that funding is going to have to come from other parts of the city. And so there's going to be a concern about equity. So I just wanted, you know, make sure that we're providing the adequate guidance to staff so that they know how to move forward with these projects. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Hernandez. That's an excellent point, and one in which, yeah, the strategic planning session might be a good opportunity to discuss that, or just the point in and of itself, because not all of them will have that, and it will take from other projects. Everything you said, it's a good point.
I do have a question. Was this at all planned or slated to be part of the public art program at any point this roundabout?
Mayor Pro Tem Ben Fife again.
Yes.
So technically, public art has a legal definition when we use it within the city operations because of the enacting ordinance. So public art is specifically artwork that has been pulled from a 2% budget of a capital project that goes through a council-approved process and also various iterations of public engagement. There are other aesthetic things that the city can do that are not necessarily entwined within the public art program and do not necessarily enter the public art care or collection, so to speak.
Was this roundabout at all identified or part of that process at some time before?
Initially, yes, sir, and it was determined that the piece that was initially planned was a better suited elsewhere because of the height and some of the regulations, and so it did move.
Okay, so just so it's clear, this was originally part of the public art program.
This was projected as potentially a public art project, yes, sir.
Okay. Representative Anello.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fife. Thank you to Sam as well. I know that this is not an ideal situation. I agree with Representative Hernandez. I think we as a council could have acted a little bit differently on this. But I really think that this is a good step moving forward. I think one of the most amazing things about being border community, about Mexican history and culture, is the connection to art. At this port of entry, you have an absolutely beautiful mural. I don't know, Mr. Fife, if you know the history or the information on that mural, but this is a really amazing opportunity to connect the two cultures through art and have a piece that really speaks to the connection between Juarez and El Paso. You know, I'm not a big fan of the sculpture that was presented to us. And if it wasn't at this location, I would have been fine with it, because we have to remember what the the logo that this council selected, that was the motivation for that sculpture, wasn't created by a local artist here. It wasn't created by someone who has that connection to El Paso and Juarez. And I think it's a good sculpture. I mean, anywhere else, I think it would be great. But I think, as Representative Schwartzbein said, this is a really important location. And there is a really, we talk all the time about being two cities, two countries, but there is a culture and there is a history that is behind those words. And this is a great opportunity to have a piece that really highlights what being a border community really is, what being El Paso and Juarez is. And so I agree with Representative Hernandez. This maybe wasn't the right way to get here, but I am happy with where we are. And I thank staff for having these last-minute briefings. I know it's been frustrating, but I'm really happy with this progress moving forward. So thank you, Representative Schwartzbein.
No problem. And again, I think, this was originally part of the public art projects and public art programs, so I think it's also honoring that too. And so if there's nobody, yes, Representative Fernandez, Representative Rivera, and if anybody has any other requests, press the button, please.
And just to add what Representative was saying is the fact that we should also, not just the Swin Bridge, I understand its importance, but just like we have, 3 others? I think each one should have a unique design as well. Well, that's that's what I have to say. I think every port of entry for El Paso should have a unique design in welcoming our sister city from Juarez.
Yes, sir. I think those are very good comments. Mayor Pro Tem, I would like for Ben to speak a little bit more about the guidelines, because it's international bridge in terms of the specifications. And Ben, if you don't mind just generally speaking to it, because I do think he mentioned height requirements. I just want to make sure the expectations, or rather that we manage the expectations council might have for this particular site. Ben, would you speak to that?
Yes, sir. So we will be working with international bridges, but also understanding that there are regulations and guidelines for any work that is taking place on federal land. And so we will have to design accordingly. And so the first monument, there were a lot of challenges that we encountered with that particular piece related to some of those guidelines, which is why the piece moved and we opted to move the public art process elsewhere. And so we will definitely be working with federal agencies, with David Coronado, with CID, and everyone to get something that is impactful, but we just need to make sure that everyone is aware that this one will have considerably more regulation and jurisdictional authority placed over it from various entities.
Thank you again for that, Ben. And I think, really before we call the question, because I think everybody's had an opportunity, I do think in terms of looking at multimodal transportation, I recognize that there is an alphabet soup of different organizations and entities that have some jurisdiction over the port of entry. I do think that a bike share facility near this port of entry would make a tremendous amount of sense, whether that is in some of our existing parklet area or other areas near El Paso Street or First Avenue. I think that would be one of the more utilized, better utilized bike share facilities that we have in the city. And if you look at other communities, ports of entry tend to be a place for bike shares in other communities across the world as well. So that's just another aside to look at. Maybe there's an opportunity to work with the RMA for something like that as well. But with that, I think we can call the question, Ms. Prine.
Yes, so there is a motion and a second to approve the change order and to direct the city manager to come back with alternatives for public art. On that motion, call for the vote. Did you want to take the amendment separate?
Well, it's an entire motion. Yeah, it's a motion.
Okay. Representative Lizarraga?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, and the motion passes unanimously.
I think up next is the council items.
Yes, sir. We now go to page number 8. Item number 23 is discussion and action to direct the city attorney to drop the litigation related to the mandated use of masks and facial coverings currently in the 8th Court of Appeals, and to cease all staff work related to said litigation in order to better prioritize staff time and taxpayer funds towards efforts more likely to be successful. And this is Representative Salcido's item.
Mayor Pro Tem, may I be recognized?
Yes, Representative Salcido.
Good morning, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I placed this item on the agenda to make sure we are prioritizing staff time and taxpayer funds as we move forward with this litigation. Given that the city was not granted emergency relief it seems very unlikely that there will be a ruling in the city's favor. So continuing this lawsuit seems to be a waste of staff's time and funds. I think that the most practical approach right now is to drop the lawsuit and cease all staff work related to said litigation to better use the taxpayer dollars. A good balance will be to monitor the lawsuits that are currently in the 8th Court of Appeals, and if any of them prevail to the state Supreme Court, then at that point in time, we can have a discussion as a body to continue to pursue this lawsuit. As it stands right now, I don't think it's fiscally responsible to continue pursuing this lawsuit. So with that being said, I motion to approve.
Second.
Representative Anello, again, anybody that would like to comment from council, please press your buttons.
Hi, my questions are for Mrs. Carla Neiman. Ms. Neiman, I know you talked about this yesterday, but I'm going to ask you to kind of repeat some of that stuff that was given at the presentation in regards to this lawsuit. So to be clear, we are doing this entire lawsuit in-house, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Our office is handling the litigation.
Okay, and our litigation is not necessarily about masks. It is in regards to the health authorities, essentially authority to determine what is best during a public health crisis.
Yes, in
So
simple
there's a
terms,
lot
that's
more.
what it
Oh,
is.
I'm sorry, I don't want you to
Yes,
answer.
ma'am.
So there's a lot more weight to this lawsuit than just this one matter at hand.
Correct. It's about the local health authorities' authority during a health disaster or an emergency disaster.
And so we're not granted the injunction. Can you, I know, again, you discussed this yesterday, but can you help us understand what the process moving forward is?
So currently, we're at the 8th Court of Appeals, and the court is considering both Judge Morales' preliminary injunction as well as the governor's plea of the jurisdiction. Once that those orders or those opinions are issued, the case will go back to Judge Morales, who will then have a bench trial to make a final determination on the question of law. And then we anticipate, depending on the ruling from Judge Morales, to then have an appeal back to the 8th Court of Appeals. And then, depending on what the decision of the 8th Court of Appeals, that could be appealed to the Texas Supreme Court.
Okay, and do you have an estimated cost of how much this is costing us?
So, as I stated yesterday, our office doesn't bill for our time when we do items in-house. What I was referencing to the council is, had we sent this to outside counsel, the fees range between $250 an hour to, I think it was $450 for the trial portion of the case, and then on appeal, the fees to outside counsel range between $550 and up to $850 an hour. Because our staff is on salary and we don't bill our time, approximately we've spent 385 hours on the case, and then based on their salaries, it's about $20,000 that we would bill in terms of time internally.
Okay, and those attorneys are working on other cases as well. This is not the only thing that they're
Absolutely,
doing.
they have full dockets individually and collectively in the litigation section.
And what is your opinion, and tell me if this is out of line, but what is your opinion on the importance of being in this litigation?
If you look across the state, other cities, as we all know, are also involved in this litigation. The city of San Antonio, and as well as entities in Houston and some of the school districts, have filed similar lawsuits. I think that the question that is being litigated through the courts is different from what is happening in El Paso. I believe that everybody is challenging the governor's authority based on what local official issued those orders. So while there are similar questions being argued and litigated in San Antonio and Houston, El Paso, the city of El Paso's position is somewhat particular and different, because it is specifically seeking to get a resolution on whether a local health authority has the authority to make decisions at the local level, irrespective of a governor's disaster declaration.
So again, this lawsuit, win or lose, is going to have a large impact on the state, and it's an important decision for everyone in the state to know moving forward. And I think that's something that I want to highlight, because we are not paying outside counsel. I mean, if we go through all of the lawsuits we have that have been through the 8 Court of Appeals, in which we are paying outside fees, I wish we were having that conversation. But this is all being done in-house. And this litigation has an impact on the state and is a question that, quite frankly, needs to be answered. That moving forward as a city and a state, we need to have answers to. And I want to take this opportunity to thank you and your attorneys for doing this work. I know they've been working very hard through the pandemic to maneuver this kind of situation, I'll say, with the governor and who has the authority to do what. And so I personally think it is an important litigation to continue. I think these are questions that need to be answered, again, not just for the city of El Paso, but for every municipality in the state moving forward. And so I'm not going to support this item. And thank you for those answers, Mrs. Neiman.
Thank you.
Okay. If council will just unclick themselves when they're done with that. I think up next we have Representative Molinar, I believe, followed by Representative Salcido.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, I'd like to thank Representative Salcido for placing this item on the agenda. Thank you very much for that. Back when this item originally came up, I voted against it. I still believe that we live in the United States of America. We have rights, we have freedom, we have liberties and things like that. And those are fundamental rights given to us by the United States Constitution, fundamental rights given to us to the Texas Constitution. I believe everybody should have a right, a choice, a decision to wear a mask or not to wear a mask. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Salcido, followed by Representative, if we go through everybody that has had a chance, and then, so Representative Hernandez, followed by, well, Representative Salcido, if nobody else wants to chime in.
I'm up. Okay, thank you. So I talked yesterday a little bit about why I thought it was important, but you had mentioned something yesterday, Mrs. Neiman, and I kind of want to do a deep dive into that. Why our argument here in the city of El Paso in the Court of Appeals, the 8th Court of Appeals, how it could likely be successful. So one thing you had mentioned is the Governor's Declaration Act. I forget what it's called, the Texas
Disaster Act.
The Texas Disaster Act. So it says that you can suspend administrative law, correct?
Right.
So in the city's defense, we are saying, well, the Texas Safety Health Code is not necessarily administrative law. It's a law that's going to protect your health and security. And so what are you saying in the courtroom, and if you're able to, if it's public, how is that argument defensible, and how do you feel we're going to prevail?
Right, and it is public. The issue has been thoroughly briefed by both our office and the governor's office. And you're correct, Representative Hernandez, in basic terms for the public to understand. The argument that we're making is that under the Texas Disaster Act, the Texas legislature gave the governor specific authority to suspend, and I don't have the phrase right in front of me, but it is state agencies, rules, policies, or procedures that would inhibit the response during an emergency or a disaster declaration. The argument that we've made, and then you articulated, is that the Texas Health and Safety Code is not the provisions that we're relying on for Dr. Ocarranza to issue a local health order are not state administrative agencies' policies or procedures. They are specific language written by the legislature that delegates authority to a local health official to issue orders at the local level. So the question is the constitutionality and the separation of powers argument that we're making in regards to who has the authority to make local decisions at the local level, whether it is the governor who's in Austin or our local officials that are in El Paso, Texas.
Right, and so I want to take it a step further and to say, like, a scenario outside of the pandemic. Because we have 254 counties in the state of Texas, right? So how can a governor issue an executive order so wide that could really help or secure members of one county in the 254 counties? We saw a little bit of how he did that during a pandemic. So let's say there's a measles outbreak. So in this case, if we don't litigate this issue, the governor could have more authority through his Disaster Act to say, well, no, you can't put any restrictions on a measles outbreak at a daycare because I said so. So it would really defeat the purpose of a public health authority to give that order to say, no, we got to do some contact tracing. We got to notify all the parents who were in that daycare. We need to start identifying who came into contact with the one person who had the measles. I mean, it is so granular that I don't know how a governor can protect its residents of a state by removing that authority from a public health authority. So my point is here is that it is absolutely critical that we preserve all of the discretion, all of the authority of Dr. Ocarranza, even outside of this pandemic. So today it could be a mask, tomorrow it could be a tuberculosis outbreak. But the fundamental question here is who has the full authority? Does the governor or does a public health authority? And I agree with the city attorney's office and your position to say that authority lies solely with a community who appoints a public health authority, and that doctor and that professional, the medical doctor, should give the guidance to a community on how to protect its citizens from any communicable diseases. And so that's what the question really is here. And I think it's a great argument. And I think that the time that we've spent on this issue needs to continue in litigation so we can see the fruits of that work to benefit the taxpayer. How can we say, hey, we've been in litigation for this long, we've spent X amount of hours, but we're going to pull out. We're not going to see the end of it because, it could be for various reasons, for various motivations. But at the end of the day, it's an expense we've made. We have to see it come through for our constituents. Is there anything else in the legal battle that we need to be aware of? Are there any other interveners in this case?
So at this point, in our lawsuit, we have not had anybody else join our lawsuit. The school districts locally who had issued or relied on Dr. Ocarranza's order did join the litigation, I believe, in Houston, and I believe that they may have been proceeding. I haven't heard otherwise, whether they dismissed that lawsuit. But in our jurisdiction, it's the city of El Paso who is leading the charge in this, and we haven't had any other people join our lawsuit.
Could it be fair to say that the authority granted to the Public Health Authority would also apply to the county since our Public Health Authority acts on behalf of the city and the county?
Yes, ma'am. So under the Health and Safety Code, Dr. Ocarranza's authority is county-wide. So it's everybody in the county, not just within the city's jurisdiction.
So this action could inadvertently impact residents in the county without any representation from their county commissioners?
That's correct.
Okay. So there's another problem. This action doesn't have the full authority to make decisions on behalf of the entire county. Yes, this is our litigation here. However, this outcome also impacts county residents. And so if council is seriously considering moving forward in that litigation, we have a duty to ask the county commissioners court on behalf of their residents to determine whether or not they want to pursue this litigation as well. But that's thinking holistically, thinking about the health and safety of the entire county. Some of us may feel like, hey, masks are not necessarily required today, but in the event there's an additional spike, in the event we've seen this happen, new variants come forward, there needs to be an authority who can make that call. And without this question being answered in the Court of Appeals, it's up to the governor to protect El Paso residents. And to be quite frank, I just don't have a lot of trust that the state can make those decisions on behalf of our community, especially being so far away from our capital. So the concern here is cost. The concern here is who has that authority. The concern is here who's going to protect county residents, and how can we coordinate with the county commissioners court. But for those reasons, I won't support this today, but mostly because it is incredibly prudent that the city continue with protecting that right for a public health authority. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Rivera, if you...
Yeah, I've been
Yes,
hitting
sir.
it. Can I talk? Can I
Nope,
speak now?
absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Godspeed.
Ms. Neiman, regarding the decision by Judge Morales, when is he supposed to make it?
So we're currently waiting for a decision from the Eighth Court of Appeals. We had anticipated that the court would have already ruled, but that could happen any day now. And then once that decision is made, it'll go back to Judge Morales. He had originally set this case for a bench trial on early October, but because we are on appeal, that has been moved, and we don't have a current setting on when he will hear the case until the Court of Appeals issues their decisions.
And during that time, do your staff continues working on this case?
So all we're doing now is monitoring the decision of the Eighth Court of Appeals, and then we keep up with other courts of appeals decisions. But we aren't doing any actual briefing or any preparation at this time.
Okay, and I believe Representative Hernandez said it so eloquently that we have a governor who doesn't consider El Paso, doesn't consider much or for its safety or for any other reason. The thing is that at this point, even though he took off the heat, we're currently waiting for that decision. You go around town, and due to the mayor's efforts and other elected officials' efforts, and even our own efforts as council through our newsletters, educating the public, our community has come forward and supported the mask mandate on their own, and it's impressive to see that that's happening. And I do believe the masks are important. The facial coverings are important for this. Again, I can't stress enough what Representative Nello, Representative Hernandez, and Mayor Pro Tem have already stated. The mask mandate is working on its own, on purely the mayor's efforts, and like I said, other elected officials' efforts to continue to educate the community about this pandemic. Dr. Will Carranza has done a great job, and I too want to see that we do support him fully, and hopefully we prevail. If that's a fact, do you have an idea as to how many cities have prevailed in their cause? But we're the only ones with the public health, correct?
Correct. So we are the only ones that are issuing an order through the local health authority. We don't have those numbers. We are actually attempting to get numbers from other cities on what they've expended, and then none of the other courts of appeals have issued rulings as of today.
Okay, thank you. With that said, and with the appoint Representative Salcido as placed on this item, I would ask her if she would consider postponing this issue until a decision is made. Or, it's up to you. It's up to her to do that, and I would suggest that would happen, because this is a crucial decision that has to be made for our community. And I think that the time invested is very important right now, as has been said. So, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Representative Lizarga, did you have anything that you wanted to add at this point?
No, I think it's a very, oh, sorry, is there echoing? I think it's a really important lawsuit that we've brought forward, and I think my colleagues have all expressed the concern that I too have, and I will not be supporting this item either.
Okay. Is there anybody from the public comment that would like to speak?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I requested to speak as well.
Okay, did you want?
No, I haven't spoken at all.
Oh, you haven't spoke yet. Representative Rodriguez?
Okay, thank you. So the concern I have with this is that this litigation is either going to benefit or it's not going to benefit the entire county. But the city is the one that's putting all the time and effort into it. So the districts are going to reap the benefits of this. The county is going to reap benefits of this. What are they doing? What are they bringing to the table? I have a really big problem with them always. Basically, we're the ones that are always flipping the bill for everybody, and the county isn't doing anything about it. So what are they doing about it?
At this point, Representative, I have not been contacted by any of the other adjoining municipalities or county.
Because it's convenient for them, correct?
Well, I won't speak for their positions on this, but I believe that based on the authority under state law, they are bound by Dr. Ocaranza's orders. So they are relying on his authority at the local level at this point.
And I understand that, but I feel like, you know, the city always gets the bad hand on everything. We get blamed for everything. If this thing succeeds, if this thing fails, like, we're the ones that are going to get blamed for it. And so I'm not okay with us spending so much time on this issue that more than likely we will not prevail in it, and no one else is helping us out with it. So that is all, and I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, so, I don't know, Representative Salcido, do you want to hear public comment? I know that you wanted to speak again. Okay. And then you're up next, and then I think it's Representative Molinar, and then followed by, I think that's what we have right now, and then followed by Representative Vanello. Yes, can we hear public comment? Ms.
Yes, sir.
Bryan? Thank you.
Ms. Lisa Turner signed up to speak on this item. Good morning again, Ms. Turner. You'll have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Texas Bill of Rights, Title I, Section 28. The only people who have the authority to overturn a law is the legislature. These are the powers the legislature gave you. Now, this is the dumbest agenda item I have seen, and this is my 7th mayor. This is my 7th mayor. This is the dumbest agenda item I've seen. I don't know what's wrong. Well, oh, let's stop. Mr. Molyneux, I would like you to understand, somebody thinking just like you exposed my brother to COVID-19. He was in the hospital. He was in the ICU. In and out 3 different times, total 6 weeks. He hasn't been able to work since June. He's losing his house. He's losing his car because somebody said, it's my right to choose. Well, let me tell you what, you don't have the right under Texas law to expose anybody to a communicable disease. That's punishable under Texas law. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Ms. Turner, I need to remind you, ma'am, that you need to display civility and decorum and be respectful to the members of council.
When members of council are disrespectful to the citizens of the city, I'm just following their pattern, okay? Now, I will do my best. I'm not using 4-letter words. I also would like to remind you 418.016, what is it, Title 4, Emergency Management. Basically, it says state operations. In other words, regulatory things. It has nothing to do with what the city of El Paso has been granted in its powers by the Texas state legislature. Your motion, you're saying that the governor can take away your rights as a city, as a home rule city. So my question is, who do we elect to run our city? One of the 3 stooges, as which Greg Abbott is, or the people I'm looking at up here? I hold you all to a high standard. I expect a lot from you. I will point things out that I see are bad. I will point things out I will see were good. But this is about the dumbest thing I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot. After 7 mayors, I've seen a lot. This takes the cake. The smart thing is, if you don't want to protect the city's interest, resign your seat.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Representative Salcido?
So I just want to make clear, I think everybody's losing concept of really what I'm saying here. I do want to know what the answer to be of the question to be answered in the courts. What I'm basically offering is a good balance in the way that we're approaching this. And that is basically to withdraw from this lawsuit, and we pay attention to what's going on in every 8th appeal of courts. And at that point in time, if anything prevails, so that we're not spending money as we're trying to attempt this, somebody prevails in the state Supreme Court, at that point in time, you would have precedence, and then we can initiate this lawsuit again so that we can get our question answered. What I'm saying is I don't want to spend the money to get there unless somebody has prevailed in the state Supreme Court. So I do, as well as my colleagues, want to know the answer to this question, but only if we're going to prevail at the highest court is where I'm at. So I just want to make sure that everybody's understanding what this item is speaking and what my attempt is here today. Thank you.
I believe it's Representative Molinar, followed by Representative Anello.
Thank you. We as a city council make decisions for El Paso. That does include the county of El Paso. It's not like there's a wall between the city and the county. People can come and go. They can live in the county and work in the city, whatever it is. But we make decisions every day that affect this community. And we don't make them based on the fact if they reside in the city or if they reside in the county. That's one point I'd like to make. And Ms. Neiman, correct me, please help me out here. During the last city council, when we adopted this, we authorized a liability insurance policy for Dr. Ocaranza, and I believe in the amount of $1 million.
I'm not sure I understand your question. So Dr. Ocaranza is required to carry that policy of insurance as part of his contract with the city?
Right, but if memory serves me correct, we adopted the measure that we were going to pay for an additional policy. So have we paid for that policy?
No, sir, we didn't. That was not the proposal. What we agreed is that the city would follow the lawsuit after the direction from council is that we would file the lawsuit and obtain a temporary restraining order, and then he would be allowed to file the local health authority, which is what he did in August.
And I understand as part of his employment contract, he does have a liability insurance policy. But I remember there was discussion that we were going to provide an additional one.
No, sir, we are not providing an additional policy of insurance for Dr. Ocaranza. The city's paying for the defense.
Okay, thank you.
In-house.
And then the other part that I'd like to make clear is, and I did ask you this the last time we were talking about, a governor's executive order is deemed as law, L-A-W, and this is based on case law. Is that correct? And I don't have the exact case in front of me or the citation.
That has been the governor's position, yes, sir.
All right, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks. Mayor, Representative Manila was the next, sir.
Followed by Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to thank Representative Molinar for his comments about the county. I think when we talk about health, this isn't the city versus the county. This is El Paso. And also just wanted to remind council that the county actually stepped in and challenged the governor before we did. I think it was about maybe 6 months before we did when they, Mrs. Neiman, can you remind me? They did a shutdown after the governor said we could not, correct?
Yes.
So they've been in a lawsuit without our support, and I believe the council, did we take a vote to support them, or an action to support them?
I believe the council did, but you're
didn't.
testing my memory during COVID.
I'm sorry.
But the county did file a lawsuit
Okay.
against the governor for shutdowns, yes, in December of last year.
Okay, well, I apologize. But yeah, so I just wanted to clear that up. This, again, isn't us versus them. It should never be us versus them when it comes to public health. But they actually stepped up before we did and have been in a lawsuit longer than we did, or than we have. And I also just, to Representative Salcedo's comments, I want to say again, I know that we pressed Mrs. Neiman for this, but whatever happens in the 8th Court of Appeals with other municipalities is not going to impact us. They are different lawsuits. We are asking a different question. If we pull this lawsuit and San Antonio prevails, that has no bearing on us. It is a different lawsuit. They're asking a different question. This is not about masks. This is about challenging the health authority versus the governor. And I don't know how many times we have to say this, but I think that Representative Hernandez was completely right. This isn't just about COVID. This is moving forward about any infectious disease or anything that will impact our communities. So thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you very much. But, you know, I think it's really important, and we've seen this in the last year or so, that the county and the city working hand in hand, county and the city making sure that whether they can't tell us what to do, we can't tell them what to do, but we can work together. And if you see the numbers for the vaccination and you see everything we've done together and how it's really impacted and helped our community, it is huge. So we may not vote at County Commissioners Court and they may not vote at City Council, but I can tell you we're speaking with one voice, and that's become very important when you're talking about the health and the safety of our city. And a year ago, we weren't doing that, and a year ago, they were fighting, and a year ago, they were going different directions, as you just said, Representative Nello, and it impacted because the citizens of El Paso really were very uncertain which direction to go. This year, we've done a really good job of making sure we speak with one voice, and Mr. Gonzalez and his team, Betsy Keller and her team have really worked really closely together, and this is the reason we're one of the best in the country. And, you know, when you talk about when the governor back in March said you no longer had to wear a mask, that it was against the law for us to mandate masks, the county judge and I joined our voice together, and we asked the community to protect themselves, their team members, and we did. And that was voluntarily. And the main reason this was done, we wanted the whole community to wear a mask, but it was really important for our kids. The kids in the schools was where we were looking to make sure that they were protected. So we may not tell each other what to do, but I can tell you that we're a united voice that's made a huge impact in the community, and that's why we're one of the safest cities as far as COVID-19 is today. And if we look back a year ago, we were one of the worst in the world. So it's really important that we continue to talk with one voice. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. And I said most of my comments yesterday during agenda review. I do want to thank Representative Salcedo, you know, putting this item up. I think discussions like this are important for our community and our body. I do agree, however, that this is not about a mask mandate. This is not necessarily about what would be considered appropriate use of taxpayer funds. Ultimately, it's very well established in the 1975 Texas Declaration Act, Disaster Act, about the appropriate powers during a recognized emergency or public health emergency or public emergency. In the case of what we are witnessing here, the Public Health Authority has clear guidelines. The Public Health Authority in a public health crisis has the ability to make decisions that supersede a mayor or a county judge, and supersede a lot of things, again, because this is not a political crisis. This is a public health crisis, and the appropriate response is to be led by data and science from public and medical health experts. And so appreciate the conversation that we've had with the body here today, but I do think it's an important one to continue to have, again, to better understand and really help define and understand what the role of a public health authority is in the state of Texas.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I think this mask mandate was really the longest standing, if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Neiman, that in the state, because it was done by the health authority. And it was done not by elected officials, but the health authority that understands how our community will continue to be safe. So this stood for how long, Ms. Neiman?
It started in August 13th approximately, Mayor. I can't remember the specific
About
date.
6 weeks, right?
Right, but you have to remember that it's not in place because it's been enjoined by the 8th
No,
Court of
I
Appeals,
understand that.
But it is since August that we've had the doctor's
Right. So
order in place.
You know, and I can tell you that it's well worth it if it saved one life. Representative Salcedo?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a last question for Carla. You mentioned the lawsuit for the county. What was the outcome of that?
That's still pending in the courts. The Court of Appeals overturned the decision that the trial judge made, and it was sent back for a trial, but that case is not moving.
It's not, was it dropped or it's just standing idle?
No, it hasn't been dismissed. It's still pending in the courts.
Okay. And just basically to reiterate the point again, it's not to belabor the point. I had basically offered a balanced, approach, which I said monitor the 8th Court of Appeals, which I do know they're not binding with the counties or with these lawsuits. What I said is monitor them to see what makes it to the state Supreme Court, because whoever prevails there is really when we'll know if we will prevail. And at that point in time, we can start spending taxpayer dollar to go find out and get that question answered that we all want for this community. But I don't feel we need to spend that money right now. It's not fiscally responsible. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Salcido. And with that, we have no other questions. So is there a motion and a second?
Yes, Mayor, there is a motion made by Representative Salcido, seconded by Representative Rodriguez to approve the item. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Lizarraga?
Nay.
In the voting session, and the motion fails. With Representatives Molinar, Salcido, Rodriguez voting aye, the remainder of council voting nay, the motion does fail. We now go to item number 24, and this is update, discussion, and action on the comprehensive constituent request system development timeline and implementation deadlines. This item was submitted by Representatives Anello and Lizarraga.
Which of you? You wick? Okay, great. Representative Anello, please.
Hi, thank you. I don't know if staff has any answers to the questions that were posed on this agenda, but I know that this was passed in FY20. And we were told it would take about 1.5 years, which is about this time. So I just wanted to see if there were any updates on what this will look like and when we can expect it.
Hi, good morning. Araceli Guerra, Managing Director for Internal Services. Good morning, Representative Anello. So we do have an update that we're preparing, and we can bring it forward at the next council meeting. We did provide an update during our last Goal 5 presentation during the budget, and we talked about different phases that we're working on and just how we're planning the rollout, and we're in the testing and piloting phase. But we definitely can come back with a detailed timeline. We didn't commit to an original date because of the pandemic and all of the things that our team was working on. Also going through some of those hiring freezes and challenges that we were having at the time. However, we can definitely plan for a detailed update that will let you know what we've completed this far and all of the different pieces that roll into this customer relationship management system, because it does address a lot of the different departments, and it has a lot of other moving parts such as the 311 call center and just different pieces. Additionally, we're also working on leading and heading up a cross-functional team that will also address the 311 challenges that we've been responding to as far as the system is concerned, but we'll take a look at the process as well.
Sure, Araceli, thanks. And I think because it was funded through one budget, we assumed that it would be completed through that budget. At least that was the conversation we had at the time. But I will actually postpone this until the November 23rd meeting, and I would ask that you can show us some interfaces of what it will look like. I know there's been a lot of conversation about certain offices piloting it. I know my office, I don't think, has been contacted about doing that, but I do think that there should be input from every office. I think everybody works a little differently. Everyone's constituents have different issues, and we should be able to make sure that we're incorporating all of those things into a system. So I will motion to postpone for 2 meetings?
4 weeks.
4 weeks, thanks. I don't know why I couldn't think of that.
Do we have a motion and a second, Ms. Prine?
There's a motion
May I
made
just
by...
make a quick clarification? So it was approved as part
Well,
of FY
if we have a
2021.
motion and a second to delete
Actually,
the item.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I remember we approved this when we were at the convention center. I believe it was FY20. I don't remember what year this was. 21? FY21. Thank you, Robert, for that clarification.
August in 2020, so it's for FY 2021 budget.
21, thank you. I appreciate that clarification. I don't even know what year it is right now.
Representative Lizarraga?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to thank Representative Anello for placing this item on the agenda. I just wanted to say that improvement of the management and tracking of our constituent cases is something that I've been speaking to the city manager about since I first took office way back in 2017. I felt since then that a comprehensive software solution would be the best way to address this. I was very happy when that possibility was discussed in the budget hearings for 2019 and then again in 2020, or FY 2021. But we still have not made any changes to the existing process, which functions by email only. I think that we need to implement a 21st century solution to this, and there are great out-of-the-box software options that are out there that work well for other cities, and I would like the opportunity to look at those more closely. Thank you, Arceli, for telling us that you're going to be looking at this. Of course, the goal is to be able to provide the best possible service to our constituents for all their cases, complaints, issues, etc. I think at the moment we are held back a bit by the current CR process. Lastly, I want to make sure to clarify that my concern is only with the process itself and not with the excellent employees, Camilo, Irma, and everyone else involved who make it all happen. They do a stellar job, and we just want to give them the tools to make their job easier and make sure we are truly providing constituents with the outstanding service that we promise in our mission statement. So I'm happy to support Representative Anello's motion to postpone this.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second?
Yes, Mayor, there is a motion made by Representative Anello, seconded by Representative Lizarraga to postpone the item for 4 weeks. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Lizarraga?
Aye.
Thank you. End the voting session, and the motion passes unanimously. Item number 25 is discussion and action on a resolution that the city, as part of its instruction to the Districting Commission and in its adoption of a redistricting plan, will observe certain redistricting criteria in the adjustment of representative district boundaries.
Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Karina Brasgala with Planning and Inspection. Item 25 is a resolution establishing the districting criteria to help guide the Districting Commission in their work. So I'll go through my slides here and then I'm happy to take any questions. So first, a quick recap of where we are and some of the major deadlines we're going to hit throughout the course of this process. So we are currently holding Districting Commission meetings bi-weekly. The next meeting is scheduled for tomorrow, October 27th, immediately following, hopefully, the adoption of this resolution today, October 26th. Throughout the rest of this year and early next year, 2022, we will continue having Districting Commission meetings. The Commission will review district plan options, make adjustments, work with staff, and to try and get new boundaries set up. And then starting early next year, again, 2022, we will also be doing separate public outreach meetings to present the map options directly to residents to get feedback on that process. And then we'll bring that information back to the Commission again so that they can work on plan options. April 13th, 2022, that is the deadline we have given the Districting Commission to finalize their work. So at that point, mid-April, they will make their recommendation of final plan options. Last time around, there were 2 or 3 map options. We would likely see the same outcome here. Those 2 or 3 plans would come forward to City Council, again, in April of next year. And then City Council will have until July 23rd of 2022 to adopt new district boundaries in time for the November election. And then I'm going to turn it over to Russell Ablin with the City Attorney's Office to walk you all through the districting criteria and the basis for these, and then we can get into the requested census data.
Good morning, Russell Ablin, Assistant City Attorney. So as Karina said, what we're asking today is for a resolution adopting the districting criteria for the Districting Commission and the districting process. One thing that's going to be a little different this year than in previous years is one of the criteria will not be there. And previously, we had a piece of criteria that on the resolution that said no retrogression. And part of retrogression, what that was, is that southern states, including Texas, they had to send the redistricting plans to the Department of Justice for pre-clearance before they enacted them. We no longer do this process because of a case in 2013 that said Congress needed to update the criteria that the retrogression and the DOJ review criteria. And so we no longer do that process, and so retrogression will no longer be a piece of criteria. Next slide, please. So as you may know, we do redistricting every 10 years following the census, the decennial census. And Article 2, Section 2.4b of the El Paso City Code requires the city to do that every 10 years. And that's not only a city requirement, but that's also a constitutional requirement. And it's required because of the constitutional principle of one person, one vote. We look at it every year to see if, every 10 years to see if the districts are out of balance. We want districts to be in balance as much as possible in order to ensure equal representation among the districts. The deviation that we're looking for between the districts is less than 10%. Next slide, please. So what we're asking to adopt today is traditional districting criteria. And this is judicially recognized criteria. We traditionally use this criteria every 10 years as kind of a guiding post for how we set up our districts. There was a case in 1993 where a state tried to use other things than traditional redistricting principles. It was a case where they tried to drive boundaries along racial lines, and that was found to be unconstitutional. So that's another important reason why we follow these time-tested redistricting principles. Next slide, please. So here is the proposed districting criteria. So the first one is where possible, we want to follow easily identifiable geographic boundaries. We want the district to follow geographic boundaries. In the city, we have the Franklin Mountains, we have I-10, things like that, geographic features that have impacted how neighborhoods develop and how the community has developed. The second piece of criteria is communities of interest should be maintained, avoid splitting neighborhoods. So we don't want to split up neighborhoods. We don't want neighborhoods in multiple districts to the extent we can avoid that. We want everybody who lives in a neighborhood to be in the same district, because if you live in a neighborhood, you have the same issues as your neighbors. To the extent possible, districts should be composed of full voting precincts. So we don't want to split up precincts. So if somebody lives in a neighborhood and they're in the same council district, we want them, to the extent possible, to vote for the same city council member, the same county commissioner, same elections. The next piece of criteria is, to the extent possible, districts should be based on existing districts. So if somebody has traditionally lived in District A for their whole life or for many years, they're used to going to a certain voting location, they're used to interfacing with a certain district and staff, and we don't want to change that. Districts should be relatively equal in population to each other. And again, that's the one person, one vote principle, where we want to maintain equal representation within that less than 10% deviation to the extent possible. Districts should be composed of compact and contiguous area. I know the term gerrymandering is used a lot and it is very controversial when you see example districts throughout the country where they're not, they're not a normal shape like a square or a rectangle. They maybe look like a spider web or a paint splatter. So we want that compact and contiguous district where possible. And consideration should be given to preserve incumbent districts. And that goes with preserving constituent council member relations and keeping that familiar interface the same. And also no packing or cracking. And I'll explain packing or cracking in the next slides. So the example here is cracking of a minority district. You'll see 3 example districts, and you'll see a population of blue people and red people. And you'll see that the red people are broken up into 3 districts where they don't have a majority. They're 40% in every district. And so this is a term that's called cracking, where a minority group is distributed among 3 districts where they don't have a majority. And so that limits the impact of their voice, the ability for them to vote in elections. Next slide. The next example is packing. This is where you would put the minority group into 1 district. So this is the opposite of cracking. They may have strong representation in 1 district, but they are only limited to 1 district. So you're also depriving the minority group of fair representation by limiting them to 1 district. Slide. So this is a preferred minority district, a competitive district. You see the minority group here is broken into 2 districts where they can be competitive in both of those districts. They're not cracked into multiple districts, and they're not packed into a single district. This is one thing we want to explain because it is part of the criteria. It is something that we have to be aware of. However, El Paso is a majority minority community, and we don't anticipate that there's anywhere where cracking and packing may be an issue. Next slide.
Thank you, Russell. So I'll go over, there was a request from council, again, to see some of the historic boundaries for the council districts and sort of what the historic census and population information has been. So I'll use that and kind of walk you through using the previous boundaries as an example of those criteria, and then at the end, we'll look back again at the actual resolution we're asking you all to adopt. Unless there were any questions at this point. So this is 1980. We do not have census block group data, so I don't have populations per district, but at this time, the city of El Paso only had 6 council districts. Total population was just a little bit over 425,000. So you can see here, historically, we've had separation along the mountain range, along I-10 between, at that time, districts 5 and 6. So you can kind of see where we're trying to match those geographic limitations. These are the numbers from 1990, along with the district boundaries adopted at that point. And so let me clarify this. So these are the 1990 census numbers and the district adopted after that. So adopted probably in 1992. So we did add 2 council districts at this time. The next opportunity to add council districts will be once the city population is totaled 1 million. So at this point, we are still working with the 8 city council districts. If we have a population increase, we would add 2 more districts. So they added 2 districts in 1990 as part of that redistricting process. You can see how that broke up, specifically the east side. And these boundaries, fairly equal populations here, right? That targeting about 63,000 in each district. These are the representative districts adopted as part of the 2000 census and that redistricting effort. Very similar map to the previous in terms of boundaries. So the districts themselves, though, you can see have moved to align more closely with where our city council districts are now. So I'll do a quick change back. So District 8 was formerly in the northeast, and it became District 4 as part of the 2000 redistricting effort. So this is a good example of the districts were drawn with boundaries based on existing districts, but did not really work to preserve the incumbent constituent relations. So that is, both of those criteria are now part of our process. And this was the last redistricting effort. So these are the 2010 census numbers with the representative districts that we adopted at that time. So current representative district boundaries as they stand today, but with the population as it was in 2010. So there was adjustments at that time to add constituents into districts 3, 7, and 6, reduce population in district 5, a very similar effort to what we're going to have to do this time around. There's a request, so this has been the population change from 2010 to 2020 in terms of the census. So growth in the outer parts of the city, districts 1, district 4, major population growth in district 5, 37,000. So total population for the city, an increase of close to 30,000 people, but there's a decrease on those inner districts. So as you can see, this will affect every single city council district. All boundaries will be redrawn at least slightly. So we just wanted council to be aware of that. And then again, for your information, this is the current representative district boundaries with the 2020 population. And you can check the legend to see which district you are. This is that information in a slightly different format. So this is the population per district, total population. If I divide the total city population by 8, we would be targeting a district population of 84,843. That would be if our city council districts were exactly equal. As Russell pointed out, we are permitted a deviation. So we're targeting that 10% deviation. So council districts will be between 80 and 89,000 residents. And this is the statistical analysis of that. So this is the formal deviation process. So right now we have a maximum deviation you can see in each district. So total deviation for the city is 48%. This means that that is 48% of the city is not currently adequately represented, either over or underrepresented in their council district. So we're trying to equalize that. And then this is from the 2020 census, the race and ethnicity breakdowns. So again, City of El Paso is and continues to be majority Hispanic across all districts. And then the non-Hispanic race breakdown, we're looking at majority white from the non-Hispanic, and then District 4 having the largest population of Black and Asian non-Hispanic residents, followed by District 5. None of these percentages are really high enough that we have to worry, as Russell pointed out, about reducing voting impact. So it should be fairly easy to focus on the population and the other criteria that council's adopting, balance those, and luckily not worry too much about the race and ethnicity concerns that plague a lot of the rest of the state. So again, staff is recommending approval or asking for approval of this resolution to establish these districting criteria to help assist the commission in the review and drafting of new representative district boundaries. And this is the exact resolution language for you all to review. And if you have any questions about either the census numbers or the criteria or the process, we would be happy to take those at this time.
Thank you, Karina, for your presentation. I think it's really important that we see this presentation, because when you look at the map, you look at just numbers. And when you look at the adjustment, you look at just numbers. But it's more than just numbers. You actually have criteria you have to meet by law. And that was very important that we were able to see that and show how we're going to get to equality and make sure that every district has that. So excellent presentation, and I appreciate the hard work. Representative Anello?
Thank you, Mayor. Karina or Russell, can you, thank you for the presentation, but can you explain to us kind of what the process is going to be? So what the redistricting committee is going to do, and then how that's going to come to council?
Sure. Russell, do you want to talk about the...
Sure. So the redistricting commission is an advisory body. So what they're going to do is come up with some options on recommendations for maps, along with the timeline Karina has presented. They will then give that recommendation to City Council, and it's ultimately up to you all, the City Council, on drawing the final map.
Why would we draw a map if we have a committee who is doing it for us?
You could adopt the recommendation, you could modify it, you could draw your own. That's generally how the process is. They are only an advisory body.
Thank you, Russell. And I know that we had talked about I was going to put a resolution together for this, but I thought it was better to just have this conversation now. You know, this council has appointed people as an advisory committee who will sit down for the next, I guess, 4 months at this point, and actually do the work to draw maps that they think are fair. They are unbiased appointees, and I think it is very important that this council makes the effort and makes the commitment to respect the work of that committee. This is a really contentious process. I know that staff has already talked about what some of the legal responsibilities are. I know that throughout the history of El Paso, there has always been a history of either ethics complaints or fighting or lawsuits about these maps. And so I think it is really important that this council here today with this vote makes the commitment to respect the work of the committee and try to stay as closely as possible and only make absolutely necessary changes to the maps that are given to us by the committee. So thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to make those comments.
Thank you, Representative. Another Representative Rodriguez.
Thank you.
Hernandez, sorry.
That's
She
okay.
just walked by. I'm sorry. Representative Hernandez, please.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. So having been part of the process in for the 2010 census, I just want to make sure that when we are communicating to the public, that we're very cautious with what we say as it relates to race, ethnicity, and population, and how we draft these guidelines. And so anybody can make a complaint on the city of El Paso if they feel like they are disproportionately not represented in these maps. And so, we should refrain from saying statements like we don't necessarily have to worry too much about race, and ethnicity. We absolutely need to take that into account. And we are going to ensure that we preserve the integrity of these maps by taking into account all populations, regardless of sex and gender or race. And so, because I heard a little bit of those comments, and I know that we're just talking about statistics, but we need to continue to reiterate that we are going to protect every person regardless of race and sex and gender. So I just wanted to make that statement because we need to be very cautious, and the Department of Justice will come and interview you if there's any complaints. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I'm just curious, how many other cities currently have a citizen redistricting commission in the state of Texas?
I don't have the statistics easily available. Ours, I do know, like, the city of Austin has an independent redistricting commission. I would imagine most municipalities do have some sort of advisory board, but I can get that information over to you.
Okay. Do you know, City Attorney, how many other cities in the state of Texas have a citizen redistricting?
This is Russell Ablin. We have outside counsel, David Mendes, on the line, who's an expert in this area. He may be able to answer those questions.
Sure. Can you hear me? This is David Mendes from Bickerstaff in Austin. The question is if other cities have utilize the Citizens Committee approach. I'm aware of 2 cities that have in their charter a requirement for an independent commission. Those are the city of Dallas and the city of Austin. Okay. I am aware of a couple of city clients that I represent that are considering an advisory committee in the nature of the one that you guys have. And that city of San Antonio has had some public discussion of that concept. And I think I may have one other city that utilizes it. I have only 2 counties that utilize a citizens advisory committee. We typically represent about 100 different entities around the state. And like I said, so that represents a very, very small proportion of the clients that of the entities that we redistrict that utilize this concept. So most
Okay.
entities like yourself do the decision at the council chamber level.
So those maps, it's safe to say the majority of other cities and county in the state don't actually have a citizen advisory committee. Most of them have a situation where they're coming up with these lines pretty much by themselves without a citizen advisory committee like we have, which allows really a lot more input from the citizens in terms of crafting our districts. Is that safe to say? It's hard.
Yes, sir. That's exactly correct.
Okay, well, it's good to know that again, that again, as stated before, most other city councils and counties don't have a citizen advisory committee like we have to help formulate the ultimate goal. They're crafting them by themselves without that enhanced input that we're doing with our citizen advisory commission today.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Representative Anello?
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to actually ask a question about this. I don't know if it's for the outside attorney or for Karina. So as I had mentioned, I had spoken to staff about putting together a resolution to make sure that we kept this as independent as possible. And I went through the county's resolution to form an independent redistricting commission. I went through the Austin one, and the language for the process compared to theirs and ours is very similar. So I'm, and at the end of the day, we'll just talk about El Paso County because they are our neighbors. At the end of the day, the county has the final decision on the maps, but they have an independent commission. We have an advisory commission. Can someone tell me what the difference between independent and advisory is? Because looking at the resolutions and our charter, it's identical. I'm confused on what the difference is.
I'll defer to you, Mr. Mendez, because I believe you are also assisting the county with their redistricting effort, but their board is also
Sure.
appointees, correct?
Yes, that's correct. The El Paso County board, to the limited extent I'm aware of how they were set up, because I just advised them on the redistricting, so I wasn't there for the composition of it. But there's no state law that authorizes a county to delegate the responsibility for drawing its districts to citizens. So they're obligated to make the decision from a legal standpoint. They may have crafted that with language that sounds independent, but ultimately they can't delegate that authority. The only entities that I know that can delegate that authority are home rule cities. And that's why you see, council member, when you looked at the city of Austin, it has a very strict independence criteria for the commission. The independent commission that draws this is absolutely separated from the city council. And the steps the city council takes with respect to the citizens plan are very well delineated. So I think only the home rule cities can really have that kind of independence. I hope that helps your analysis.
It does, and so maybe I'm going to ask you a follow-up question about Austin, if that's okay, if you feel comfortable enough to answer that. So the council members appoint a committee member, but they don't vote on the final map, or they have no control over the final map. I guess I'm asking, what happens once that committee creates those maps? How do they go into effect?
By November 1, the Citizens Committee is to provide an example map to the city. The city can then redraw that map or change it if it wants to. There is provision for the city to modify it. And I don't represent them at the moment. I had an opportunity to review all that information about 6 months ago, but that's my understanding, is the city could adopt a different plan, but they have to start from the citizens plan.
Okay. And that's kind of what is happening here. So they're very similar. So I thank you for that clarification. And I'm going to ask an election question, if that's appropriate, Mrs. Neiman. in regards to the map. So I know that you said Austin's commission has to have their map by November 1st. Their elections are in May. I believe our maps need to be completed by March. Is that the time that we had asked?
April.
I think we have a timeline. Karina, can you pull up the timeline on when the deadline is?
Sorry.
But I think you are correct that it has to be in place 6 months. David, is that correct? We have to have our redistricting
Yes.
maps approved?
Let me say, this is David. Let me say that both the city, I think the city of Austin and the city of El Paso on the same similar timeline. They're on November of 22 election schedules. November 8th, 22 is when the city of Austin has to do theirs. November of 8th is when you guys have to do yours. The sign-in period, the sign-up period for candidates running in the November election begins on or near July, the middle of July, so around July 23rd. And that's why that's the deadline. You have until that point to draw your district, so then candidates can know which district they're going to run in for the November election.
So like my follow-up question was going to be, you have to have the candidates who are running will have to run in the districts created by these maps, even though these maps are approved in the November election. And so my question is, and maybe this is a question for you, City Attorney, there are residence rules when it comes to running for office. Does that exist with the new maps or the previous maps?
It will exist with the new maps.
Okay.
So the new maps, that's why the new maps have to be in place 6 months prior.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. And I appreciate all the work y'all have done and the answers that you have provided to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Anello. Representative Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to ask again the attorney to define the independence one more time that he said. I apologize for not catching the whole thing. You had a background noise with you.
I'm sorry.
Can you? The difference.
We were talking about the difference between the county establishing a citizens committee and a home rule city establishing a citizens committee. And what I said was that the county has established an advisory committee, and I think that's all they can do. The responsibility for adopting the council districts under state law rests with the governing body of the county, with the county commissioners. And so they have to vote their plan into effect. A home rule city, the difference, a home rule city can establish its own laws through its charter, and I believe that's where you see the difference. In that situation, the city of Austin, for example, or the city of Dallas, for example, have established a very stringent separation of powers between the citizens committee and the city council has to take the committee's plan and can only change it under certain specific circumstances under the charter. And so, and that's what I see as the difference.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Can somebody mute whoever
somebody has it.
Somebody has. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Okay. And then when you use the Austin example, you said they were truly independent, and then the city had the final say on the maps. Doesn't matter whether they had the. What did you mean by truly independent? Were they Austinites actually? Were there Austinites actually doing the redistricting, or were they? What do you mean by truly independent as far as Austin was concerned? Were there Austinite citizens or other county citizens?
This is what. Yeah. Let me see if I can explain. The selection process for the committee, the citizens committee, for example, the city council has no input into who's on the citizen advisory committee. People apply to be on the citizens committee and are selected. There were hundreds and hundreds of applicants for the citizens committee on redistricting. They were vetted by an independent body of auditors and then selected completely independent from city council. And that's kind of different, like from what you guys have. In your setup, each council member and the mayor gets to appoint representatives, I think, to your committee. In the
Yes, sir.
city of Austin and city of Dallas, you have nothing to do with the people who are going to draw the map, and
But-
you're separate. You can't talk to them.
But in both communities, you do state that the council has a final decision of the maps, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So-
And that is that's built into the charter. Is they have an ability to change the recommendation from the citizens.
Okay. And they do have public input in this?
Absolutely. There's a series of hearings that are required under the charter before every step in the in that committee process and before the council adopts a plan.
Okay, so in your opinion there, in your expert opinion there, the council cannot let go of that one decision as a final map, and it's not because you want to favor certain areas of your district or whatever, but it's merely to be fair and honest with the public and who they're going to get as their representative, correct?
Well, not to put too fine a point on it, but that's your job. You know, you guys are elected to govern the city.
Correct.
The establishment of these districts is part of your responsibility. It's no different than the Texas legislature. Right. They draw their own districts. You're doing exactly the same thing.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your answers.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Representative Rivera. And with that, we're looking for, I guess, do we have a motion? Yeah, in a second we do.
Motion to approve?
There's a motion made by Representative Anello, seconded by Representative Rivera to approve. Item number 25. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Lizarraga?
Aye.
In the voting session, and the motion passes unanimously. Item number 26 is an operational focus update on Winterfest 2021.
And after this item, we'll do the 30-minute break for lunch.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I need to get up.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Can you see my presentation? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Ben?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Ben Fife, for the record, Managing Director of Cultural Affairs and Recreation. Today, we are excited to be able to update the Council on plans for the rollout of promotion and implementation of Winterfest for this year. We are actually now, this will be our third major festival since we have reactivated programs under the guidance of the Department of Public Health. We have had no issues thus far, and we are seeing tremendous response from our community. Just this last Saturday, we had 29,000 people join us for the Los Muertos, and a lot of very positive feedback. We want to acknowledge that last year, staff did work very hard to ensure that San Jacinto Plaza was not dark. We had tremendous support from the city manager on that initiative, and it was very successful. But of course, there is no substitute for the parade, the lighting ceremony, and all of the programming that goes along with Winterfest. So today we will be presenting this with Diana Cepeda, who is in charge of Winterfest and who does an amazing job of threading all of the concerns and resources of
Mr. Fife, I'm sorry, I'm gonna interrupt you, and I did that yesterday, and I apologize, but we're gonna take a break, otherwise we gotta come back for public comment at noon, and we don't wanna be late or miss that, so do I have a motion for that, Mayor Pro Tem? We'll come right back to you after.
Motion to adjourn for.
Motion to recess. There's
Motion to
a
recess.
motion to recess. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to recess the regular city council meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
We
And then-
apologize, but we didn't want to get into public comment time, so we wanted to make sure we were on time. So we'll be back at noon.
The
Please,
meeting-
council, be back on time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The meeting is in recess at 11:20 and will reconvene at noon for call to the public.
And it's 12 o'clock. It's 12
Council,
on
it
the
is noon. We're ready to get started, please.
It is 12 o'clock and it's call to the public.
Yes, we need a motion to reconvene. Representative Anello,
Second.
there's a motion and a second to reconvene the regular city council meeting. All in favor? Anyone opposed? The meeting is back in session at 12:01 p.m. We now move to call to the public. The El Paso City Council is a local government body charged with serving all of the citizens of the city, and the meetings must be focused on the meeting at charge. The city council meetings are public meetings under the Texas Open Meetings Act. Public comment is an accommodation and not a requirement of city council. All persons in attendance are expected to display civility and decorum that is respectful to other persons without the use of insulting, profane, threatening, or abusive language. Public comment will not be used for personal attacks against a person or group's character or integrity, which are not pertinent to city business, nor may any member of the public use this forum for political statements or campaigning. Please note that during call to the public, the city council may not deliberate or decide any subject that is not on the agenda. However, council may propose that a topic commented on be posted on a future agenda. This afternoon, we have 22 members of the public that signed up to speak during call to the public. Again, I'll remind everyone to please display civility and decorum and refrain from personal attacks. We'll begin with Mr. James Perry. Mr. James Perry?
He's not here right now, ma'am.
Okay. We'll move to Mr. Rich Wright.
And I just saw him.
Mr. Wright's topic is better decision making. Good afternoon, Mr. Wright. You'll have 3 minutes, sir.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for entertaining me this afternoon. There's a lot of talk in this August body about quality of life. One of the best barometers I have for quality of life in my personal life is how much money I have in my bank account.
Mr. Wright's topic is better decision making.
Will everyone please mute your microphones?
Hello?
Please
Hello?
mute your microphones if you're in Teams.
Could you not hear me?
Yeah, we could hear you, but the
Okay.
problem was someone had their mic on and it's a little delayed, so we were hearing you about 2 minutes
so-
afterwards also.
Well, you got to hear me twice then.
That's right.
As I was saying, one of the best barometers I have in my personal life is for my own quality of life is how much money I have in my bank account. And the decisions y'all make when you spend money, that comes down to taking money out of my bank account. So I would like you all to consider that in the future and maybe not spend so much money. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. The next speaker is Mr. Marco Ortega. Mr. Ortega, *6, please to unmute your telephone. Mr. Ortega's topic is El Paso Police Department's request for more funding to test on cannabis. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Marco Ortega. I've had the pleasure of meeting most of you through my tenure here as president for the El Paso Hotel and Lodging Association. I'm calling in today as a private citizen to ask that you reconsider and deny any and all requests by the El Paso Police Department for additional funding to test low-level cannabis-related offenses. While leaders in the cannabis community advocate and work towards decriminalization and legalization at the state level here in the state of Texas, all the large cities in the state of Texas are moving forward by adopting more lenient cannabis ordinances and laws to reduce the stress on already understaffed law enforcement officers and grossly backlogged criminal court systems. But it seems like El Paso likes to take the different approach, and they seem adamant to take a step back in the wrong direction by implementing a hardline approach on cannabis users in our city. Aside from my role in the hotel industry, I also own a small waste management company. As a tax-paying business owner, I cannot sit back and watch our city leaders award close to $500,000 of our tax dollars to a local police department so they can test low-level cannabis amounts, while our closest neighboring state is getting ready to reap millions of dollars in not only city and state taxes, but dollars that will be spent in the local economy, such as hotels, restaurants, retail outlets. Cities and states that have legalized cannabis use have seen billions of dollars in cannabis tourism. and I can guarantee that this proposed testing will scare away any potential out-of-state visitors from driving 15 minutes to El Paso if they're in Las Cruces to experience everything that El Paso has to offer. Money like this can be better spent on issues that affect our city in a much larger way, such as mental health support, assistance for the homeless, and child crisis intervention. El Paso Police Department has already been given $72,000 and the additional request of $360,000. That brings the total amount to $432,000. That number does not show. It's just a proposed number, but it does not show the additional labor, overtime, and strain on already scarce resources our public servants face at the moment. I know I speak for many in the cannabis community when I say that we have nothing but the utmost respect for law enforcement officers and our elected officials. We just ask that you listen to us. We just ask that you listen to the professionals in this field, people like Colton Morris with the El Paso Normal and Michael Castro with Legal IZP. We ask that you educate yourselves with scientific facts as opposed to antiquated misinformation and senseless fear-based lies about this plant that has proven medical qualities and has helped billions of people. Cannabis use may not be for everyone, but millions of us Americans that consume cannabis should not be labeled as criminals for using this plant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Michael Castro, followed by Oscar Martinez, Crystal Garcia. Mr. Castro, *6, please, to unmute your telephone, and you'll have 3 minutes. Michael Castro, good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, City Council. This is Michael Castro. And again, we're just calling in regards to the police funding that is being requested. As you guys know, over the past 2 years, we've come to the City Council with education. We've hit you guys from many angles on why it is important that we start some kind of cannabis reform here in the city. And excuse me, I'm out of breath. I'm sorry. The reason I'm out of breath is because I'm right here in Chaparral, New Mexico, and we are setting up our farm to go recreational for New Mexico sales April 1st of 2022. So this is something that is happening, you guys, okay? Like I said, I'm currently here in Chaparral, New Mexico. I'm 15 minutes away from El Paso, Texas, and we are in the process of building our farm. Right? You guys need to understand that cannabis is about to surround the city. I'm sorry, there's like a background noise.
Go ahead, Mr. Castro. We can hear you.
Perfect. So again, City Council, El Paso, we know it's about to happen right next door, and we cannot keep putting our citizens, our people in jail. If we decide to go through with funding, that is just El Paso, Texas, the city of El Paso, Texas, the leaders of El Paso, Texas, making a subconscious decision to go after our people instead of helping our people. Right? We live in a world today where we need to help people, right? Whether it's your neighbor, whether it's your friend, whether it's somebody you don't know. We need to help people instead of trapping people. So again, City Council, when you approve anything for funding when it comes down to cannabis, there's a lot that goes into it, and we do ask that you make an educated, you make educated decisions, and that's what we've asked for the past 2 years. And to some City Council representatives, I thank you for all the work that you've helped us with, and to other City Council representatives who are unresponsive to this, when we call you guys, when we're calling your office and we're emailing you guys, we want your response because we want to talk to you, right? We may want to educate you on something that you may not know. So again, City Council, New Mexico is about to be recreational. Live sales happen April 1st of 2022. This is something that is happening. It's not going away anytime soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Oscar Martinez. Mr. Martinez, if you're in the queue, *6. Or Ms. Crystal Garcia, *6 to unmute your telephone. Crystal Garcia. Good afternoon, Ms. Garcia. Ms. Garcia's topic is El Paso Police Department's request for more funding to test on cannabis. Go ahead, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Crystal Garcia, and I have been a hardworking taxpayer in my city of El Paso. I have lived here my whole life. I love my city, therefore I want to advocate for these people that use and need this wonderful plant. I'm calling to let you know that as a taxpayer, I do not agree with City Council giving the El Paso Police Department this funding to test misdemeanor amounts for the THC percentage. I respectfully demand that we deny this funding because I believe this money could be used more appropriately for other issues such as the mental health, refugees, the cleaning up our streets, actually going after the violent criminals. I believe that this is going to be a lot of conflict, especially because of the aforementioned New Mexico legalization. So I know that it will drive a lot of tourism away from our wonderful city, and we have a lot to offer. So it would be a good thing to want to keep those visitors coming to El Paso without fear that they're going to be in trouble because of their medicine that they need or that they use. And I believe that El Paso PD does a wonderful job with what they have, but I believe that our tax dollars should not support and should be not working towards putting nonviolent criminals behind bars. It's just not a good source of their focus. I believe that El Paso PD already has their hands full with a lot of different issues that are going on and a lot of traffic fatalities, a lot of shootings, stabbings, the recent events that have been going on. So I believe that funding should be better directed towards those issues instead of something that has proved beneficial to so many people and that so many people are for and they would like to use or just participate in it without that fear that they're going to get in trouble. And I believe that they deserve that chance, even if it's not legalization anytime soon. I believe decriminalization is the way to go because as a taxpayer, I have lived here my whole life. I have worked since I was 16, and all those taxes I would like to go to my city, but in ways that help improve our city, not drive people away that may want to move here or enjoy visiting El Paso.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. The next speaker will be
Thank
Ms.
you.
Sabrina Soto, followed by Carlos Mireles. Both of the speakers' topics is going to be El Paso Police Department request for testing THC percentages in cannabis. Ms. Soto, star 6, please, to unmute your telephone. Ms. Soto will be followed by Carlos Mireles. Ms. Sabrina Soto, star 6, please. Sabrina Soto or Carlos Mireles, star 6 to unmute your telephone. Good afternoon, Mr. Mireles. Go ahead, sir. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, City Council.
Go ahead, Ms.
I'm
Soto.
sure-
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm sure everyone here is well aware that it is the year 2021 and not 1915. As we've said before, in 1915, the city of El Paso outlawed cannabis. That's over 100 years of arrests, over 100 years of a stigma revolving around cannabis and its consumers. This stigma, which has been one of the factors that have made it hard for cannabis to gain the respect and recognition that it deserves. The police department wants to test THC percentages in cannabis. Essentially, they would be sending our cannabis to get tested at a lab that is located in New Mexico, where again, cannabis is going to be recreationally legal in April of 2022. The El Paso Police Department's starting request was $72,000, which we said it was only going to be the beginning, and it has been proven fact since they are now requesting an additional funding of $360,000 to be exact. Money that doesn't need to be wasted on arresting and prosecuting us. I want to remind you that there is a cannabis community here in El Paso. Whether this funding is approved or not, we are going to continue advocating. We will continue fighting every day for cannabis rights and reform. It's what's needed. Approving this funding is only going to hurt us and move us backwards. Why continue to give us criminal records for the way that we choose to medicate ourselves? Current penalties are harsh and unreasonable, especially when surrounding states are medicinal or recreationally legal. States are decriminalizing cannabis. They are getting away from the stigma and out of the prohibition era of cannabis. We should be moving forward, not continuing to waste millions of tax dollars. We are depending on you, our city council representatives, to make the right choices for our community of El Paso. So please hear us when we say cannabis laws need reform and it is time for change. I strongly suggest that you deny this increased funding request. Thank you, City Council. Have a good day.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carlos Mireles. Mr. Mireles, *6 to unmute your telephone. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mireles. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Hi. I just wanted to start today by letting the council know that my goal is not to tell you how to do your job or how to run laws in the city. My goal today is possibly to give everyone listening a different perspective on this subject. Marijuana has been around for a long time, as fellow people before me have said. All these changes have been due because of everyone's perspective going into office. Everyone has different things, and everyone changes their minds about what they think about marijuana. Marijuana used to be bought at pharmacies for beneficial purposes, but as soon as people against it started to scare other people with claims such as, oh, this is the devil's lettuce and makes people go into more harmful drugs. Oh, it makes people become bums and not want to do anything. This message was spread throughout the United States for years, and people believed it. Some of the believers could be the same people listening to me right now. But now as marijuana started to be more useful for people and the government around us started to ease off on stricter laws and legalize in a lot of states, we are starting to see that people who suddenly turned out to support this plant are the same people who were doubtful at first because of everything that they were taught to believe their whole lives. This is a medicine, and people who use this medicine are happy because they were given the opportunity to try to see the benefits in this medicine. Spending our hard-earned tax money on these THC testers is a waste of time and money. I see that New Mexico is the one who's selling these testers to us. New Mexico probably realized that these are just a waste of money for them too. And what better way to make their money than to become a salesman and sell them to people who don't know any better, and that would be the people who are going to make our final decision. City Council, hear me when I say, don't get played and manipulated by the police. They're just telling you what you want to hear so that they can take advantage. Yeah, they first wanted $75,000, but saw how easy it was to get it on the table. Now they're trying to get $360,000 a year. Come on, guys, open your eyes, because sooner or later, these people making these laws are going to be the ones to get to the age where they need medicine for a better life. And a medicine as beneficial as this one should not be passed on because of the perspective you grew up on with the pain, of the people living here, going into retirement, starts to creep up on people. You know, nowadays everyone starts to feel pain eventually as they start hitting retirement. Why should we take away this opportunity from your neighbors and friends, especially in a case as great as El Paso, where we have one of the biggest military bases in the United States? Retired troops with pain from injuries and PTSD from battle can all be treated with this medicine instead of those deadly addictive opioids that have actually been a huge problem in the United States. These testers are just a way for El Paso to sit around like vultures and get anybody who wants to travel and find relief because the decision our city council makes.
Thank you, Mr. Mireles. You've reached the 3-minute limit, sir. Thank you. And the next
Thank you,
speaker,
ma'am.
also commenting on the same topic, is Mr. Guillermo Guerrero. Mr. Guerrero, *6, please, to unmute your telephone. Guillermo Guerrero, *6, please.
Yes, hello?
Go ahead, Mr. Guerrero. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Yes, hello?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
How you doing? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So this is my first time doing this, so I kind of just wrote something so it would make it easier for everyone. So, hello, my name is Guillermo Guerrero, and the reason I'm speaking to you today is just to ask some questions about a couple of concerns of mine. My wife and I are both disabled veterans, and we were both part of the reciprocal program in New Mexico prior to them changing the laws. We're going to try the Texas Compassionate Use Program now that we finally qualify for it. Even though it's restricted to low dosage and long wait for the medication, it beats being arrested, doing jail time, and being labeled as an unfit parent over mine and my wife's medicine. Not only that, but also the possibility of losing our benefits we fought so hard to earn. So much for taking care of veterans, right? Ultra Health and Pecos Valley are two dispensaries, which are both only 15 minutes away, depending on what part of El Paso you're driving from. They offer medication that both my wife and I need. So as you can see, cannabis truly impacts my life in a very positive way. So what my question is, what was the point of the find and release program that passed not so long ago? Wasn't it to save money? Yet they asked for more so they can try to arrest more citizens. Did you know that according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, El Paso County has the most drunk driving deaths in the country? Not in the country, not in Texas, in the country. That's not a statistic we should be proud of. So that's where the funds should be going to, like to taking care of alcohol incidents. Also, another huge incident that I noticed as an El Paso resident is the streets. When it rains, it becomes a mess, horrible. It becomes mayhem with everything flooded. So I don't understand why the funds are going towards that and not stuff that we should really be taking care of. And I don't speak for myself. I know the veteran community in El Paso is huge, and I know I speak for them as well. And that's all I got. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next speaker submitted a statement to be read into the record. Her name is Ms. Kelly Rumba Rate, and her statement reads, Dear esteemed City Council of El Paso, Texas, I am speaking to encourage the dismissal of the El Paso Police Department's request for funding cannabis testing. As a person who lives with PTSD, I personally have experienced the many benefits of cannabis in regard to coping with and healing my disease. Although I work and have business in El Paso, my primary residence is in neighboring Santa Teresa, New Mexico, and I'm therefore fortunate to have access to the medicine that is cannabis. Many people who use cannabis are like me, ill in some way. For whatever reason, they may have anxiety or depression, PTSD, headaches, etc. They may not even be aware of their specific condition, but simply know that the consumption of cannabis helps their body and mind to feel better. The City of El Paso should not be further attempting to criminalize cannabis users. We, not criminals, but people simply trying to live life while healing and coping with one or more of the many hardships that life may bring. El Paso should be putting energy and resources into making the community more healthy with art, education, and family supporting initiatives. The city should be moving forward towards fulfilling its awesome potential, and I believe supporting the police department's request for cannabis testing would be a step in the wrong direction. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Kelly Rumba Rate. And the next speaker will be Ms. Wally Sheck. She will be followed by Ms. Bettina Olivares, followed by Dr. Rick Bonart, followed by Ms. Lisa Turner, followed by Placido Salazar. Good afternoon, Ms. Sheck. You'll have 3 minutes, ma'am, and Ms. Sheck's topic is Right or Wrong, Save America.
Good day. Every one of you, God bless you, and please help me heal America. This is a picture of Fort Hood, Texas, 1950. My husband carrying the flag of a parade. And everything I do in his honor because he made me to the American that I am of his silent patriotism. And I'm happy to announce my 4th book right now. This morning started to be in production. And in the next agenda, Mr. Rivera put me on this. I want to make it public for the city because the city is going to profit like it never profited before. But I need all of you as you represent the people. And I'm happy to see the TV people here because that connects us, the people, with you. And you cannot goof off. And Mr. Mayor, I missed the baskets I gave you. And please accept this letter because this is the key of healing of America. Thank you, and God bless every one of them. I see you in 2 weeks, God willing, if I'm not 6 foot under.
Thank you, Ms. Sheck. The following speaker is Medina Olivares. Her topic is this week's District 3 Halloween Trick-or-Treat Drive in the areas of Hidden Valley, Album Park, and Edgemere. Good afternoon, Ms. Olivares. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor, Council. My name is Bettina Olivares. I'm with the Office of District 3 with Representative Cassandra Hernandez's office. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here today to invite the public to some Halloween events that we are having this week. Just a little background on these events. Last year, around this time, our local health authority had released orders limiting some of our Halloween activities, specifically door-to-door trick-or-treating. So at that time, in support of his orders and also to provide an alternative to trick-or-treating door-to-door, we whipped up an event. It was a drive-through that we held at Hidden Valley Park. And families were able to drive through the location we were at, and through the car windows with our masks and our gloves, we gave the children candy and candy bags, and they loved it. They thought it was really cool. It was good for them to just not get out of, which we kind of hope we want our kids to get out, but in this case, it was good. So this year, although we are in a better place in our pandemic, we realized that a lot of families are still prioritizing safety. So we're hosting the event this year again, but this time we are not hosting just one. We're not hosting 2. We're hosting 3 across the district. And we're really excited about that. And this was made possible through gracious donations from our community partners, which are El Paso Disposal, Marathon Refinery, El Paso Electric, and we even got some toothbrushes donated by Star Kids Pediatric Dentistry off McRae, so hopefully our kids can brush their teeth after they eat all our candy. So our first event is tomorrow, Wednesday, October 27th, from 5 to 7 outside Hidden Valley Park, which is off Coconut Tree Lane. We'll have police and traffic control in place to help guide the traffic safely. Second event is Thursday, October 28th from 5 to 7 outside the Gary del Palacio Rec Center at Album Park. And then our final event will be on Friday, October 29th from 5 to 7 on Edgemere, in between Edgemere Linear Park and Burgess High School, but we'll be on the Burgess High School side. On this one, there will also be police and traffic control in place as well to make sure everything goes smoothly. So everybody's welcome. This is free and open to the public, so drive your kiddos down, and we look forward to seeing you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olivares. The next speaker is Dr. Rick Bonart. His topic is trailheads and IT. He did submit a presentation. He will be followed by Ms. Lisa Turner, Placido Salazar, Alfred Lugo, Ruben Ochoa, Abel Rodriguez. Good afternoon, Dr. Bonart. You'll have 3 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and thank you for allowing this time to speak. I want to reiterate something that Representative Anello said earlier in regards to redistricting, is that you do have these community advisory panels, and it would be good to heed their advice. And while you're looking at this presentation, understand that the advisory committee that I'm a part of, the Bond Oversight Authorization Committee, which would fund this project, has voted not to go ahead with this project, yet I'm told that we are proceeding, which is disturbing to me. So if you'll look at this, it's the Mary Frances Kiesling Trailhead. It was originally supposed to be at Country Club Road, and at some point in time, the funds for that project were reprogrammed to this new location. And I'm not sure when that happened, and I'm not sure if you approved it, and we can find no evidence to that. So next slide, please. And so you're proposing to spend $128,000 to build 10 gravel parking spaces at the facility where there are already 105 paved, nice parking spaces and bathrooms. Next slide, please. And so, again, I ask, how was this money reprogrammed, and who decided to switch the location? So next slide, please. And so, again, we voted at BOAC in August 2 months ago not to do this. Next slide, please. And so this is the proposed amount of money, $128,000 has been presented. Next slide. This is what you're proposing to build, which is these 10 gravel places. Next slide. And then this is the location as it exists right now. And as you can see on the slide, there are 105 paved parking spaces. There's a sidewalk that takes you over to the trailhead. There's an additional road and additional parking right next to the access to the trail. This facility is redundant and is a wasteful use of a limited amount of funds that we have necessary for other projects that are more deserving. Next slide. And this is the original site, which was, you can see Country Club and the amounts of money. And then the next slide. Then suddenly we appear only a couple years later to show this Mary Frances trailhead, which defies explanation as far as I'm concerned. So that is my presentation. It's not too late to stop this. I hope that you will take my words and my advice carefully. I've had a lot of experience building trailheads. In fact, I built the first trailhead in El Paso, and I think that that has shown to be very successful. This would not be successful. This is not fulfilling any kind of need. The money is better spent elsewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Lisa Turner. She will be followed by Placido Salazar and Alfred Lugo. Good afternoon, Ms. Turner. Ms. Turner's topic is State of Affairs. You'll have 3 minutes, ma'am.
In 1905, the Supreme Court of the United States, in the case of Jacobson versus the United States, versus Massachusetts, the court ruled that a state can make it mandatory to get a vaccine. Supreme Court decision. Now, if one political subdivision can do that, so can another. Something to keep in mind for the future, because it is on the topic of people saying, well, you can't make me take a vaccine. Well, yes, we can, because the Supreme Court has already ruled on it. We have people saying, well, it violates my religious principles. Okay. Show me in the Bible, which is my religion, where it says that. And please, and I know you'll want to skip over the Good Samaritan and what Jesus says, but when you get that vaccination, you are not only protecting yourself, you're protecting your family, you're protecting your neighbors. I wear this mask not just for my benefit, but for the benefit of my neighbors, my elderly neighbors who are older than me. And the few friends that I have that are over 90 years of age, I wear it to protect them. I don't want to give them this disease. Now, people complain about the mask. Well, they don't do anything. Well, just a simple mask like I do works in 2 different ways: electrostatic attraction and absorption. That's how it filters. The N95 mask, because of the density of the weave, the electrostatic values are higher, its absorption values are higher, which means it will catch more. No mask is 100%, not even the ones they stuck on my face in the Army. It all depends on the person who wears it. Is it properly sealed? If you're running around town wearing a mask on your chin, in other words, you're wearing a chin diaper, it's ineffective. Unless you have gills in your chin and you've somehow evolved, or devolved in some cases. It's crazy that people think that taking basic, simple precautions is somehow a violation of their rights. And I challenge anybody to show me in the Constitution, Texas state constitution, any state constitution, Supreme Court decision, any court decision, when it comes to taking basic
Turner.
safety precautions. Thank you.
Thank you,
The
Ms.
next
Turner.
speaker will be Mr. Placido Salazar, followed by Alfred Lugo. Good afternoon, Mr. Salazar. *6, please, to unmute your telephone. Placido Salazar. *6, please. Placido Salazar will be followed by Alfred Lugo. Star 6, please, to unmute your telephone. Star 6, please, either Placido Salazar or Alfred Lugo. Good afternoon, Mr. Salazar.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Miss-
His topic is Men of Company E Monument. Good afternoon, Mr. Salazar. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Placido Salazar, U.S. Air Force retired Vietnam veteran. In Vietnam, I earned the Bronze Star with a V for heroism and was also awarded the Purple Heart Combat Wounded. I have worked in broadcasting for 75 years, starting at age 7 in La Villa and Edcouch, Texas. I have advocated for our Deep South Texas veterans from proper VA care, traveling to Washington, D.C. on several occasions at my own expense. Sadly, one thing for sure is that the history, the bravery of our Mexican-American military men and women, although recognized as the ethnic group most decorated for bravery per capita, is nowhere to be found, especially in our public schools textbooks. I host a Saturday morning show on KLMO 98.9 FM in San Antonio with a worldwide audience, and usually we discuss veterans issues. The City Council of the great city of El Paso now have the opportunity and to a certain extent an obligation toward your city's World War II heroes, especially the men of Company E, led by their commander Gabriel Navarrete. They are the subject of a very well-written book co-authored by my good friend and fellow veteran Arnulfo Hernandez. I respectfully urge you to act without further delay in erecting a well-deserved monument at long last, honoring the sacrifices of the sons of El Paso in their attempt to cross the Rapido River in southern Italy in the Italian campaign on the way to liberating Rome from the iron grip of Nazi Germany. The great heroes of the men of Company E, many of them paid the ultimate sacrifice, and those who survived continued to suffer the permanent scars of a very difficult suicide mission. The historic story of your heroes begs to be told. Their story is in your hands. I respectfully ask you to complete this historic monument before the Memorial Day, May 31, 2022. God bless and good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Also speaking on the same topic is Mr. Alfred Lugo. Mr. Lugo, star 6, please, to unmute your telephone. Alfred Lugo, star 6, please. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I am veteran advocate Alfred Lugo, documentary producer of the documentary The Men of Company E and contributor to the book of the same name. Now, to die in combat is the ultimate sacrifice, which is meaningless without remembrance. All of us must remember and be aware and recall, as we are doing today, the sacrifice of these brave men and women who fought in all the wars. Our freedom that we enjoy today was paid for by the lives of these courageous warriors. Men like the Men of Company E exemplified the courage of all those who fought in those battles, especially the Mexican Americans, because they have a sophisticated ancestry which dates back to the Aztec and the Mayan warriors. All wars are tragic, but without fail, our country has been in need. Mexican Americans have had their share of stout-hearted men. Their intrepid action have been in the highest tradition, a credit to themselves, their ancestry, El Paso, Texas, and our nation. No matter a tribute to our country's heritage could be more appropriate than to acknowledge the importance of the contribution of the Men of Company E, who achieved major and monumental ends and who were among the most valiant. What better way to honor those high school students, many from Bowie High School, who volunteered to defend our country by the construction of the proposed monument, which would boldly exhibit your gratification and honor their actions as America's defenders of freedom. So it is imperative that the city of El Paso build this proposed monument, which should hold in the highest esteem your respect for El Paso's fallen sons of valor. Not only will your monument for the Men of Company be a place where El Paso's visitors can see and learn how you honor our veterans, but how you grieve and how you remember them. Among young adults, your monument will create an everlasting educational opportunity symbolizing the life and the accomplishments of each individual soldier who served audaciously in the 36th Division, which the men of Company E engaged in some of the most crucial battles of World War II during the Italian campaign. Your monument will infuse your admiration and love for your veterans and an understanding to our future generations who live in and who will visit El Paso, Texas. I encourage you to urge the city to move quickly into completing the monument to Company E. As a veteran advocate, I appreciate the time given to me for this important request. Thank you. Alfred Lugo, producer.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Ruben Ochoa. He will be followed by Abel Rodriguez, Maria Ramos. Mr. Ochoa's topic is also Men of Company E Monument. Good afternoon, sir. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Your Honor,
afternoon.
City Council. I'm Ruben Ochoa. I'm a retired school teacher. And first I want to take the opportunity to thank you for the support that you're going to give to this monument and for the men of Company E. And also I'd like to thank the school districts who take the time, the money to build schools and name them and honor them after soldiers, whether it's Isleta, Socorro, El Paso. All those school districts have fallen heroes that they named the school after them. Chapin High School, and I'd like to thank El Paso ISD for Chapin High School naming that school after Captain Chapin. And the rotunda inside the school has the artifacts of those men who were trying to cross the Rapido River in Italy. Many of them were from South El Paso, El Segundo Barrio, and they never made it across the river. The Germans were waiting for them. And so again, I urge you and I thank you for all the support that you're going to give for this monument. And the nice thing about it, you're going to place it in a location where the rest of the city can enjoy it, and not just baseball fans and soccer fans. But it'll be in a location all El Paso can appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Abel Rodriguez. He will be followed by Maria Ramos, also speaking on the monument. Good afternoon, Mr. Rodriguez. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Abel Rodriguez. I live in central El Paso, and I have a long history of family fighting in wars, including my brother who served in the Air Force. First of all, I want to thank all of you for keeping government going during the last year and a half. I know it's been hard, and you guys done some great things. I am not only vaxxed, I am boosterized, and I'm really happy, and hopefully by this time next year, we won't be seeing this. But the reason I'm here is because I met a gentleman by the name of Arnulfo, who said he was from Bowie. And I was like, okay, you know, there's a lot of people I know from Bowie, but he is just a man who is a spark plug and likes to get things done. And he told me, he says, listen, we're talking today at council about Company E, and I'd like you to say some words. And I said, sure, without a problem, I would be here. And just to let you all know that we need to celebrate what really is celebrated every day in the United States of America, and that's our war heroes and those who gave the ultimate sacrifice. Company E is probably one of the greatest examples, especially with the saturation level of members and where they came from around the Bowie area. And, you know, I know there's several things going on. I would like to say that I'm quite impressed anyway that the state of Texas named part of the loop after Company E. There's part of the loop up off of Montana that goes, I believe, south, that is named after them. And they got it done. So I'm asking you guys to really look at this and get it done, because we do have a Veterans Day parade. We do raise them up on that day. But I think there are so many people from El Paso that did so much for this country. We have the portrait of Ambrosio Guillen sitting in the state capitol. Ambrosio Guillen, his family, believe it or not, I met them, and they just lived right up here, up the street. Normal people. The story about Ambrosio Guillen is amazing because Ambrosio Guillen came home, found out that a lot of his friends were gone, and he re-upped, and he did not come back a second time. That is the valor and the warriorism of the people that we would like to represent with some sort of monument. And I think the Company E monument should be the beginning of many monuments. This is a town that is tied to the military. I live a block away from Fort Bliss. I had a lot of friends that were in the military. And I'll share you this. I want to first of all say that I have never served. I graduated from Cathedral High School in 1976, went to selective service. It was right when Vietnam was empty. And the guy from selective service told me, don't even worry about it. It's going to be a long time before we're in a war again. And I never got to serve. But I'm hoping that you guys can improve this project and we can get it done hopefully by
Thank you, Mr.
Memorial Day.
Rodriguez.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Maria Ramos. She will be followed by John Moreno and Arnulfo Hernandez, also speaking on the monument. Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor Leeser.
Good afternoon
City
again.
Council members. Thank you for this time. My name is Maria Diaz de Leon Ramos, and I am a member of the Legacy of Valor and the American GI Forum veteran organizations. I'm here today to add my name, my voice, and to urge you to please complete the monument to Company E as originally voted on, and hopefully be done by Memorial Day, March 31st, 2022. As an educator of young people for Socorro for over 30 plus years, and as a child myself growing up in the barrio around Jefferson High School, Bowie High School, we grew up not knowing or not having many, if any, heroes. And the community is very excited because they know that it was voted on already and that they're anticipating and are excited about its completion. We hope that it is built as originally voted on and in parallel, but not in conjunction with the Mexican American Museum, as that may take years to complete. Again, the community is very excited about it. I know I went to the Jefferson High School Homecoming Exes Association reunion, and they were talking about it. And at that point, I didn't know that they were looking to add it on to the Mexican American Museum, and I didn't know that. So we were excited and, saying this will be great for not just for the community, but for the children as well. Because then as an educator, when we opened the history books, there were very few, if any, heroes that I myself as a child, when I was a child growing up in the barrio, or my students could relate to or identify with. And so having this in the community around the Delta area by the Coliseum, which is where many of our Hispanic students live south of the freeway, that would be just amazing for our students. And again, that we build on that community excitement and finish it by by Memorial Day, May 31st, 22, if not sooner, hopefully sooner and not later, because when we add it to another project, it just adds more time and possibly even roadblocks, if not politics as well. And so hopefully I hope that you as a city council vote for it to be moved along. And it's a very worthwhile project and one that we're all going to take a lot of pride in. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. John Moreno, followed by Arnulfo Hernandez. Good afternoon, Mr. Moreno. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. My name is John Moreno. I'm a treasurer of the Legacy of Valor and a member of the GI Forum, both veteran organizations. I'm an Army vet, son of a Army veteran, Alejandro Moreno, who served in Saipan during World War II. And he went to Bowie, and he knew a lot of the guys from Company E. Also had a brother, Alex Moreno Jr., who served in Vietnam, and unfortunately we lost him about 6 years ago. All I'm doing is adding my name my voice to urge City Council to complete the monument of Company E by Memorial Day, May 31st, 2022, not only for the veterans of El Paso and all the families or all the members of our organizations, but to the families of the men of Company E. It means a lot to them and to us, being veterans ourselves. I appreciate the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. Arnulfo Hernandez Jr. He will also be speaking on the monument. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Mayor Leeser and members of the City Council. There's a sign in my home that I have by my desk, and it says, some gave some, others gave all. And the men of company represents that sign. Some came back, very few, and many did not. They gave all their life. And so I add my name to the support that you complete the monument to the Company E by hopefully no later than May 31st, 2022, Memorial Day. Footnote, Mayor Oscar Leeser, it was under your administration that we had the 375 East Connector named after the Men of Company Memorial Highway.
Yes, sir.
Signage is there. Subsequent to that, we had the last school, EPISD, named after Captain Gabriel Navarrete, who commanded Company E. This monument is for all those of Men Company E. I would hope that you, someone on the council would place the monument, Company monument on the agenda in November or December so that the public can know the what, the when, and the how, and the site specific, the footprint of this monument. The monument should not be put together with the Mexican American Cultural Center, which we also support. They are separate items. They were separate. They have their own budget, and they are not interdependent on each other. I would hope that they can go together, but we need to move on the Men of Company E. I remind you that the monument to the Company E is not an art project, even though the monument is placed under the Art and Cultural Department of the El Paso City. It is a monument to the Men of Company E, a World War II of El Paso in the Italian campaign, where many lost their lives attempting to cross under order the Rapido River, one of the greatest blunders in World War II, a suicide mission. And I think our children will appreciate seeing those that look like them, that have their name, that are being honored by their city. And remember, this is the only all Mexican American unit in the entire United States Army during World War II. No other city can claim that right, and your monument will be something that will stand for the world to see. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker on call to the public this afternoon is Mr. James Peinado. Mr. Peinado, *6, please, to unmute your telephone. Mr. Peinado's topic is Mexican American Cultural Center. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes. Mr. Peinado, you have 3 minutes, sir. Mr. James Peinado? We can't hear you, sir. Mr. Peinado, I see you're unmuted. However, we can't hear you. *6 to unmute yourself once again. Good afternoon, Mr. Peinado. We can't hear you, Mr. Peinado. Your microphone is on, however, we can't hear you. IT, I'm hearing that the folks in Teams can hear Mr. Peinado, however, we can't hear him in chambers. Mr. Reinaldo, give me a minute. We can't hear you inside chambers.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, now we can hear you, sir. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, City Council, for offering this opportunity with Call to the Public. It's something I very, very much value. I've had these thoughts as far back as 2015, and it's just kind of stirred on me, and I've tried to let it go. But even if this might be a dead topic, I believe it's still very important to impart with you guys my thoughts on the origins of culture and how best to glorify culture, with the end goal being to help actualize, make El Paso a place where it can be fully actualized, and they can express themselves, culturally and in other ways. Because I too want to see heroes who look like us. I'm all for honoring veterans, but I also want to see, cultural icons that come from El Paso in music and art. I want to see. I don't want to always just be celebrating El Pasoans of the past like Henry Trost or Tom Lee, who I do celebrate, but I want to see more people like that. And my concern is the Mexican American Cultural Center is going to stagnate that. By naming it the Mexican American Cultural Center, you have reduced our cultural heritage to just one ethnicity when there are several other ethnic groups left out. And I know that, there are people that I feel are rent seekers who celebrate this, but it really is it's theft to take money from everyone just to exclusively celebrate one culture. And I think we're all Hispanic. I'm myself a Mexican American, and I'm my family history. We came as immigrants, and in time, it took work and it took generations, but eventually, we're not Henry Trost family, legacy, but, we developed with our own vision several neighborhoods where people live in homes that are styled in the Spanish architecture. And my family's proud of that. But, that money was accrued through our own private capital risk. And we took losses sometimes with those risks, but I'm still very proud of that family heritage. And I want that for all El Paso. The Jewish community in El Paso makes up 0.5% of El Paso, and they fund their own Holocaust museum, and it glorifies the Jewish community. And many members of the Jewish community of El Paso are very affluent, and they have many holidays and traditions that they celebrate where their culture is expressed. Same thing, and Mexican Americans in El Paso make up, according to the 2020 census, about 83% of El Paso. I don't understand why we need to fund the taxpayer money in Mexican Cultural Center. Casa Mayapan does an excellent job explaining
Thank you, Mr.
cultural expression.
Thank you, sir.
So, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor. That concludes Call to the Public.
Well, I want to thank everybody for participating today, and I think that the men of Company, we hear you, and we thank you for being here. But it's one of the things that I understand that we're working on it, and the funding was passed, and I know that Jaime called me and wanted to show me the statue that I think it's at the warehouse over here on Texas. And it's we've been working on it, and it is very important to the community, but it's very important to the city of El Paso to get it done in a timely manner, and we're working on it. One of the things that we do have, like you said, we have Memorial Day, we have Veteran Day, but we will never forget that the freedom we have, the reason why I sit up here, because of the men and women that sacrificed their lives for us to be here. So I want to thank everyone for giving us that opportunity and the freedom to be public servants. And it's not, those may be holidays, but every day we're thankful and grateful. So thank you for that.
Amen.
And I think Representative Sarga, I see your hands up.
Thank you, Mayor Leeser. I want to also thank all the people that took time to come in, to call in this afternoon. Thank you for your participation in city government. I just wanted to clarify that the Men of Company E monument has already been approved by the city's public art program, and it's already engaged with the sculptor who has already delivered an excellent concept, and the construction of the Mexican American Cultural Center, where the monument will be located, is now under construction. If you go to Cleveland Square Park, you will find that it has been recently fenced off as part of the construction. Everything is proceeding as planned, and I'm very excited for the final product. While there are no roadblocks, I don't think that the monument will be complete by Memorial Day in May 2022. The monument is set to be completed in order to be unveiled at the same time as the Mexican American Cultural Center. And as I understand it, the installation of the monument is being held for the later stages of the project's construction in order to minimize the risk of damage to the piece as a result of the building construction in close proximity. This is, of course, no act of disrespect to the veterans of Company E or their families, or to all you who spoke today. You all know I've been engaged with those families since the monument proposal was first brought to me a few years ago. And I have even visited Monte Cassino in person, and I have a deep connection to the history. This decision has to do with the practicalities of a large construction project and wanting to make sure that all the work that goes into fabricating the monument is not lost by damage caused by the heavy machinery that will be active next door. Thank you very much, Mayor Leeser.
Thank you. And that, Ms. Prine, concludes call to the public. And thank you all again. And may God bless everyone.
Thank you, Mayor. Would you like to go to item number 22 that was moved following call to the public?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Okay. We're on page 8. Item number 22 is discussion and action to direct the city manager and staff to come back at the November 23rd, 2021 City Council meeting with an estimate of how much the Multipurpose Performing Arts and Entertainment Center MPC project would cost if it were executed today. This item was placed by Representative Rodriguez.
I think on the item it asked for staff to come back on November 23rd to give us a update on the actual projection of building costs and increase in material based on when it was originally proposed. And I think I'm going to allow Representative Rodriguez, who put the item on the agenda, to kind of talk about the reason why she put it on there and why the item is on here today. Representative Rodriguez?
Thank you, Mayor. So yes, as we all know, we're about to head to 10 years since this project was approved by voters. I don't think it's a controversial question to want to ask, how much is this project going to cost, especially given the circumstance of inflation, given the circumstances of every other experience that we've had with our quality of life projects where they have all gone up in price. And so it's just a very simple question as to, hypothetically, if this project were to be executed today, what would that estimate be to get it done? This has nothing to do with location. All that's aside, this is just how much would it cost if it were executed today? And the only question I have is for Ms. Neiman, and my question is, Ms. Neiman, this question does not interfere in any way, shape, or form with legality, does it?
If I'm understanding your question correctly, you're asking if the action you're taking today will impact the current litigation? Is that your question?
Correct.
Right, the litigation is still pending in the 8th Court of Appeals, and it's been almost 2 years since we haven't heard from the Court of Appeals on the last item that's still in litigation.
Right, but the litigation has nothing to do with the cost of the MPC, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that is all. I don't know if any of my other colleagues would like to speak, or if we'd
I'm gonna allow Representative Schwartzbein.
Okay.
And Representative Hernandez, and then we're going to take call to public comment.
Mayor,
and I was kind of surprised to see Dr. Grossman sign up for it. That was a little surprising.
Mayor, all I wanted to do is I was just going to make a request that we could go to public comment now. So we could go to if we could go to the Mayor, can we? My only request is that we just go to call to the public now.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, sir.
If we could hear from the public now, that's why I requested to speak.
Yes, sir.
If we could just go.
Comment
Yeah, we can do
Yeah,
that.
that's what I'm
That's
saying.
I said, you
Yeah.
guys signed up to speak, and I always give
No,
you
the-
proper respect.
yeah.
Representative Hernandez, would that be okay with you? Representative Salcido? These are the people that signed up to talk in council, and they would want to hear from the public first. So we will take public comment.
Yes, Mayor, we did have 15 people that signed up to speak. I will remind everyone to please display civility, decorum, refrain from personal attacks when speaking on this item, and to please stick to the agenda item, which is to ask staff to come back with an estimate of how much the MPC project work to cost. That is the topic of the agenda item, so please address your comments to the subject on the agenda item. The first person is Dr. Max Grossman. He will be followed by J.P. Bryant, Teresa Mendoza, Rafael Garcia. Good afternoon, Dr. Grossman. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Dr.
Good afternoon.
Grossman, how are you?
Mayor, City Council, it's a pleasure to stand before you again. Facts are stubborn things. John Adams, 1770. On May 24th, 2012, City Council earmarked $180 million for its planned multipurpose performing arts and entertainment facility, more than 5 months before the project was put to the voters under a strategically deceptive ballot proposition titled Museum, Cultural, Performing Arts, and Library Facilities. Today, all the quality of life bond projects are fully funded, including more than $50 million in cost overruns, thanks to the city's unrestrained authorization of CO debt. Except for the MPC. But what is the MPC? In 2016, the city's published RFQ revealed their plan to build, quote, a state-of-the-art arena with a target capacity of 15,000 seats for basketball games that includes approximately 24 private suites, 30 loge boxes, and 500 club seats, unquote. The city claims it will build the multipurpose basketball arena for $180 million, or $12,000 per seat. However, the cheapest multipurpose basketball arena of comparable size built in the last 5 years in America is Fiserv Forum in Milwaukee, costing more than $32,000 a seat. So based on the comps, the MPC would cost at least $482 million in 2019 dollars, not including the $23 million plus already spent on bond interest, property acquisition, and litigation. But given the skyrocketing cost of construction materials and labor since the pandemic began, it is painfully obvious that the city's project would cost well over $500 million. No one should be surprised. Both the ballpark and Children's Museum, when all was said and done, cost more than triple their original price tags. Thanks to Rep. Claudia Lizette Rodriguez of District 6, the city manager and CFO have the opportunity to tell City Council, the public, and media the truth about the cost of the MPC. There never has been enough money for this boondoggle, and there never will be. Assuming that the MPC is underfunded by at least $300 million, what are the options for making up the shortfall? 1, issue more COs. We already have $731 million in outstanding CO debt, a Texas record, and the debt servicing will continue to raise our property tax as hundreds of millions in bonds are sold over the next several years. Moreover, as of September 1st, debt servicing on COs is now included in the state's calculation for the rollback tax rate, not an option. New ballot initiative put to the voters, not an option. Enter into a public-private partnership, hasn't happened so far, seems unlikely after 5 years. In conclusion,
Thank you.
Dr.
Thank
Grossman.
we
you,
have a
Dr.
right to know
Grossman.
the cost of this, the media, and especially you, so that you can make informed policy
Thank
decisions.
you, sir. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Mr. J.P. Bryant. Mr. Bryant, star 6, please, to unmute your telephone. He will be followed by Teresa Mendoza, followed by Rafael Garcia. Mr. Bryant, star 6, please, to unmute your telephone. Mr. J.P. Bryant, star 6, to unmute your telephone. Or Ms. Teresa Mendoza. Or Mr. Rafael Garcia, star 6, to unmute your telephone. J.P. Bryant, Teresa Mendoza, Rafael Garcia. Star 6, please. We'll move on to Mr. Rich Wright. Mr. Wright will be followed by Mr. John Hogan. Good afternoon, Mr. Wright. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you for
Hello
listening to
again.
me again. I'm still Rich Wright. Better decision making means better information. You need better information to make better decisions. This isn't onerous. There's all kinds of ways you can come up with an estimate for the multi-purpose center. You can use comparables for seats. You can use comparables for cost per square foot. And I think it would just be irresponsible for this council to not embrace this opportunity for more information. How could you possibly justify that? It's not like it has to be onerous to come up with an estimate. You can come up with an estimate very easily, as I said, using comparables. So, you know, of course, city staff is tremendously worked and everything like that. But this is a no-brainer. I can't see how you would not choose to get more information to make better decisions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I think you see that's the reason why the item's on the agenda by Representative Rodriguez. She just wants more information and have the information available.
Thank you. I see Mr. Bryan has unmuted his telephone. Go ahead, Mr. Bryan. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. 5 years ago, we were sued by the city of El Paso to prevent the destruction of the birthplace of El Paso, the Darien-Guita. We maintained in that lawsuit that a multi-purpose cultural arts and entertainment city is in no way does that imply a major sports arena. We were upheld in that opinion by the trial court and then overruled, as we know, by the Supreme Court. But we still hold to the opinion, in spite of what the former mayor has to say, that this vote was not the will of the people.
Mr. Bryant, this item is regarding the cost, and to
Yes,
direct
I'm
staff
getting
to
into
come
the
back with
cost.
an
I
estimate,
am.
please.
I'm talking about the cost, okay? The whole cost of this project. So I'm getting into that, all right? We say it was a carefully orchestrated project to benefit a small cabal of investors and make them a fortune at the expense of the
Okay,
city.
Mr. Bryant, I'm going to
And
ask you very politely,
most
sir,
people-
that we did not attack anybody or any members from the public. Again, we want to talk about the cost and what it's not a
I'm not-
special group of
not
people.
mentioning-
I
okay.
understand,
Okay,
sir,
well,
but,
fine.
you know,
Well, let me
we
just
can
say this,
disagree
that there
without
was-
insinuating or attacking anyone, please.
I'm not attacking anyone. I'm just stating the facts that we were denied told by the mayor that there was no RFQ on this project, even though we held firmly to the belief that there had been. And we think the city was not, citizens of the city were not informed on two issues, and there were two cost issues, and that is the cost to build this project, which we believe to be a 15,000 foot or seat basketball arena at a cost of some $400 to $500 million. And we want to know how that this is to be paid for, because by our estimation, it's going to require the attendance of local citizens, no outside tourists, and it's also going to expand the taxation basis of all the citizens of El Paso. And also, I think that you have not taken full consideration of the opportunity cost and benefit that comes from the preservation of the Darien-Guita itself, which is part of the cost of its destruction and part of the cost of this project. Because if that historical asset is preserved, it's going to contribute hundreds of millions of dollars to the economy of this city, and it's also going to entitle all those people that live there that own property to a 45% tax benefit, which comes with the preservation of it, but it also gets lost in the destruction of it. So that is a further cost that needs to be considered in this entire project. And I think it's well past the time that the city and all the citizens and all those people, all of us who want to preserve this area, need to finally know what the cost really is, and then we can determine what the will of the citizens of El Paso really is. Thank you.
Thank you. The
Thank you.
next speaker is Ms. Teresa Mendoza. or Mr. Rafael Garcia. Star 6, please, to unmute your telephones.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Garcia. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Hello.
Mr. Garcia, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Yes. Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Father Rafael Garcia. I'm the pastor of Sacred Heart Church here in the Segundo Barrio. One of my reasons for calling today is because where the present location of the arena is located is part of our parish area. But I want to address a particular issue at hand, item 22. I do think it's really important to get this update on the cost of this, in my opinion, misguided project, but we'll leave it at that and just say that I think that people have a right to know what they voted for in 2014 was a certain amount of money, 180 million or so. Now, if the numbers show, and that's what this agenda item is for, if it's proven that it's going to cost maybe 3 times as much, or $500 million, that this then be brought up to the people in a vote and say, do you want the city to approve the expenditure of whatever it's going to be, millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars for an arena to be located, and I would include the location, because this project has undoubtedly been controversial for many reasons, and many of us think it's misguided, because also the historic impact on destruction of a historic neighborhood. But bring it up on a vote. Say, do you want this amount of money to go into this project? Bring it up for an up and down vote, yes or no. I think let the people know, let the people decide in the midst of so much debt by the city of $730-some million in bonds that they decide. Let the people decide. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. John Hogan. He will be followed by Ms. Ana Reza. Mr. Hogan, star 6, please, to unmute your telephone. Good afternoon, Mr. Hogan. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir. You have 3 minutes,
Hello?
Mr. Hogan.
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Very good. This has been a thorn in the side of City Council for long enough, I think. I think if we bring things up to date and see the real cost involved, we're in no way capable of handling that kind of load, especially on our taxes. The baseball stadium was supposed to bring in all kinds of revenue and all kinds of jobs and this and that. Never happened. It's been a loss every year since it started. And the city of El Paso, I've lived here for 50 years, and I've never seen our financial condition in such abysmal shape. Mayor Leeser is a businessman. I'm sure he can see the reasons for this. In fact, he voted to not approve the last CO, and then City Council overrode him. So I would hope that the City Council would approve making this transparent to the rest of the citizens that are going to end up having to pay for it should it go through. And hope that you vote for this 22. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Ana Reza. She will be followed by Veronica Carvajal, Kenneth Bell, James Peinado. Ms. Reza, star 6, please, to unmute your telephone. Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Leeser and City Council representatives. My name is Ana Reza. I live in District 6. As a historical Barrio Duranguito community supporter, I will read this statement on behalf of one of our community groups, Paso del Sur. Although we support Representative Rodriguez's efforts at transparency, we remain opposed to building the arena in historical Barrio Duranguito. The city manager and staff should not only report on how much the arena will cost at present, but how much has already been spent since 2016. We'd like to remind Mayor Leeser and the council that thousands of El Pasoans signed a citizen initiative petition in favor of preserving the Duranguito neighborhood, the birthplace of El Paso, a significant site for our city's Mexican and American history. In doing so, you will return the dignity and respect to the current and former residents and the history of our city. We ask the mayor and council to take the steps to be transparent regarding the cost of this project, which we know is over budget and will end up costing taxpayers significantly more than originally projected in the 2012 bond, an election which only 30% of eligible voters actually voted. This does not reflect what El Pasoans want. The inflated cost to build the arena, following the negative economic impacts of the pandemic, should be reason enough to cancel the project once and for all. Instead, invest in creating a historical area, and we will receive revenues from that investment, create jobs, and honor our borderland history. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ms. Veronica Carvajal, followed by Kenneth Bell, James Peinado, Lisa Turner. Ms. Carvajal, star 6, please, to unmute your telephone. Veronica Carvajal, star 6, please. Good afternoon, Ms. Carvajal. You have 3 minutes.
Yes. Thank you. I'm Veronica Carvajal. Mayor and council, thank you for hearing us out. I am a property owner and taxpayer in District 2, and I'm asking that you please vote in favor of item 22. As you know, voters approved $228 million for all of the bond projects in 2012. You, however, not the taxpayers, have decided how to spend that money. You have chosen to not fully fund the Children's Museum. You have chosen to not fully fund the Mexican American Cultural Center. And you have chosen to not fully fund the libraries, all for a single bond project, and that is a multi-purpose performing arts entertainment facility. You deserve to know how much it will cost in today's dollars. Too many El Pasoans are taking out high-interest tax loans to pay their property taxes. Too many older El Pasoans defer their taxes because they cannot afford them, so their kids will inherit tax debt instead of wealth. Too many El Pasoans delay repairing their homes just so they can pay their high tax bills. As you know, we pay for the baseball park each year, even though Proposition 3 of the same ballot in 2012 said that the hotel occupancy tax would cover the expenses. We know that sports arenas do not pay for themselves. They don't create full-time jobs either. And that is precisely why we need you to be transparent about how much we, the taxpayers, will be paying for this arena. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Mr. Kenneth Bell, followed by James Peinado. Mr. Bell, star 6, please, to unmute your telephone. Kenneth Bell.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You'll have 3 minutes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Hi, my name is Kenneth Bell. I am a resident of District 3. First of all, I want to thank Representative Rodriguez for bringing up item 22, and I'm hoping that council will vote in favor of it. That being said, we have been misled about this arena project from its very inception. The idea of calling it a multi-purpose cultural center is just flat out not true. And the reality is I believe that we are being misled about the actual cost of this project. We're told that it's going to cost $180 million, but I don't think that's true, and a lot of people in El Paso would agree that it's not true. And so, yes, we need to know the truth about how much this project is going to cost, and that's why we need to vote in favor of item 22, so we can know exactly what we're getting ourselves into. Now, last month, all right, members of City Council complained about how we need certificates of obligation to pay for street repairs and to fund projects that were supposed to be funded by the 2012 Quality of Life Bond. Y'all spent millions of dollars on a lawsuit for this arena project that's come out of the general fund. There's the street repair money right there. That money that was spent on the lawsuit should have been spent fixing our streets. And the money from the Quality of Life Bond that was approved should have been used to fund the Mexican American Cultural Center, should have been used to fund the library. Instead, what's happened is that corners have been cut in the construction of the Mexican American Cultural Center, and it's desecrated our main library in the process. But now all of a sudden, y'all want to make it rain by building a sports arena for a G League basketball team. Well, let's keep it real. Nobody cares about G League. And the money that we have in the bank right now is not enough to pay for the arena. And it is completely unreasonable and it's unfair to ask El Paso's working class community to spend additional funds on this unsustainable monument of arrogance and greed. Vote in favor of item 22, and then let's kill this arena project. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Mr. James Peinado, followed by Lisa Turner, Brian Kennedy. Mr. Peinado, star 6, please, to unmute your telephone. Mr. James Peinado, star 6, please. Mr. James Peinado, star 6 to unmute your telephone. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Howdy, did that work?
Yes, sir.
Hello again, City Council. Thank you, Claudia Rodriguez, very much for putting this item on the agenda. I believe that it is very important that the City Council embrace and adopt decisions that promote fiscal responsibility. Because just looking at our past, we've seen that though we proposed the baseball park would cost, I think, 50, 60 million, the true cost was over 156 million. Same goes for almost every other project that the 2012 Quality of Life bonds had. They all went over budget. Politicians with the best intentions told the people of El Paso that these projects would be done on time and within the budget. It just hasn't been the case. And we can learn from that lesson. And this is a good proposal to take us a pause while things are being litigated in court to reconcile, with the fact that the cost of equipment to build the arena would, prices have gone up on wood, steel, and labor, and many other things because we've experienced a global recession. And we're one of 4 cities, according to Moody's Analytics, that is most vulnerable to a global recession. Our economic portfolio is unfortunately somewhat limited for cities, and our pensions are a big liability. We have many other liabilities that I want the City Council, I urge you guys to take into account, which I believe to be very wise, and encourage ask that the city manager find out what would be the true cost of what I believe that it is out of our budget. I do think that it should be the money that has not been spent in real estate acquisition and cost should go just into the Civic Center complex, but because we just don't have the money to spend upwards of dollars on something that we can't afford. Give that money back to the taxpayer is really the best solution so that people can have more disposable income to invest in families, their children, their businesses. Because I too want to see El Paso thrive and be prosperous. I too want to see statues to great men, more men and women rise to become icons and successful in their chosen fields, whether they want to go into sports, music, or architecture, or engineering. As for El Paso, I want to see prosperity. And the best thing that City Council can do is start to embrace fiscal responsibility, protect our economic freedom, plunder it to benefit the politically connected. Anyway, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Peinado.
Sorry, sometimes I get
The
passionate.
next
Okay, God
speaker
bless.
will be Ms. Lisa Turner. Good afternoon, Ms. Turner. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
I stood before council when they were wanting to build the ball field. I put in front of council a study done by the United States Federal Reserve that said taxpayer-supported sports facilities are a failure. They don't make money. You will lose money. Council ignored me. because we're going to do this. We're going to have us a ball team. It's going to make all of us. It's going to be paid for. I've got some of the stuff that they sent. We're paying for it. We weren't supposed to be paying a penny, but we are. We were lied to. It's going to happen with this. Quite frankly, it's one of the silliest things I've seen. You are going to bankrupt the city if you go forward with this. What's it going to cost? You started out with an estimate of what, 186 million? By now, it's probably closer to 300 million by the time you add, and that's if you start today. Time you add borrowing costs, we're talking $750 million. And that's not counting, refinancing at even higher rates in the future. And you're just going to bankrupt the city. That's why you're borrowing $100 million in COs, to keep yourself afloat. I see it every year. Oh, we need $100 million for this and that. The homeowner, we pay, 80% of the taxes? Business, 20%? You can't keep doing this. People are going to move out of this city. It's 2021, not 1950. It's time to stop thinking old ways. It's time to start thinking smart. Start spending smart, making the proper investments. It's not 1950. It's no reason why I, a taxpayer, should be supporting a multimillionaire or a billionaire or some big old corporation. They've got the money, I don't. Make them pay. They want access to our market, make them pay. Why should I have to carry the loan? Why should I have to carry the loan? Why should anybody else in this town have to carry a loan? You look at the gas company, electric company wanting these high increases in rates. Every dollar they take out of my pocket is a dollar I can't spend down here in a restaurant, a dollar I can't spend at a local business. That's a dollar in tax money that doesn't come back to your job. That's money that does not come back to your general fund. Think about it.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Brian Kennedy. He will be followed by Carmen Rodriguez, Robert Storch, Mike Aboud. Good afternoon, Mr. Kennedy. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Hi, my name's Brian Kennedy. I'm an attorney here in town, and I'm going to try and do something unusual. I'll just stick to the subject. Subject at hand is whether, the way I understand is whether we want to direct city management to come back with a price. And I couldn't figure out why anybody would vote no, I'll be very honest. Why would you not want to know what the price of the item is? The excuses I've heard is the overwhelming, the voters voted overwhelmingly for this project, but I checked that and I didn't see anything in there that said blank check. It was price and item. This is the price, this is the item. If you take a look at the Business and Commercial Code, if somebody says this is the price and that's the item, and then you change the price, it's called a deceptive trade practice. There was no blank check. It was very simple. What is it going to cost? Before the decision is made to go forward or not go forward, let's find out what it is going to cost. Voting no on this is tantamount to saying, taxpayers and voters, it's none of your business what this is going to cost you. We're just going to do this. And I don't think that's right. Because I think the voters do need to know what it's going to cost. And this is not a decision on whether to go forward or not go forward. This is simply the question, what is it going to cost? So I would ask that you respect the taxpayers, respect the voters. The first question is, how much will it cost? The second question is, how will you pay for it? And the third question will be, do the voters want that amenity at the real cost or not? It's a very simple subject. Here's the cost, here's the item, do you want it? In the election, they said yes at the old price. It'd be like buying a house for $150,000 and you show up at closing and they say, oh no, we raised the price on it. Well, that's not what I agreed to. No, but you said you wanted the house, so you'll just pay whatever I decide you got to pay for it. That's not right. I can't think of any reason somebody would not want to know what the price for this is. So I would ask you to please respect the taxpayers and the voters, and let's find out what the price is, so at least when we begin a conversation, we can know exactly what we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Carmen Rodriguez, followed by Robert Storch, Mike Aboud. Ms. Rodriguez, *6 if you're in the queue. Carmen Rodriguez, *6. Or Robert Storch, *6. Carmen Rodriguez or Robert Storch. Go ahead, Mr. Storch. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Bob Storch. I live in Sunset Heights. In 2012, I voted for a quality of bond issue that included new museum, culture, performing arts, and library facilities. I hoped those facilities would add to our existing cultural amenities. Over the years, that vague proposal turned into a sports arena, then not a sports arena, then a performing arts center, now a multi-purpose facility of some kind. I don't think anybody knows at this point what the new facility is for. Can anyone tell me what event this new venue will accommodate that cannot already be held at the Don Haskins Center, County Coliseum, Abraham Chavez Plaza, or any other existing venue in El Paso County? Not only do we not know what this building is for, we don't know how much it will cost. Everyone seems to agree the $180 million originally set aside for the project is not enough. Some say that money has already been spent on cost overruns for other projects. Bottom line, building anything new will require money we don't have. Further, I voted for a quality of life amenity. To me, that means something that will enhance our quality of life. Enhancing quality of life does not include destroying historic neighborhoods. So let me get this straight. Y'all can't tell me what the building is for. Y'all won't tell me how much the building will cost. And y'all can't or won't tell me where the money to build it will come from. We need to rethink this whole deal. We cannot afford to spend money we don't have on a building we don't need and destroy an irreplaceable historic community in the process. None of this makes sense. Just stop. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Mike Aboud. Mr. Aboud, *6 please to unmute your telephone. Mr. Mike Aboud, *6. Mr. Mike Aboud, good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. Hello, my fellow El Pasoans and members of City Council. Thank you. So I'm here to call City Council's attention to the fact that many people have spoke today at past City Council meetings in public to you individually and to the media about how they do not want this cultural center, whatever you're calling it. People who had voted for it prior, just as the gentleman before me mentioned, that they no longer want it. Everybody is calling your attention to the cost. So I want to bring your attention to another subject. There's a recent report how stadiums and items of this nature, since you guys keep changing it, nobody knows what to call it, but things of this nature do not financially benefit the city that they're in. They do not financially benefit the citizens. So this is a simple waste of money. I want to call your attention to a third item, and that is your fiduciary responsibility. Mr. Brian Kennedy spoke a little bit about that. He didn't say it specifically the way I am, but as elected officials, you have a fiduciary responsibility to spend our tax dollars properly and efficiently and you have the responsibility, and we have the right. We want to know how our money is being spent. Just because we've already been taxed does not mean that that money belongs to you. It does not. It belongs to us, the taxpayers. Until it gets in the hands of a contractor or vendor, it belongs to us. You have to spend the money the way we say. We've already told you we don't want this. We've asked several times for a new election on this item. But you're trying to bully the public by forcing us to have something that we do not want. Well, as I mentioned, you have fiduciary responsibility. So even after you leave office, we can't sue you for misspending our money. It's called embezzlement. And I'm sure that there's a lot of people on both sides of the political aisle that are willing to back that up. I'm going to give you all a few seconds to think about how you're misspending our money.
Thank you,
and
Mr.
how
Abud.
you can be sued
Thank
for
you,
this.
sir. Finally, Mr. Bernie Sargent submitted a statement, and I'll read the portion that's related to the agenda item, which says, I'm all in favor of demanding a realistic estimate on the cost of an MPC, especially all the options that us taxpayers have been promised would be included. Location aside, when the $180 million was proposed in 2011-2012, by many experts, summation was not near enough to build it. Now that over 20 million of the 180 million has been spent according to BOAC presentations in 2020, the original sum has depleted significantly while inflation has reduced the value of the dollar. Coupled with a rising cost of materials by some estimates over 60%, we're looking at a cost approaching $400 million or more. And by many experts' input, a project like this would take 20 to 30 months to complete if it went forward with no surprises. Mayor, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you everyone that came in, signed up. I think it's important to understand what the item is again, and I think we've talked about it, is to give a cost update and what it would cost once it's built. And that will give this council an opportunity to look at moving forward at forward agendas of forward meetings, whether that's something that we would like to see or not see, but we need to have the information before we can even discuss or start that discussion. I know that when I ran for public office, I had my opinion on it, and that's not the opinion I'll share with you all today, because that's not the item on the agenda. But I do want to thank again everyone that came and spoke. I want to thank Representative Rodriguez. But again, as we start the dialogue right now, I want to make sure we stay within the item on the agenda. Thank you. I think Mayor Pro Tem, you started talking, and we went to public comment.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I just placed the item just to ask you if we go to public comment, but Representative Hernandez is up, I think.
Okay, Representative Hernandez, followed by Representative Salcido.
Thank you. I have some questions for our Mr. Rodriguez, who oversees Capital. If he's on the line, Sam.
Yes, good afternoon, Representative Hernandez.
Oh, hi. Hey there, Mr. Rodriguez. So just some quick refreshers since this item has been pending for so long in litigation. Do we currently have any designers or architects procured for this specific quality of life multi-purpose center?
There is currently no architects or designers on contract for this project.
Did we ever have a procurement or a designer for this?
We had issued an RFQ for the selection of architect on the project, but that RFQ was terminated and canceled, and there was no formal award issued on that RFQ.
What year was that? Do you remember?
I want to say it was early 2018, mid-2018 when it was canceled, but the RFQ was issued in 2016 or 2017. I would not be able to tell you off the top of my head.
Okay, no, that's okay. And so we did take additional action, this body, in 2020 regarding the deferment of certain projects. Was the multipurpose center one of those projects deferred?
Correct. As part of the pandemic response that we've been reporting on since April of 2020. We've notified that this MPC project is not moving forward because of pandemic reasons, as well as the fact that it's still in the legal court system.
Okay, so as part of that action, what does that mean? Like, so for the public to understand, does that mean that you can't procure a designer?
That's correct. We've been telling the public and the council that we're not moving forward on any expenditures at all on this project, which would include procuring any designers or consultants on this project.
So, since your tenure in this role, how are you providing accurate budgets and estimates to this body? Is it based on just some quick estimates that you put together, or do you rely on a professional designer and architect to come up with those figures?
So there's different levels of estimates when you develop a project. Obviously, when you put a program together, you don't have detailed designs. And so you estimate based off of historical, on a basic scope and historical pricing with the adequate contingency. And that's what was done with the public safety bond as an example. And so we added significant contingency on those projects to ensure that as you develop the design and as you develop the scope on these projects, that you're able to accommodate these projects in a way that allows you to build these projects within the allotted budget allocated in the program.
So ultimately, you need the scope of work, you need, all the funds that are available to come up with initial cost, and then the design, based on the design amenities or features on what this council will direct, on what the multipurpose center will have, that ultimately will drive what the cost would be?
That's correct. There's some of the public comments stated that you could do a basic benchmarking on a cost per seat, but each project is different, and especially when you get into this level of large of a project, it really comes down to what's available on the site, what kind of improvements you need to do for utilities, transportation, roadway network, and whatnot, that would really drive the price and the estimate of a project. And sometimes you do need some additional design and more further detail to develop a more accurate estimate for that particular project.
Okay. You answered my questions, Mr. Rodriguez. And then for you, Mr. Gonzalez, so for this quality of life project, would there be any prohibitions to enter into public or private partnerships, to include naming rights, to include partnerships with other either nonprofits or government entities?
No, ma'am. Back when we started discussing this in 15, I believe, part of what I was telling the council is about some of the projects and how they were planned for and what needed to have taken place in order to launch them correctly. And to your point about other entities, for a project of this magnitude, other communities have formed partnerships with other governmental entities, other private sector opportunities to form a group partnership in order to launch something of this magnitude.
Okay. And then for you, City Attorney Neiman, do we have final cost on what litigation will cost, or is that still something that we're actively still accounting for with the cumulative approach on how much we've already spent? So is that final, or are we still waiting for litigation costs?
We still have additional costs that would be incurred. There's a pending lawsuit at the 8th Court of Appeals that is likely, depending on its outcome, will have to be appealed to the Texas Supreme Court or go back to the trial court. So that's still pending.
So we're pending litigation costs, we're pending to procure an architect or designer, we're pending to explore opportunities for partnerships, whether that be private or nonprofit or government entities. And then finally, features, what it would include any historical components or additions of any of those existing historical buildings, which could be a cost driver as well.
You asking me?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Gonzalez. Yes.
That's okay.
So for that reason, the timeline that's prescribed in this item is too short of notice to give adequate professional cost estimates. If we're going to be doing that, it's not something as simple as putting some quick estimates together. I think that we have a duty to inform the public with accurate information. But that is done in a manner that is not, that's going to be conducted by professionals. That includes all litigation costs and any additional amenities or features that this council and this body wants to include. And for that reason, I feel it's premature. There's no motion currently on the table, so I move to delete.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to delete. We need to take the vote.
Well, can we still continue?
Yeah, but if you have a
Still people
motion
trying-
and a second to delete, it stops conversation.
Actually, that's not true. I believe our rules say that we need a motion and a second to have conversation.
But not
And we
on a
don't- and
motion
we-
to
But we
delete.
don't do that, so now.
Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to withdraw your second in order to continue discussion?
No.
I mean, I'm not aware that Robert's Rules of Orders precludes conversation from occurring. I don't remember us operating off of that understanding of Robert's Rules of Order.
If it's to postpone, well, if it's to delete,
Pardon me?
Mayor, you're correct on the motion to delete.
You're
You're correct, that the deliberation would stop if there's a motion to delete.
Now, if there's a motion to approve or deny, you can continue the conversation, but to delete, it would stop conversation.
Do you want to amend the item to postpone indefinitely, Representative Hernandez?
It would carry the same effect, sir.
Do you want to make a motion to deny at this point, Representative Hernandez? Or
Yeah,
do you
let me withdraw my motion and I move to.
Motion to approve.
To deny.
Hmm?
But there's
District
already
3
a.
has the floor.
Second.
District 3 has the floor currently.
So we're trying to give courtesy to our colleagues so that they have an opportunity to speak. And so,
And I
so-
didn't withdraw my
so-
second.
So Mayor Leeser, you as the presiding officer, I have the floor to make a motion, and it's up to you, Mayor.
Well, I never withdraw my second at this point.
You
to
didn't
deny-
withdraw your second, however,
Yeah.
Representative Hernandez withdrew her motion.
She was actually actively discussing replacing it.
Mayor,
I didn't hear the question, I'm sorry.
Representative Hernandez she withdrew her motion to delete.
To give courtesy to everyone to speak.
And I'm okay with that.
Yes.
I'm
So
okay
then
with
I
that.
can make a motion to deny,
Second.
so that we give the courtesy to our colleagues to speak.
Yeah, now we can continue the conversation. And there's a
So
motion and a
which motion
second to deny.
prevails? Which motion prevails, Mayor Leeser?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I understand that my motion I made to deny, it prevails.
Your motion, you had the floor when you were making the motion, and then Representative Salcido made the motion to approve. However, I believe Representative Hernandez
No,
had the.
Rodriguez, I'm sorry.
Oh,
It wasn't Salcido.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Rodriguez, I apologize for that. Mayor, so do you want to?
Did Representative Hernandez get a second on her?
Hold on,
second
Yes.
motion?
hold on, guys. If we want to continue the conversation, I have no problem with it. We just need to,
I heard Representative Hernandez make the motion to deny, then I heard Representative Rodriguez make the motion to approve, and somebody seconded Representative Rodriguez's.
No.
No?
I don't think it
No,
got
okay.
seconded.
Representative Molinar.
Representative Molinar.
Yeah, no one second over here. The only second was to deny, which was Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
I second Representative Rodriguez's motion.
Trying to be courteous for you, Representative. Okay, so I'm proceeding with the motion to deny at this point.
Second.
Mayor, we have two motions on the floor.
So the mayor decides, right?
One was to deny,
So you decide.
one
Mayor.
was to approve.
Well, we'll take now, I'm going to take the motion to approve as the first one that was said because she removed her motion. When she removed her motion, unless, correct me if I'm wrong.
When she removed her motion, that's when Representative Rodriguez moved to approve, and then it was seconded by Representative Molinar, and then Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein seconded Representative Hernandez's motion.
So what was the
to
first
deny.
motion?
The first motion that was seconded was to approve by Representative Rodriguez.
Okay, so that's the one you take.
I understand that, Mayor, but, you know, I do ask members of council that when we have the floor, to please be respectful of the member who has the floor. Otherwise, we would not have any
Now, what I'll give you,
decorum.
I'll give you an opportunity to do, because I think it's, because we kind of talked to you in doing this, and it got in, I will allow you to leave your motion to cancel the item. and Representative Schwartzbein seconded it, and then that stops the discussion and we move forward. If that's what you want to stay with, I will honor that one, since that was the first motion you made to delete the item. It's up to you. Otherwise, we'll go with the other motion, which was when you lifted it. But we asked you to do that, and then the other one came in. So out of respect for you, I will allow you to keep that motion to delete.
Those who wanted to speak, are you good with that?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm going to give you that option because we
No,
asked.
I do want to be courteous to my
That's
colleagues.
what I'm saying.
and so
I
want to
want
give
to be
them opportunity
respectful to
speak.
you, and that was your motion and second, and then we asked you to move it, and then it jumped in on you.
That's fine. No, just let Representative Rodriguez's motion stand. And she approached, she did it out of order. And so I
Yeah.
want the record to reflect that it was out of order and that I
It
had the
was
floor.
out of order.
Yes.
That, Representative Hernandez is correct. It was out of order because Representative
All right, we'll
Hernandez had
take your
the floor.
motion. We'll take, it doesn't matter which way, you know, guys, it really doesn't matter whether it's to deny or approve, you're gonna vote either way.
Yeah, it just, there was no
So
motion
it's
on the floor.
irrelevant what side you took, because we take a motion to approve, it either passes or it doesn't. You take a motion to deny, it either passes or it doesn't. The same people will vote the same way regardless of what the motion is.
I understand, Mayor, but it's all about
So we'll take your
rules of
motion.
order,
Hold
to
on,
have
hold on.
decorum.
Hold on,
and
remember,
to
we're talking
speak
about
in
who's
order.
got the floor?
Right, yeah.
So I'm gonna take your motion, because I asked you to, if you wanted to remove it, and we snuck in on you, it's probably not proper. So we'll take your motion to deny, and second by Representative Schwartzman, because it doesn't matter. You're gonna vote either way, regardless of whether it's yea or nay. So,
Understood. Thank you,
okay, so we'll go with the dialogue, and we'll go with Representative Rodriguez. Salcido, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor.
I call everybody Representative Rodriguez today for some reason.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad I'm able to speak. I almost felt with all those motions I was going to be hindered to speak, so I'm glad we figured this out. I have some questions for Carla. How much longer do you anticipate for us to hear back in regards to the litigation for the MPC?
I can't give you an estimate. The appeal was filed at the end of 2019. We had oral arguments in early spring of 2020, and we have not heard from the Court of Appeals since. So I can't give you an estimate on when we get a decision from the Court of Appeals.
Okay, thank you. And then I had a question, and I'm probably sure maybe Sam can answer this. I wanted to know, how much will this cost, this type of study would run us, and then also time frame? How long will it take?
Yeah, Representative Salcido, I need to evaluate and work with our consultants to make sure that we give you as accurate information as we can. We'll not be able to give you an estimate today, but typically estimates for a project of this magnitude and the complexity of it, plus working with Carla and the legal costs associated with it, it's going to be a significant amount, but I would not be able to tell you today. And then the timing of it, I would like to come back with a schedule for you all to really prepare the best information that we can from a technical side.
Okay, thank you, Sam. I also do believe in getting all the information I need in order to make the best decisions. I'm not quite sure what decision we're making, what is that we're deciding on right now. There is no question before us because this case currently sits in the courts. So this is something that I would support if the city would prevail in the courts. I just don't feel comfortable right now supporting something and spending taxpayer dollars, and I don't, we didn't get an estimate of how much that would cost, but I'm looking at it as a whole and all the questions Representative Hernandez had asked about time and firms we have to hire. So I think it'll be a substantial amount, but I would support this if the city does prevail in the courts. But at this point in time, I just don't feel it's responsible to be taking this type of action. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Representative Anello.
Ma-
Oh, that's right, your number doesn't pop up.
Yeah, I know, I got the pop-up blues right now. So I appreciate this conversation that we're having here today on a project that is near and dear to so many. One of the things that I recall us having during the early days of the pandemic, I think it was in April of 2020, we actually had an item relating to suspending the construction of the MPC. And if people remember that, that was something that was again brought up to suspend construction of the MPC. And this council at that time took action and directed the city manager to not spend any funds or taxpayer funds on the project until the legal issues are resolved. If everybody recalls, that action that we took on April 28th, again directing the city manager not to spend funds, was in direct connection as a reaction to the pandemic and the ongoing financial and fiscal concerns to this community. I believe that staff has been acting appropriately in not utilizing funds, and this community deserves an accurate estimation for what it would cost. However, in order to do so, we would have to spend funds on this project, and this council has already committed to this community that it will not waste taxpayers' dollars till the legal issues are resolved, and will not waste taxpayers' dollars by doing a half-hearted attempt at coming up with any sort of estimate that wouldn't be done in a way that is appropriate for this project, in a way that is appropriate and deserving of this community. Again, this was something, I don't know, City Manager, if you want to add to it, but this was again something where, again, on April 28th in 2020, we did verbalize that we will not move forward and that we were suspending this project till these legal issues are resolved, especially during this ongoing pandemic. I don't know if City Manager, you had anything.
The only thing I would say is that what I remember telling the council is that I had directed staff not to spend any dollars on this project and several other projects till the pandemic is over. The ones that we have spent money on, we brought back to council. They've been things like the streets projects that have been behind schedule because of COVID, and then some of the other projects that had not gotten the attention during that time frame that we presented to the city council in the subsequent meetings. But we said we weren't going to bring this back. We said we were not going to spend money on it, and we have not done that. I've directed staff to do that back in April of 2020. I think that's right.
And I know,
it's in April.
And I know that folks are concerned about the money that the council and the city are spending relating to this project. And in order to find a truly accurate idea of what it would cost, we would have to spend funds, and that is something that this council committed to do in a responsible and fiscally prudent manner, not to spend the funds on this project during this pandemic. And so I appreciate my colleagues' enthusiasm towards this, but this is not something that I can support currently.
Thank you, Representative Anello.
Thank you,
followed
Mayor.
by Representative Molinar.
Is my microphone on? Yeah. You know, I think that Representative Schwartzbein's right. We did suspend the spending of any dollars during COVID, but I think that we also have to remember there are people that are actually living with the impact of our decision. We fenced off an entire neighborhood downtown. So despite how we talk about economic development and economic growth, there's an entire neighborhood fenced off, and there's literally a woman who is caged in. I believe Tonita is 98 years old now, 93 years old. I'm sorry, I'm not.
93.
93, and she's literally living in a prison created by the city. There's been absolutely no conversation in the last year on if those fences are going to be removed. I get calls all the time about dogs that are out there that Animal Services doesn't come pick up. We've had to make adjustments so she could get her trash picked up. I understand that it'll cost money, but I also think there is a way to get an inflation estimate without hiring consultants and all of the things that Representative Hernandez mentioned that are absolutely right. If you want an absolutely 100% accurate number of what this project would cost, there is going to be a lot of dollars that we have to expend, but we can get an inflation estimate, and we can also get a number that we've never seen before is what do we project the cost of operation would be, right? We've had that, City Manager, you have that conversation all the time, that operations were not factored into this, right? And we know we have our strategic planning coming up. We have conversations over the last year about how we're looking at our budget on a 2-year cycle based on the financial constraints that we're going to be seeing. We also have not had a conversation about how state legislature has changed how you issue debt. And now your certificates of obligation are part of your rollback rate, correct? So even the cost of the arena that was projected or funded for in 2012 is going to have a different impact on our budget. And I think those are conversations we can start having without getting into, do we need to hire an architecture firm? What historic buildings are we going to save? What kind of electricity needs to be done? What kind of brown earth, or I'm sorry, I don't know the exact term off my head, needs to be mitigated? There are some numbers that this council has never talked about that I think it is time that we'll talk about. And I will also say, and I mean this with the most respect, You know, we had a conversation earlier about litigation that wasn't costing us any money in the Eighth Court of Appeals. Here we have a case that is actively costing us extensive amount of money in the Eighth Court of Appeals, and we should be having a conversation, are we going to still continue to expend those funds? So I'm going to support this. I think that there, you know, I think Representative Hernandez is right. We need to have a conversation about what this looks like, what we're actually expecting the numbers for, because if we want an absolute itemized exact number, we're not going to get that in a month. But I think that Sam and city manager and city attorney can come back with some of the questions of, okay, what is inflation? How are our debt issuance changed since this was approved? You know, and what is it we are looking at? What is this project? What do we as a council want from this project? And what is our estimated cost of operation? So I'm going to be supporting this. I really think that my colleagues should start being able to have the conversation of what is the future of the city look like. We talk about Sun Metro and we want more money. This is just sitting here. People are actually living with the impacts of our decisions, and we're refusing to have a conversation because it is hard and that is irresponsible to this community.
Thank you, Representative Molinar, and then after Representative Molinar, we're going to take the question. Okay, Ms. Pine, we're going to go ahead and take
Yes,
the
sir.
question afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. I have a lot on my mind right now, but I'd like to thank, for beginning, Representative Rodriguez for bringing this up. It took a lot of courage, a lot of guts to do that, so I thank you as my colleague. I'd like to also thank all the people that are here and present that took the time out of their busy schedule to support this. I'd also like to thank the callers that took their time from their daily lives to support this as well. I think we all know that we were misled from the very beginning. That has been proven in court in Travis County, and it's a shame. It's an absolute shame. Back in 2011, 2012, whoever was the people doing this led us down a bad path. We just finished the budget cycle. We're now in fiscal year 2022. And I think I've mentioned this before, and now I believe it's Mr. Gonzalez's strategy to bring the budget throughout the year and in times past instead of just focusing maybe on a month, which I applaud you for that, sir. I really do. And I think it's a great, great thing to do because it's a budget. It impacts people's lives every day that we sit here and we're trying to do what's right for our community. So we need to respond for that, and we do have a fiduciary responsibility for that as well. I believe getting the information out is critical for our budget. It's going to be not just for this fiscal year 2022, but in subsequent budgets. It's going to be critical information. We have not put this into the budget, and we're going to eventually someday. So we're going to need that information regardless of how this turns out. I hope everybody, this council approves and supports Representative Rodriguez. I have seen some amazing things since I've been on city council. I can tell you back in August of this year, when we authorized Dr. Ocaranza to do certain things, we moved fast. I mean, we were lightning fast. We had a plan. It made things happen. Next thing you know, we're having a special uncalled meeting in the afternoon. And next thing you know, things are happening. That didn't take time. That was lightning fast. We didn't have to hire an expert. We did it. We did it. Calculations. I've seen our chief financial officer do some amazing work. I mean, you can ask him on a call, what is the impact on the budget on certain things? And that gentleman will come back in less than 5 minutes and give you an answer. We didn't hire any consultants for him. And that gentleman does some fine work. He's a very astute young man, and he does some great work for us. So if he can do that, Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Sandro Rodriguez, our city engineer can do that, our leadership, Mr. Gonzalez and your team, I don't think we have to hire any consultants. I think the timeline of November the 23rd is a generous timeline, a super generous timeline. The citizens of El Paso need this information. Why? Because it's their money, their taxpayer money. We need to be cognizant of that. We need to make sure that we're spending it correctly. We need to make sure that we're spending it right and the right way. So I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate everyone that came here. I appreciate the council dialogue. but it is very accurate that we have some very capable people that work for the city. They have a lot of years of experience, and to go out and hire consultants based on the information that we received back in 14, 15, 16, and the information that we have, that we can move forward and understand the cost of living increase and the cost of material, that we can give some type of estimate to make sure that the citizens of El Paso know exactly where we stand today, and we can make a decision where we go from here. And that's really important. All we're asking is a estimate of your professional opinion, not even, it's a professional opinion, because Mr. Gonzalez, as Representative Molinar said, you and the CFO, you guys do a great job. So thank you for that, and I call the question.
The motion on the floor is to deny the item, to deny the action on the item. It was made by Representative Hernandez, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein, to deny. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session. And the motion passes with 4 affirmative votes. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein, Representative Hernandez, Salcido, Rivera voting aye, Representative Zanello, Molinar, Rodriguez voting nay. The motion does pass.
I do plan on vetoing the action because I think that the citizens deserve better than that, and I believe the citizens deserve to know whether it's an estimate or not. I believe that needs to happen in our community, so thank you.
Thank you. We now move to page number 9, to item number 26.
Mayor, since you are going to veto it, if y'all could provide, when the item comes up again for a vote, clear direction, because in the past, I have shared with the entire council, as Ms. Anello pointed out, the fact that there was O&M costs associated with projects like this, and that was not factored in to the equation. Also had briefed council about when the estimate was put in place back in 2010, 2011, and the fact that there were certain factors not taken into consideration, and advised the council of such. So we have already done that kind of dialogue with the council, and I want to make sure if y'all direct us to go get some kind of information, that it's not just something that's used for just a discussion out in the public without having all the facts. The reason why what was mentioned earlier about partnerships and things of that nature, it's still in litigation. So something of this magnitude could take a lot of twists and turns. And so you'd have to take a lot of those caveats into consideration when you look at the overall cost and then the O&M associated with such a project as well. So I just wanted to state that for everyone's information.
And I appreciate that, and I think I would love to have that dialogue with you and Mr. Cortinas on how best we could move forward with it, because I respect your opinion and your abilities to do your job. So as we move forward with it, how we can best move forward and give that information to the constituents, I'd love to work with you on that as soon as possible. Thank you.
Mayor,
yes, sir.
I know that I spoke once before. So is it safe to say that we'll be spending money on this project again for the multipurpose center?
No, sir. This will be an internal document that we're asking for Mr. Cortinas and Mr. Gonzalez to give us, and that's why I asked for his guidance and working with me to be able to bring it back forward the way that he feels best. We can provide that information to our constituents. So without spending money, we'll use our city resources, which is him and Mr. Cortinas.
Our resources still cost the taxpayers' funds. We just had an item about ongoing litigation and how there were members that didn't want us to spend money on litigation relating to a mask mandate that actually saves people's lives. So I guess I'm a little bit confused how this isn't going to cost the taxpayers money by going through an in-depth estimate for this project.
So the reason why I wanted clarification, if it's going to be vetoed and brought back, I want clear direction on what exactly the council wants us to provide back to them. So I'm going to, after this meeting concludes, I'm going to get with staff to figure out how long it will take them, how long it will take me in working with them to come up with some kind of estimate. We need more specific guidance. I mean, like I said before, it's in litigation, so there will be a lot of caveats that are thrown into the mix. And so it's just, when we do provide information to y'all, when we do react, we do know what we're talking about, and we have to back that up. And so I just want to make sure that if we're asked to do something like what's being proposed, that we just provide a lot of footnotes as to, a lot of caveats that need to be included in that process.
And so with a motion to deny, a motion to veto a deny, what does that mean? This is going to go back up to the next council meeting for approval?
No, sir. We will not automatically place the item on the agenda. The motion was denied.
And so, but with the veto of the deny, with the veto of the motion to deny, then what happens to the item?
I'll have to submit it in writing and then deny it, and then veto it, and then you guys, the council has the right to bring it back for motion to override my veto or whatever you can do. And if it's not overridden, then the motion passes.
Mayor, can I ask
That there was no motion to approve, though.
I'm sorry?
I guess there was no motion to approve the item, so I'm just curious what overriding the denial, if it would have to go back to council for a vote to approve it now.
To override the mayor's veto.
I guess, yeah, but I understand what you're saying, but the denial is overridden.
What represents?
Mayor, can I ask the city manager something? I've been trying to buzz you in.
Oh, you don't come up either, sorry.
I know.
Go ahead, sir.
Sir, how much time does your staff actually need for this?
I probably need to get with them before I give you a response to that, because like when I first started talking to the council about the Mexican American Culture Center, which at the time was the Hispanic Cultural Center, and when I talked to them about the Children's Museum and the arena, what I said about the Hispanic Cultural Center, which again now is the MAC, I said, at the time, all you had to do was go look at what others had done and what that cost to put in the cost calculation, because it was obvious to me that that wasn't done. Same can be said with the Children's Museum. Whenever there was 19.8 million, I think, something along those lines in the 2012 package, but yet just across the border in Mexico, in Juarez, they did one for a little over $30 million, I believe. So I don't know why we thought we could do it cheaper, and that it wasn't going to cost as much. So I shared those concerns early on when I first started here in 14 and 15, and the fact that those projects did not have operations and maintenance. And I said the same thing about the arena. So Absolutely. It wasn't new. And the reason I said it is because if we were going to be expected to deliver, we needed to get on it right away. So that's the reason why we worked on the arena first, because we said that the longer it's going to take, inflation and all the things that are being talked about today are going to play a factor in it. And now you have true inflation going on, and the commodities are increasing exponentially. So all of those are characteristics and issues that have exacerbated that particular project cost. That's just a fact. I mean, it doesn't matter what side you're on the issue. Those are just facts. And so to do an estimate of this magnitude requires a lot of different variables. Yes, you can do simple math and just comparables and say such and such did it for this amount, so it's going to cost us this amount. But we don't know what we want in the facility. We don't know if our true cost for our organization is going to be the full nut, or if we're going to participate in a larger project, in a larger partnership, and ours would only be part of the total sum. So it's all of those factors that go into it on something of this magnitude. And yes, this is an extremely important discussion for this community, right? Because I mean, this is something that was voted on by the public, and there's opposition now for it for a variety of reasons. And so it's a very important subject. So we're not going to take it lightly. And I don't know that we can get something to you that we can stand behind in a couple of 2 or 3 weeks. And I'm not suggesting that's what it is. No. If it's at the end of November, we have 3, maybe closer to 4 weeks. But I would just tell you that it would take a little bit more time to give y'all something more concrete if we were to do it in-house. Because we have to take at least what I just said into consideration, and probably a variety of other factors that I haven't mentioned in responding to you right now.
No, true, and so I'm like Representative Salcedo. I need to know the true figures before we can present those to the public. They need to know. That's being as transparent it can be, and that's why I want to know how long you wanted for this so you can bring back true numbers.
Yeah, because I mean, a lot of things, and since we're in the discussion about it, a lot of things that would come into play is, does it have all the different amenities in the facility?
So,
Does it have all the amenities in the facility that you would want in it, like some of these other major facilities, or is it just is it one dimensional? I would think when you spend this kind of money,
sir,
I think when you spend this kind of money on a project like this, that you would want to make it as multi-dimensional as possible.
exactly. And so, Hernandez. No, hold on, I'm not done yet.
Mayor, the vote has been taken. If council wants to continue deliberating, we would need to
That's
reconsider
correct.
the
The item
item.
has been voted on, and I think we ought to move forward with it. And, you know, to talk about the veto and stuff is not an item on the agenda, so unfortunately, we can't talk about that.
Yeah, but I asked you if I could speak. I just wanted the answer from the city manager, sir. And you
No,
allowed me
I
to.
said that, yes, but I'm
Okay.
just saying because that's the next
Yeah.
question about the veto and stuff like that. So I think that
Okay.
we ought to just move forward with the next item on the agenda.
That's
For the
correct.
reason being that,
The vote has been taken.
Right.
If council wants to
Well, thank you for
reconsider
that.
to continue discussion, they can do that. If not, we need to move on to the
Move to
next.
Well,
reconsider.
can I just give my final answer for?
Second.
Okay.
Mayor,
What was
I'm
that?
being told that we can't hear you in the recording because you're not close to the mic.
oh, because I'm standing up, I don't know if you could tell.
Yeah,
I know, I'm kidding.
we
Yeah,
can't
so
hear
we
you,
just need to
sir.
move on to the next item on the agenda, please.
There's a motion on the floor. Yeah,
What's-
I made a motion to reconsider, seconded by Rep. Hernandez.
So
Thank you.
if you reconsider the item, there'll have to be another motion to vote on it again to approve or deny. Of course, you know that, right? Once
That's
you open
correct.
the motion, then the denial goes away.
Well, there was a point of clarification.
Pardon me?
I'd withdraw my motion.
There's a motion and a second to
I
reconsider.
withdraw my motion.
Oh,
Second.
Representative Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein withdrew, and it has to be made by
The city.
someone that voted on the prevailing side.
Move to reconsider.
No,
Or-
ma'am, you voted,
Yeah.
you did not vote on the
It's just,
Well,
prevailing.
there's
You
a
know
point
what,
of
Ms. Prime-
clarification about how a veto works on an item that's denied. That was,
Yeah.
that was really why I asked my question to begin with, and
Hold
it's
on.
unclear about what occurs.
Mayor, over here, can I, respectfully, can I ask that the members of council, abstain from having sidebar discussions with the rest of council?
Yes, ma'am, I agree.
Under the Texas Open Meetings Act, the public is allowed to hear all your conversations.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem withdrew his motion to reconsider. Mayor, may we go to the next item?
Please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is number 26, and this is an operational focus update on Winterfest 2021.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, Ben Fife, Managing Director for Cultural Affairs and Recreation. I've already introed this item previously before we went to the break, and so I will just now introduce Diana Cepeda, who will be walking us through plans and rollout for Winterfest. She's in charge of this initiative, and as I mentioned before, really excels at bringing together cross-functional resources to anything she sort of sets her mind to, which includes Winterfest, as well as Live Active and streetcar programming. So Diana.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Let me just get to the right screen. Again, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Diana Cepeda, Strategic Initiatives Coordinator with the Museums and Cultural Affairs Departments, and I will be presenting agenda item number 26, which is a management update for this year's Winterfest season. This agenda item falls onto goal number 4, enhance El Paso's quality of life through recreational, cultural, and educational environment. This year, Winterfest will run from Saturday, November 20th of 2021 to January 2nd from 2022. And the focus for this holiday season is to keep up the holiday spirit while we carry on with El Paso's holiday tradition while maintaining safety during the pandemic. We want to engage families and friends in our community with a variety of holiday programs and activities and increase options for downtown visitors and tourists, especially with the opening of the new hotels in downtown El Paso. This year, we're celebrating the 6th annual Winterfest season with 6 consecutive weeks full of family-friendly entertainment. The community can expect more than 400,000 mini lights around San Jacinto Plaza, a 55-feet holiday tree, the traditional Shirley Gate Celebration of Lights Parade, the El Paso Strong Tree at the museum outside the Museum of Art, Pastel de las Luces holiday decor, as well as decor along Mill Street across the City Visitor Center. I would like to highlight that the planning for this event involves over 13 city departments to include Parks and Recreation, El Paso Police Department, and Street and Maintenance, Sun Metro, as well as one-stop shop who assists with the processing of all the permits needed to make this event a success. I would like to take the time to thank all of these departments that take part of the planning and the execution of this event that usually takes an entire year of planning, and because of COVID, we had less than 2 months to prepare. So for the big opening day, we are starting this season with a big opening event on Saturday, November 20th, with a variety of family-friendly programs hosted by the Parks and Recreation Department. We will host the holiday tree lighting ceremony starting at 4:30 p.m. at San Jacinto Plaza with holiday programming, which includes live performances of special guests, food trucks, and local vendors, followed by the Shirley Gate Celebration of Lights Parade starting at 5:30 p.m., which includes more than 60 floats, and it will be broadcasted by KBIA with the Stephanie Valle as the master ceremony for the event. And this is the map that we're going to be having for the Shirley Gate Celebration of Lights Parade, which will start at Texas Avenue on Campbell Street, and it's going to go over Overland and turn El Paso Street and include part of the Paseo de las Luces going up to San Jacinto Plaza and finishing on Mills and Campbell Street. So what to expect the day off? So we're going to be having the relocation of the Downtown Arts and Farmers Market. It's going to be at the Pedestrian Pathway and Convention Center, right between the Convention Center and the Chihuahua Stadium. It's going to be running from 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. and it's going to have more than 80 local vendors as well as live entertainment. Throughout the season, we're going to have Parks and Recreation. We'll be hosting the holiday fiesta starting on Sunday, November 21st, right after the opening day, and they're going to run Friday to Sunday from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. And the community can expect holiday performances by local organizations, and of course the traditional pictures with Santa. We're also going to have 3 special events on December 23rd, 30th, and the 31st with live music as well as food trucks. El Paso Museum of History is going to be hosting a couple of family-friendly events. One in honor to the El Paso Homegrown exhibit, which is opening on November 20th, as well as family days and talks. And of course, the digital wall is going to be part of Winterfest, and they're going to be featuring snow and holiday lighting. El Paso Museum of Art is also going to be hosting a couple of workshops and pop-up events, and the programming is going to be aligned to the first ever fashion exhibition, the Fashion Nirvana Runaway to Everyday. El Paso Public Library, it's going to be having the Winterfest Reading Club. This year, the theme will be a Grinch year, and they're going to have Grinch visits throughout the libraries, as well as the famous letters to Santa. They're going to be participating on El Paso Streetcar Read and Ride, and they also have other throughout the Winterfest season. El Paso Zoo and Botanical Gardens are going to be hosting the Santa at the Zoo on December 11 and 12 from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., and they're going to be featuring holiday decors, photos with Santa, winter crafts, as well as educational presentations and activities.
Ms. Cepeda, I'm afraid we've lost, oh no, I see Representative Rivera. Thank you.
Thank you. Destinations El Paso is also part of this big celebration, and we're going to be having the ice skating ring at the Arts Festival Plaza, and El Paso Electric Holiday Tree, some Fiesta Fridays with live entertainment, as well as the traditional free holiday movies at the Plaza Theater that are presented by El Paso Community Foundation and Plaza Classic Film Festival. They are expected to have showing every Sunday throughout the season, as well as the holiday vendor market every Saturday throughout the season. And I would like to mention that all of you should be receiving a small gift by Destination El Paso, and it should be waiting on your offices by the end of this meeting. El Paso International Airport is also part of Winterfest, and we want to invite the community to go and check out all the lights and decorations throughout the terminal as well as outside the airport. They're going to be having their traditional holiday tree lighting on November 18 and different programming throughout the Winterfest season. Of course, El Paso Streetcar is going to be part of this year's celebration. We're going to be running the hours of operation Thursday to Saturday, 4 p.m. to 11 p.m., as well as extended services on Saturday, November 20th, which is the opening day, and also the week between Christmas and New Year's, we're going to be having extended services. Some of the holiday programs that the community can expect is the Read and Write in collaboration with the libraries, as well as trolley tracks, Santa meet and greet, and of course, a free parking at Glory Road when it's possible. So we want to invite everyone in the community to check out the epwinterfest.com website if they want to find out more about upcoming events, the Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, and of course, use the hashtags epwinterfest and I am El Paso. And that concludes the presentation, or are there any questions?
Sorry, finding out the mayor muted. Oh, my suit. Oh, that was a good coat that I had there. I don't know. I think I might have lost it in the pandemic blizzard, but I do have a really great dreidel sweater that lights up, so that might be making an appearance again. I just had a quick question relating to the previous slide, just on Metro, and I think up next we have Representative Molinar. Is that correct? So I don't know if anybody else has theirs, but I just had one quick question about the streetcar. So very excited. You know, we have seen with her streetcar how events really drive it. The success of the Dia de los Muertos that we had. I can tell you that people were waiting on the Gloria Road Transfer Center to take it down, and with how packed it gets for Winterfest, not just on the opening night, but pretty much on every single evening through the new year. It's great and exciting to have the streetcar there. So I'm just curious, when does Winterfest officially kick off in downtown, where we have the tree lighting?
November 20th, sir.
November 20th. And so we're looking at having only service Thursday through Saturday, except for the week between Christmas and New Year's at this time currently?
Correct. At this point, yes.
Okay. And Sundays, we're not going to be having service. We're not going to be having service as well. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's my understanding.
Okay. I know that some of those I know that some of the weekdays there, we're not going to be on there, but I strongly think that it would make sense for the entirety of Winterfest. You know, families do come down on those other days as well, not just on that week between Christmas and New Year's. I do think that there would be the ridership to justify that on some of those other days as well, from the kickoff on the 20th through the New Year. So I think that's just something to look at as well. Really exciting about how this has progressed. I'm also excited too that we're in a position right now with our community to be able to have this public event in a responsible manner because of the way that our community has taken vaccinations seriously, have taken mask wearing seriously, and hasn't succumbed to misinformation, unfortunately. So we're in a position, I think, as a city to be able to offer these amenities because of our community stepping up to the challenge of COVID-19 and responding in an appropriate manner. So that is something that's really great there. I think, Ms. Jerome, you had your virtual hand up in your virtual box over there.
Yes, sir. Yes. Tracy Jerome, Deputy City Manager, Quality of Life and Communications, for the record. Just to address two of your concerns or comments. The extended service that we're looking at, we base that on the ridership from past Winterfest events. It would specifically 19 when we were able to have people in person. Of course, last year it was all virtual, but we are looking at further extension of service. So we're very excited about being able to offer that. And then I'm not sure if Ellen Smythe is on the line, but Sunday service is not available to us to offer right now, and that's due to FTA restrictions. So, and I'm on the programming side of the house with this, and Ellen is operations, but she may be able to address that a little fuller for you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
FTA restrictions?
So it's not a restriction, it's a complimentary service. So whenever we run the streetcar, we're required to run the complimentary paratransit service, and that's where the additional expense would come in, because we do not have any buses running at all on Sunday right now. So the streetcar budget would have to bear the weight of all of the paratransit requests on that day, and we do not have the budget for that.
Okay.
And the paratransit, that is an FTA requirement. Whenever we run any fixed route, and a streetcar is considered fixed because it's fixed on its rail, that's a complimentary, quote, complimentary service that's required, and it's not budgeted at this time on the streetcar.
Okay. Super cool, super exciting, super holiday oriented. So I'll have to see what I can bring out. I think the dreidel sweater with my snow themed coat might just be a little too much, but we'll see what's in there. Really quick, what about the elf on the shelf? I've heard nothing, absolutely nothing from city management, any part of this presentation about elf on the shelf. And I'm wondering, Colonel Weston or Tommy, have you talked to this elf? Because I'm very concerned about that.
If I may, Tracy Jerome again for the record.
It's just not acceptable. It's disrespectful. It's disrespectful.
This is a season of surprises, sir, and why you insist on wrecking and ruining potential surprises. The elf could happen. You never know. It's wonders the magic in the season, sir.
It's kind of like a whole "Where's Waldo" concept. It's going to be "Where's the elf?" So
this council and this city does not deserve this kind of disrespect, and I hope that we're able to talk to the elf wherever he is, to know what he's been doing during this pandemic.
He's getting a stimulus check.
I hope he got a booster. What I hope is that the elf got a booster. Let alone the vaccine.
The elf's been at the airport. He's been at different areas.
He's a wild
making
one.
Special appearances.
He's a wild one. He better have a mask on.
There are many appearances planned between now and the end of the holiday season.
I mean, if you've talked to him, let him know. Let him know I'm looking for him. So, that's encouraging. I hope that he comes up. I hope he has the appropriate vaccination card as well. And I hope he has a booster, because he's a wild elf. He's a wild and crazy kind of elf. Representative Molinar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Ms. Diana Cepeda, Merry Christmas, Feliz Navidad. So thank you very much for your presentation. I just want to be sure a couple of things. Number one, when you mentioned the vendors and the food trucks, of course, those for purchase, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and everything else on this Winterfest is free?
Correct, sir. Everything, all the programming the museums are hosting, the libraries, as well as everything happening at San Jacinto Plaza, everything is free of charge. We work very hard to make sure we provide the services to our community, not cost.
Okay, great. And so the way
Sorry, Representative, there is an additional charge there for ice skating.
Ice skating, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy.
Okay, and hopefully we can hope and pray that our borders, our ports of entry are open, that our sister city, the citizens from Mexico, Ciudad Juarez, Chihuahua, they'll be able to participate, join us, and make this event even stronger and better. So I'm looking forward to that and making sure that hopefully by then our ports of entry are open. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time and help.
Thank you. We will be ready for them to host them here.
Is there anyone else? I know that with Mr. Fife there, I'm looking forward to everything that's there as well. Do we have a cost estimated for the ice rink this year? Or is the ice
Sir,
rink going to make it?
we don't have the full budget amounts ready
Okay.
for the council. We can go ahead and provide that though for the individual components. This is a high dollar item in terms of all of the accumulated resources, but we work very hard to maximize those resources
Well, I think
throughout the season.
Well, I think it's one of the best examples where it might have a little bit of cost, but the impact on our community, the ROI is very high as well. And again, this is something like our Dia de los Muertos, like our trails and our trailheads and our open space. This isn't bringing something that's foreign to El Paso. It's celebrating something that happens with our culture and our history organically. We have seen families come to downtown, come around San Jacinto Plaza for 100 years. And our city management, our organization, understanding that, embracing, leaning into it, and being able to amplify it and make it even bigger and better for our residents on both sides of the borders, something magical and wonderful, and truly El Paso. So I thank you all for all the work that you're doing. I don't know if anybody else from council has anything that they want to comment as well. I know that Representative Rivera also has probably going to have a stocking or two as well, so I'm looking forward to that.
And actually, Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, just to chime in on what you just said, I think it's important for the council to remember that this was actually in your strategic plan. This was one of the initiatives to really amplify and augment what was a very traditional holiday display that frankly I think our community had outgrown into multi-weeks of programming that every year we are continually adding to. It's not just for El Pasoans, it's also for our neighbors in our sister city, but also for the tourists experiencing downtown for the first time in a lot of our hotels. It really is, I think part of that plan is really to address community need, but also to make sure we're putting our best face forward for tourists and visitors when they visit our community during the holidays.
Great. Is there anything else from council at this point? I know that Representative Lizarga had to step out for a previous meeting, so I think we can go to the next item.
Yes, sir. The next items are the first reading of ordinances. These are items 27 and 28.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion made by Representative Rivera, seconded by Representative Rodriguez, to approve the first reading of ordinances. These are items 27 and 28. On that motion, call for the vote.
Laura, I didn't second it.
Was it Representative Anello?
No.
Representative Hernandez, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
The mayor turned off his computer. I'm not exactly sure how to turn it back on, so I vote yes.
Thank you. In the voting session? And the motion passes unanimously. Representative Lizarraga not present. Representative Salcido not present for this vote. The next item is number 29. And this is discussion and action on the request that the Director of Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing Department be authorized to issue a purchase order to Texas Commission on Fire Protection. There's a motion made by Representative Rivera, seconded by Representative Anello to approve. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzwein?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, and the motion passes unanimously. Item number 30 is discussion and action on the award of solicitation 2021-1305 Parkway Structure Citywide Maintenance to JAR Concrete, Inc., DBA JAR Construction, Inc.
Second.
There's a motion made by Representative Rivera, seconded by Representative Molinar to approve. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwarzwein?
Aye.
Thank you. And the voting session, and the motion passes unanimously. The next item is number 31, and this is a public hearing on an ordinance authorizing the city manager to sign a purchase sale agreement, special warranty deed, and any other documents necessary to convey to BJ Capital Properties Limited approximately 3.15 acres of land.
Motion to approve.
Who was the second? Was that you? Okay. There was a motion made by Representative Anello, seconded by Representative Rodriguez to approve. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwarzwein?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, and the motion passes unanimously. Council, at this time, may we have a motion to recess in order to convene the TERS 14 board meeting?
So moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second to recess the city council meeting. All in favor?
Yes.
Anyone opposed? The regular city council meeting is in recess at 2:46 p.m. Good afternoon. This is a meeting of the Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Number 14 Board of Directors. It is 2:46 p.m. Present are Board of Directors Anello, Hernandez, Molinar, Schwarzwein, Salcido, Rodriguez, and Rivera. We do have a quorum. Item number 2 on the agenda is discussion and action on the review and recommendation approval of the final project plan and financing plan for TERS 14.
We get a presentation.
Yes, good afternoon, members of council. This is Kelly Kotlik. I have the presentation. I'll get it pulled up here. So again, good afternoon, members of council. This is Kelly Kotlik, the Economic Development Program Administrator. The item I'll be covering today is the Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Number 14 Final Project and Financing Plan. This is a requested action for approval of an ordinance approving a project and financing plan for Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Number 14, City of El Paso, making various findings related to such plan, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. This TERS is highlighted in blue in the map shown to the right. As you can see, it is adjacent to the airport's air operations facilities and exists primarily on airport-owned, non-aviation land. During this presentation, I will be covering how this item aligns with our city strategic plan, El Paso International Airport recent developments, overall impact and opportunities for growth. Then we will dive into our economic development tools and impacts, our strategy for TERS development, and the specifics of this TERS, including where we're at in the process, the TERS basics, projections, and plan. This TERS is tied directly to our city strategic plan, specifically Goal 1, cultivate an environment conducive to strong, sustainable economic development. Underneath that goal are 2 sub-goals guiding this project. Goal 1.1, to stabilize and expand El Paso's tax base, and Goal 1.4, to grow the core business of air transportation and expand airport development. Goal 1.1 places an emphasis on activating targeted development and redevelopment of priority areas, including the airport. This area is one of the city's 25 by 2025 visionary objectives, and additionally, this TERS is ideally suited to attract companies from our key regional industry clusters, chiefly advanced manufacturing, advanced logistics, and defense and aerospace. Secondly, Goal 1.4 recognizes that the airport is an economic development powerhouse for our region. With over 1,700 acres of developable land, leasing and expansion opportunities, free trade zone activity, and positioned as the gateway for Fort Bliss and White Sands Missile Range. As part of the largest regional military complex in the U.S., Fort Bliss accounts for 131,000 El Paso jobs and produces over $25 billion in annual local economic impact. The strategic alignment between EPIA and Fort Bliss has this area ideally positioned for future development. The TERS is a key enabler of the airport's focus for the future on non-aeronautical revenue development. This plan supports development across the airport's 5 unique business districts through the ongoing land development master plan, while enabling the airport to capitalize on partnership opportunities with Fort Bliss and grant opportunities for infrastructure network expansion, innovation-based small business, and advanced manufacturing design centers. This past year has seen significant development across the airport's 5 districts. Within the 601 corridor, Marmax, the parent company of TJ Maxx and Marshalls, began construction on their new $150 million regional distribution center that will cover 200 acres and employ 950 El Pasoans. Moving south to the Global Reach Infinity Park, UPS and FedEx have both expanded their operations adjacent to the airfield. The Boeing Business District has added a new luxury fixed-base operator, Millionaire, and finally Region 19 has construction ongoing at the Crosswinds Entertainment District with their new 6-story conference and parking center. Adjacent to the airport, Fort Bliss continues to thrive, and the newly opened William Beaumont Army Medical Center will drive considerable activity to the airport's northeast corner. There is clearly significant momentum across the airport's footprint, and the new TERS will enable the city to execute a plan to maintain that growth trend. These developments did not happen by accident. Rather, they're the direct result of the city's strategic planning process. And guided by the strategic plan, we intend to build on our successes as we have the tools and resources in place to attract new industry while providing local companies the opportunities to stay here and expand. On this slide, I'll cue up a video here. So the video you're about to see provides an aerial view of Global Reach Infinity Park and the 601 Corridor Business District, highlighting the construction activity that has already begun at the Marmax property, as well as showcasing the breadth of land available for development across these districts. This video is a great illustration of both the opportunities available at the airport and the investments needed to bring those opportunities to life. The airport itself is truly an economic powerhouse for our community. On the air operations side, the airport is home to 41 businesses that account for approximately 3,000 employees. Across the non-aviation footprint, the airport has 150 lease agreements that account for an additional roughly 500 businesses. Similarly, on the aviation development front, the airport has made significant progress in bringing new nonstop destinations and additional flights to El Paso. They currently offer 14 nonstop destinations with 47 daily departures that generated 3.5 million total passengers in 2019. They've added 23 new flights since 2015 and currently have 2 fixed-based operators. While the TERS is not a tool that would directly support the airport's aviation operations, the indirect spillovers could be significant. The new markets that the airport has expanded into provide significant opportunities to attract corporate expansions or relocations to El Paso. As companies based in these cities find it easier and easier to travel to and from El Paso, our community and the airport become a much greater attraction for their business operations. A key potential driver for development at the airport is the Advanced Manufacturing Campus Plan that was endorsed by City Council 2 weeks ago to pursue funding through the EDA's Build Back Better Regional Challenge. This partnership between the city and El Paso Makes seeks to create a 250-acre area, as shown in the rendering to the right, dedicated to co-locate aerospace and advanced manufacturing activity within a 200-acre master plan campus and a 50,000 square foot existing facility for supporting startups or small manufacturers. This project is a great example of the alignment of efforts, federal grants, local institutions of higher education, community nonprofits, and the city coming together to create an industry cluster that will increase the competitiveness of local businesses and retain local talent. Once activated, this campus will be a catalyst for growth beyond its 200 acres, requiring public infrastructure that tourism will be positioned to fund. As we look to our economic development toolkit, we are constantly evaluating our options to find the right tools for the right projects and right locations across the city. While the item before you today is focused on the TERS and tax increment financing, developments at the airport can be further enhanced through the activation of other state, local, and federal programs, as well evidenced by the previous slide's federally funded project. Our ability to strategically employ economic development incentive agreements, both within and outside of TERSs, has generated substantial benefits across our community. Our existing economic development agreement portfolio will provide an estimated benefit to other local taxing entities totaling greater than $268 million over a 20-year period. These numbers are projections and subject to change, but the impact in property taxes generated will provide considerable resources for our community partners. Our TERS strategy is to use them as a tool to expand El Paso's tax base and create and retain jobs in areas that have existing impediments to development. When public infrastructure is insufficient and hindering development, the TERS is a valuable instrument to fund that construction and position properties as shovel-ready. By enabling commercial and industrial development, we are providing relief to the residential taxpayer and providing opportunities by targeting the types of companies and industries that offer high-paying jobs and careers. For a brief refresher on the TERS creation process and where we are at in it, the creation of a TERS requires two main documents. First, a creation ordinance, which was approved by the council on August 3rd of this year. And second, a project plan and financing plan that must be approved by the TERS board first and then forwarded on for city council to approve by ordinance. Now for the TERS 14 basics. As mentioned, this TERS was created by city council on August 3rd, 2021. It is a non-contiguous TERS consisting of approximately 4,048 acres adjacent to El Paso International Airport, as depicted in blue on the map to the right. This TERS is a 35-year term ending on December 31st, 2056, and the city will contribute 50% of the real property increment within the zone generated from the maintenance and operations portion of the city's tax rate. The projected development across the TERS footprint and its 35-year term is predicted to yield over 19 million square feet of new building construction and 739 million of total incremental value. Given the adjacency to the airport, current zoning, the market demand, industrial, office, and commercial uses are projected. Given those development projections, the TERS has the potential to bring a significant net benefit to the city of El Paso and the other local taxing entities. Over the 35-year term, the city could see a total net benefit of $334 million. In total, TERS properties are projected to generate over $1.2 billion in property taxes, and with the TERS receiving up to $89 million from our participation rate, that leaves a total net benefit to all local taxing entities of over $1.1 billion. The projected nearly $89 million benefit to the TERS shown on the previous slide is accounted for here in the proposed project costs. These project costs are estimate, but they illustrate the types of projects the TERS is authorized to fund. The focus of this TERS will be largely on street and intersection improvements, as the airport's 1,700 acres of developable land will require approximately 8.7 miles of major roadway construction. Savings from one line item may be applied to another, but will not exceed $88.9 million over the life of the TERS without prior council approval. And specific TERS projects will be brought forward to the TERS Board and City Council for consideration and approval. For the next steps, subject to any of your questions, I would ask for you to consider a motion this board adopts the TERS 14 project and financing plan and submits the plan to City Council for final approval. Pending your approval, then we can return to the regular meeting for you to consider approving the ordinance to adopt the plan. And that concludes my presentation, pending any questions you might have. Thank you.
It's a great presentation, and it looks like there's a lot that's going on in our community. Sometimes I think we miss that a little bit, and sometimes that's not necessarily the most exciting of stories, but there's a consistent growth in our community, especially with the economic development that isn't just down into the future, but happening each and every day. So thank you again for that. Is there anyone from council that has any other comments? Representative Hernandez, you're active.
I'm sorry, I know that we've talked about this in the past, but just as a reminder, on what slide is it? Slide number 17 says 50% of the 50% of the real property increment. So I just want to clarify: that's after the baseline is created? So that's going to be for any new development. It'll be 50% of that increment that stays within the TERS.
Yes, ma'am. So 2021 base year values, all of those property tax revenues will continue to flow to the general fund, and then it'll just be moving on from 2021, the increment that is generated, 50% of that from the maintenance and operation portion of the rate will go to the TERS.
Okay, so it's just the O&M and not the debt service.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then no sales taxes?
No, ma'am.
Okay, that's all I wanted to confirm. It's really exciting opportunity for the city, and I'm so supportive of this. But just as an advisement to council, this budget is preliminary and is subject to change by this board. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Hernandez, what you are doing today too is just by approving this is just another strategy in our economic development arsenal that we're utilizing in order to attempt to develop the airport to its fullest potential.
I move to approve.
Oh. There's a motion made by Board Director Hernandez, seconded by Board Director Rivera to approve. On that motion, Board Director Anello?
Aye.
Thank you. Hernandez?
Yes.
Molinar?
Nay.
Salcido?
Aye. Oh, sorry.
Salcido?
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. Rodriguez?
No.
Rivera?
Yes.
Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. And the motion passes with 5 affirmative votes. Representatives Molinar, Rodriguez voting nay. Representative Board Director Lizarraga not present. The motion does pass. We now go to item number 3, identification of items for future agendas. Is there anything? Item number 3 is the identification of items for future agendas. Is there any items?
No action.
No items.
Thank you. May we have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn. The Board of Directors meeting, all in favor?
Yes.
Anyone opposed? And the Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone number 14 Board of Directors meeting for Tuesday, October 26, 2021 is adjourned at 3:04 p.m. May we have a motion to reconvene the regular City Council meeting?
Move to reconvene.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to reconvene the regular City Council meeting. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The meeting is back in session at 3:04 p.m. We're on item number 32, and this is a public hearing on an ordinance approving a project and financing plan for Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone number 14.
Move to approve.
There's a motion made by Representative Hernandez, seconded by Representative Rivera to approve. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. Representative Salcido? I don't show your, thank you. In the voting session, and the motion passes with 6 affirmative votes. Representative Molinar voting nay. Representative Lizarraga not present. The motion passes. We now go to item number 34, and this is a public hearing on an ordinance changing the zoning of parcel 1 and parcel 2 from RF Ranch and Farm to M2 Heavy Manufacturing and imposing conditions at 7,000 Stan Roberts.
Get a presentation from staff, please.
Absolutely. And for the record, this is Ann Gallante from Planning and Inspections. Give me one moment to share screen. And then to start the presentation.
Item 33 was postponed.
Is everyone able to see the slides?
Yes.
Okay. Item 34 is a request to rezone the subject property located at 7,000 Stan Roberts from its current designation of ranch and farm to a proposed zoning district of M2 heavy manufacturing. In this slide, you can see an aerial view of the subject property and its surrounding environs. The subject property is outlined in black. This slide shows a zoning map to give a sense of the land use or the zoning districts surrounding the subject property. Immediately adjacent, we have quarry, ranch and farm, and then within the area, we have commercial, apartment, and planned residential as well. This is the future land use map for this area from Plan El Paso. The subject property has the designation of G7, industrial and or rail yards, and this is compatible with the proposed zoning district of M2. This is a general concept plan. This is prepared in fulfillment of the requirement for rezoning requests concerning vacant property. This is not a proposed concept for development that is currently being contemplated at this time, but rather a depiction of what might be possible if the rezoning was approved. Because of the proximity to residential land uses about 300 to 400 feet away north of the state line, residential land use, residential zoning district land in proximity to the subject property from the south, and in response to concerns voiced by owners of surrounding properties, staff is recommending approval with 7 conditions. And we're going to go over what those conditions would be. This is a general summary of those proposed conditions. Many of them concern perimeter treatments for the subject property where in proximity to residential zones and uses. We are also recommending inclusion of a 100-foot setback for manufacturing, processing, and storage uses, and also that prior to development, a detailed site development plan would be approved that would pin down the use and the proposed configuration of development on the subject property. This slide shows the full text of the recommended ordinance conditions as proposed by staff. We're also going to go through these one by one. The first condition would concern a 20-foot landscape buffer to the south along the southerly property line adjacent to Stan Roberts. You can see it highlighted in an oval on the site plan, and you can also see a cross section of what that proposed buffer would look like. The full text of this proposed condition is also on this slide, explaining the tree spacing and size, as well as a recommended inclusion of 15% of the total amount of landscaping required for the parcel altogether to be placed within this buffer. We would be also recommending inclusion of a 20-foot irrigated landscaped buffer along the northerly property line with 2 rows of trees as well. And then in this diagram, you can see the proposed cross section of what that would look like and the full text of staff's recommended condition. Within the buffers, we would also be recommending inclusion of masonry walls. Along the front property line abutting Stan Roberts, we would recommend a combination wrought iron and masonry wall as depicted on this slide. And to the rear, along the northerly property line, we would be recommending an 8-foot masonry wall condition. Staff is also recommending that for any future manufacturing, processing, or storage components of any use on the subject property, that a minimum 100-foot setback from the property line be maintained along any property line where there is adjacent residential development, so zones or uses. We would consider any office components of future development to be appropriate to locate within the setback, but we would ask that a condition be adopted that any of the more intense components be at least that far away from the front property line. And then we're also recommending inclusion of a condition that goes above and beyond the screening for outdoor storage provided in Title 20 of the City Code, and request that there be a condition adopted for an 8-foot masonry wall surrounding any outdoor storage components of the subject property. And lastly, we would be recommending inclusion of a requirement for a detailed site development plan to be reviewed and approved prior to the issuance of any building permits. This would give certainty as far as the proposed use as well as its proposed configuration. This is a slide depicting current conditions present on the subject property, and this slide depicts its surrounding environs and their current state. We did receive 1 phone call and 2 letters in opposition to the request. Concerns posed pertained to about the proposed future residential development and potential impact of heavy industrial uses nearby. This is why we are including 7 requested conditions to ensure that the surrounding properties receive protection against more intense uses on the subject property. With that, staff is recommending approval of the rezoning request with the conditions as outlined in the presentation. And this concludes this slideshow.
Okay, I think we have Representative Molinar.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Is it possible to do public comment right now, please?
It is, sir. And I will say, Ann, thank you again for this presentation. Again, this seems like a great opportunity for our community. There are many plans that have looked at this area as a possible future economic development opportunity. I know it was something that's been mentioned for decades, and it's great to see this moved forward in a responsible manner. There's always ways to improve these projects and to, again, have an appropriate balance between neighbors and between making sure we maximize that economic development potential while being sensitive to neighbors around the property. And I'm sure that we can figure this out, but I did want to hear public comment at this point.
Yes, sir. We have 3 members of the public that signed up to speak on this item. The first person is Mr. Richard Dayu. He will be followed by Douglas Schwartz, followed by Lisa Turner. Good afternoon, Mr. Dayu. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. For the record, I am Richard Dayu, Thunderbird Management Consulting. I am a registered lobbyist with the City of El Paso, and I'm here representing Southwest Land Development. So I think the first thing I want to convey to all of you, as I've spoken to most of you in person, is that my client is not opposed to this development. We think that an opportunity to grow this economy and bring high-paying jobs, particularly manufacturing jobs, to the community is essential to the future. And we appreciate the work that staff has done in planning and inspections to provide some modifications to, in some ways, modify so that it mitigates some of the challenges of an industrial development located coexisting effectively with a residential development. That said, we would like to suggest to the council respectfully that this be tabled for another month in order for what our recommendation is for members of city council who have an interest in this to meet with the city planning folks and my client, Mr. Schwartz with Southwest Land, and also to bring to the table Mr. Gonzalez to talk about how additional adjustments might be made to this in order for those 2 developments to coexist. One correction, just for the clarification for Ann, it's not a proposed residential development we're talking about. There is a development already ongoing. Curb cuts have been put in place, water and sewage have been brought in, and they're planning to have streets laid by the year end. So this is a development that's well on its way. We think that, as an example of some corrections that should be made, that more than a 100-foot buffer should be put into place in this development. 100 feet is not a long way when you're talking about a manufacturing facility, heavy manufacturing, that could be 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Noise pollution as well as visual pollution needs to be mitigated in every possible way so that we don't reduce the property values of those people who've purchased those properties and built homes on them. So I'd like to point those as key elements to this process and recommend again that council consider tabling this until a further date, a month or so, and given everyone the opportunity to sit down at the table and find some compromise levels that would then fulfill everybody's interests and allow them to coexist in the same area. And I would close by saying to you that, I'm running out of time, if this were a private developer's property, I think the council would hold them to a slightly higher standard, and we ask you to do the same thing for yourselves. Thank you for your time.
Thank you again, and thank you again for being here. Is there another
Yes, sir.
speaker?
We have Mr. Douglas Schwartz. Good
Good
afternoon,
afternoon,
sir.
Mr. Schwartz. How are you?
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Thank you for taking the time to hear this today. I wanted to bring in a little history on when this property was purchased and why. We had our property zoned and a master plan approved in early 2008. A few years later, the city was courting an engine manufacturing plant and requested 1,000 acres, mainly so they could have a mile buffer from any residential. The city, I know, has gone after several other companies with this land. I want to stress that M2 is heavy manufacturing. We're talking 24-hour shifts, a lot of light, rail yards, and I ask that you all put yourself in the shoes of people that are going to be living a street away. I mean, 100 feet is less than the width of a major arterial, just to put it in perspective. And this, to imagine that across hazardous materials, lights, noise going on 24 hours a day across from your house, if that was you. So we're not opposed to this, as Richard mentioned. We're just asking for a proper buffer, proper screening, a solid masonry wall instead of a combination wall, more landscaping on the outside, not on the inside, And I think we had detailed a whole list of items that seems like they fell on deaf ears of the public, but that's, I'm happy to answer any questions. Our development is ongoing. People will be living here probably early next year.
What is the size that you're looking at in terms of how many people you're looking, and when it's all built out, all the phases?
We're looking at about 2,200 homes.
2,200 homes and about 4 people per home?
About 3, I think 3.3 is the current
Are
number.
you aware of how many dogs per home as well? Just kidding.
Well, with the pandemic, probably 3 dogs. But
Got it.
Pandemic
Awesome. Well, we appreciate you and Mr. Dave taking the time to be here. I don't know if anybody else from council has any questions that they're, think that you request to speak.
Yes, I just request to speak.
Yes, Representative Moliner.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. I have no questions for you, sir. Is it possible, I know we recently had some concerns and things going on with this property. Is it the previous discussions are over? And the reason I ask is because I've asked at least twice, have we terminated that? And the answers I've received is the numbers don't match, and we have not received any official response from the person we were dealing with. So is this over? And
we're currently not working on any active projects on this particular site. However, a rezoning of this property is important. It's important from a prime piece of property that's 1,000 acres. That's good for development for a heavy manufacturing use. It's received a lot of attention, and so being able to take away from the development timeline when there are companies that are interested is important, and so having it zoned properly is important as well. Okay. Also, we've worked very closely with Mr. Schwartz. We certainly are cognizant of and understanding of the need for us to put an adequate buffer in place for the planned residential development. So, making sure that we've got a rezoning with an adequate buffer is important, and we recognize that.
thank you. So I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. At this present time today, we are not having discussions with any entity.
Don't think that's.
No,
Well-
at this time today, there's not an active project for that particular property, but we are still recommending that we move forward with the rezoning. It's very important for any additional potential use of the property.
And let me just add one other thing to what Carrie just said, and that would be that you want the site ready for some project like what's been described to you in the past. You want it ready so that you can compete more effectively with the competition that's out there. The one project that I'm referencing that you're aware of, where it did land, the site was already prepared and ready, and so that obviously I think played a role in that whole process. So us being market ready is a high priority for us.
Thank you. I am concerned, though, that there is a current development in progress and how that may impact. And so, Colonel, thank you very much for that. The buffer area, I would, 100 feet is 100 feet, but still, unless you're actually running that is not, it's a long way or it's too short. But either way, I'd like to see that increase as well. And also, we did receive an email recently, as of yesterday, and this email comes from a Prince McKenzie, and I'll read this. This is reference what's called a Firecracker Pueblo that's located here in El Paso County on Dyer Street, in District 4. And the Firecracker Pueblo is the oldest adobe building excavated and fully documented within city limits in El Paso County. It is literally the first apartment complex in the city. And so with that, I just received that recently, so I don't know if this would be the best interest to be doing something like this at this point. So I would recommend that we table this item for at least 4 weeks. I need to discover more about that and work with staff to come up with different ideas on how we can mitigate some of these issues that might come up later on.
Second.
I think that we very much would like to have all the issues resolved. So I think that's a good game plan so we can sit down with them and work out any other additional matters that need to be worked out because if successful, I think it would be something that would be beneficial for both developments.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Okay, so there's a motion to postpone for 4 weeks, and seconded by, I know, I'm just reading that there's a motion there, and to postpone for 4 weeks, it was seconded by Representative Rodriguez, is that correct, Ms. Bryant?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so Representative Rivera is up next, followed by Representative Vanilla.
If you want to discuss the postponement, you can continue discussing, or if you would like to withdraw the second to continue discussing the item. I'm not sure what if the questions are related to postponement or if they're related to the item.
Representative Rodriguez, do you withdraw the
I
postponement?
will withdraw my second.
Thank
so
you.
we can
Thank you very
discuss.
much,
Thank you,
Representative
Representative.
Rodriguez.
Sir, my only concern is, our conceptual plans and our conceptuals, so to speak. Is there any way, or Ms. Ann or Mr. Weston, can you assure that these conditions will remain and they can only increase and not decrease in any way?
Well, the conditions, I think staff did a great job with the conditions as they are now. You know, they had talked about having a detailed site plan that would have to come back to the city council for the city council's approval. Talked about the setbacks. So no, we have no intention at all, when you approve this, that these conditions remain in place.
Okay.
And if we have discussions, is there the potential that this could become more restrictive? Well, certainly that's something that the council can decide that they want to put on the final approval of this particular rezoning.
Okay, so that'll work. Will that be okay with you, Mr. Schwartz, on that? On those conditions in place, sir, that you said?
I don't think the conditions in place go far enough right now, and I think that's why we need to the at least a month table to discuss this with staff and have the proper.
Well, that's why I said that they can only increase and not decrease.
That's right. Yeah, that's fine, but I think we still need to have the discussions to set what that should be.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Rao. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Great. Representative Vanilla?
I don't have any questions. I just want to say thank Representative Molinar for postponing this item. I think, Mr. Schwartz brought it up, and he's right. When we were talking about the property with the Ivies, I really pushed to get extra protections for the residents around there, and it would be hypocritical of me not to do so for this property. So I appreciate everybody continuing to work on this. Thank you.
Yeah, I think one of the things for me is that I think when we're talking about this, I think that this is an important and worthwhile site to push forward for its development potential. And I don't want to mistake my support for postponing this in any way to jeopardize this economic development opportunity for our community. And I don't think that the gentleman that had spoken up today in public comment in any ways want to see the city not pursue this project, not pursue this opportunity for what could be a very dynamic economic development situation for our community for the next 20 years. But I do think that there's an opportunity to take a half step back, have an appropriate balance between economic development as well as being sensitive to the neighbors around it and doing something that can take in some of their concerns in a spirit of compromise and in spirit of friendship and neighborliness. And so I'm hoping that we can postpone that. Staff can reach out to the appropriate stakeholders in the area to make sure that there's an appropriate balance and come back to, I guess, what it's going to be there. Maybe not everything that is being suggested will be put into place. Maybe there'll be a compromise between both ideas and suggestions in terms of what comes back to council, what's an appropriate buffer for this area that's anticipated to have 2,200 homes. As well as probably other owners as well. So I think that there's an opportunity for balance between that economic development opportunity with this area while also being good neighbors as well. So I want to thank the two gentlemen who had a chance to come up and speak and share their concerns with myself and with this council today. Representative Salcido, I see that you are requesting to speak. And if anybody else would like to speak, please put in there. Otherwise, I'll call the question after Representative Salcido.
Thank you, Mayor Protem. I don't really have a question. I just have more of a statement. Unlike you all shared really good comments, I do believe in coexisting. So I do know that there's, residential and now this project we have before us. So I just want to figure out ways that we could work together and coexist. So I'm in support of postponing this so we could have more discussion. Thank you.
Second.
So I think there already is a motion by Representative Molinar, seconded by Representative Rodriguez to postpone for 4 weeks. Is there do you need any further direction, Deputy CM or CM, to reach out to additional stakeholders for this as part of this postponement?
No, the direction's clear.
Okay.
And so we'll have those meetings.
All right, appreciate that very much. Ms. Bryan, if we can call the question.
Yes, sir. There's a motion made by Representative Molinar, seconded by Representative Rodriguez to postpone the item for 4 weeks. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. And the voting session? And the motion passes unanimously. We'll move to item number 35. And Council, I'll remind you what Ms. Neiman said about side conversations. Please prohibit from engaging in side conversations per the Texas Open Meetings Act. Item 35 is a public hearing on an ordinance granting a non-exclusive franchise to AMX Construction and Waste.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion made by Representative Anello, seconded by Representative Rodriguez to approve. There's no public comment. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
See.
Thank you. And the voting session? And the motion passes unanimously. The next item is number 36, and this is a public hearing on an ordinance renewing a special privilege license to the El Paso Electric Company owner and El Paso Parking Inc. to permit off-street parking within a portion of Rim Road right-of-way.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein, seconded by Representative Salcido to approve. There's no public comment on this item. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Anello?
It's not coming up. I apologize, Laura. Aye.
Thank you.
I'll sign out and sign back in.
And the voting session? And the motion passes with 6 affirmative votes. Representative Molinar voting nay. Representative Lizarraga not present. The motion passes. We now go to item number 38. And this is discussion and action that the city manager on behalf of the city of El Paso be authorized to submit an application to the Office of the Governor, Texas Military Preparedness Commission for the Defense Economic Adjustment Assistance Grant.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
There's a motion made by Representative Anello, seconded by Representative Salcido to approve. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and the motion passes unanimously. The next item is discussion and action that the city manager be authorized to sign a 2-year on-call agreement for professional services to perform municipal solid waste engineering on a task basis between the city of El Paso and ACOM Technical Services, Inc., with Burns and McConnell Engineering Company, Inc., with Park Hill, Inc., and SCS Engineers.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion made by Representative Molinar, seconded by Representative Salcido to approve. On that motion, call for the vote. And the voting session. And the motion passes unanimously. That brings us to the end of the agenda.
Laura?
Yes, ma'am.
I know that there was more questions. I think Representative Rivera was asking on item 23, so I wanted a motion to reconsider item 23.
22.
22. The second?
There's a motion and a second to reconsider item
22.
number 22.
Representative Hernandez?
On that motion, let me take a roll call. Mayor Pro Tem Schwarzbein,
Aye.
Representative Anello,
We're reconsidering 22.
22.
Move to approve.
I'm
But
sorry,
we
I'm
haven't-
taking a roll call. Representative Anello, do you vote to reconsider item 22?
Yes.
Thank you. Hernandez,
Yes.
Molinar,
No. Nay.
Salcido,
Yeah, of course.
Aye. Aye.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Rivera,
Yes.
and the motion passes.
I move to delete.
With
Move
6
to approve.
affirmative votes, Representative Molinar votes nay. The motion does pass.
I move to delete.
Second.
Wait, I thought we had done this so we could have conversation for Representative Rivera, so then you're just gonna make a motion on which we can't have conversation on? I don't understand. I did not support, I supported the motion so Representative Rivera could ask questions.
You need to request the floor from the chair. Yes, we're back on item number 22, which is discussion and action to direct the city manager and staff to come back at the November 23rd, 2021 city council meeting with an estimate of how much the MPC project would cost. And you need to request the floor from the chair, please.
Yes, you can have the floor.
Mr. Gonzalez, I guess if you can finish the answer, your answer to the question I had asked regarding the bill, the cost, and you were at the time, whether you had enough time to prepare for that.
Yes, sir.
Your staff.
Yes, sir. I'll try to remember kind of the
Yeah,
way I
me
was
too.
explaining it to you. What I was talking to you and the rest of the council about was the fact that when I started working here in 2014, one of the discussions that I was having with the full council was the timeline of the capital projects and how they would be rolled out. And the way they were laid out in the financing, it was over a 15-year period. And they were very adamant that it needed to be over a 10-year period. And I said, well, the math doesn't work. And in addition to that, operations and maintenance wasn't included in the overall plan. So there's going to be a cost associated with that. And there will be a tax increase on the not only because of O&M, but also if you escalate or if you expedite rather the projects on the list. And so they were adamant about that's not what they were told, but the numbers were what they were. So that being said, we had a discussion about a lot of the reconstruction projects, the street projects that were not adequately funded. Then we also had a discussion mainly about the 3 signature projects that weren't adequately funded. The Mexican American Culture Center, which at the time, as I said, was called something else. It was called the Hispanic Cultural Center. And the other one was the Children's Museum. And then the other one was the arena. And in all 3 instances, what I said was that those projects, I didn't think had the proper estimates to them, nor did they have the operations and maintenance associated with it. So when you asked how long will it take in order to do the work, I started explaining that there's a myriad of options that you can have with something like this. The reason why it's important to hear back on the legal proceedings is so that we would know what direction to go in relative to what guidance the council would give us on whether they wanted to continue the project or how would they want to continue the project, or would they want to enter into partnerships, would they want to utilize naming rights, would they want to do or utilize all these different tools that might be at our disposal, to include setting up authorities like they have in other communities to supersede agencies, and so the agencies could be part of that authority in order to pay not only for the construction but also to pay for the ongoing operations and maintenance of the facility. So I say all that because that's a lot to put on the table. And so if I come back with an estimate, it could include or not include what I just laid out for you. So I just want it to be clear that I wanted clear direction from the council on exactly what it is that y'all wanted. Because y'all made a lot of positive comments, and thank y'all so much on the staff that we've been working with and developed, and everything that was said was right on point in terms of what our staff can produce. But we just want to make sure we know exactly what it is that y'all want so that we can produce the product that y'all are after. That was my only point.
Okay, and I just wanted to make sure that you and your staff did have the proper time And that's why I left it up to you and to make sure that the numbers were true and correct, as close as we could be for the community to know.
So in answer to that specific question, what I said to you earlier, and what I'm saying again, is I would need to meet with our folks and get an honest estimate from them on the time frame. Because I think y'all have noticed, I've told I've told our staff for a very long time now not to be intimidated and answer a question and give a timeline that they cannot produce.
Right.
Because I told them the council will remember and the community will remember. So I need to talk to them and get a good estimate, and then I would email the council on how long that would take.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Next, Representative Hernandez.
I don't have any questions.
Representative Salcido.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I actually have a question, if you would allow me to address the author of the item.
Okay.
Okay, so on this item, Representative Rodriguez, you mentioned you want the projected cost if it was executed today. Was that like a estimate you wanted? Because I know I've heard some of the council say that just like a estimate to the wall, or did you want to know what it would cost if it was executed today?
So I'm asking for an estimate. I know that the number that was currently earmarked in 2012 was $180 million. So my question is, what is that estimate if it were to be calculated today in 2021? It's an estimate. I by no way mean an accurate or a correct, accurate account. That's why I said estimate.
Okay, so Tommy, how did you guys estimate back then? Or I don't even think you were here, that's 2012. Do you know how they arrived to those numbers?
They had to have done it in 2011 or
2011?
2010, in order to get a good estimate. But one of the very first questions I asked is that the arena, I remember being involved with that in Lubbock when we did the United Spirit Arena for Texas Tech. And since then, the Lubbock Auditorium has been demolished. And so when we did that, that was supposed to cost $65 million. That's a 15,000 seat facility. And it was around $100 million, but that was done in the late 90s. So then when you just do the math off of that and looked at what was put aside, you could tell that it was really pushing up against, getting it done with that number of seats here in El Paso. So that's the reason, as I mentioned earlier, I put that in front of council right away, because I said, if you're going to do this, you got to do it now. And it's got to be the first projects that you do so that you don't let inflation and the rising cost of commodities creep up on you. And, that went south very, very quickly because just the way the strategies were deployed were not effective. There was a legal recommendation that I didn't agree with that I think was a cause and effect to where we are today. But that being said, that's beside the point. The issue is that we attempted to get it done sooner rather than later because of all these things that people are talking about today.
And just point of clarification, at that time, just so people understand, the city attorney at that point in time, did they answer to the entirety of the council, or did they answer, how was the structure during that time? So the city attorneys gave advice at that time, and how was it structured?
So in 2010, the charter was written where the city attorney was appointed by the mayor with the consent of council. And then in 2015, the charter was amended to require that the city attorney be appointed by all of council.
So that was in November of 2015, or no, it might have been November 2016. That was actually on the ballot, I believe.
It may have been. You're right. It would have been an election year, so it would have been 2016. You're correct.
So this is at a time where the city attorney's advice was basically they answered to the mayor during when he's talking
to
about
make it simpler for
city
the
manager
public.
is talking about the strategy.
Just to make it simpler for the public, I'm the first city attorney that was appointed by the whole of council. Any other previous city attorney was appointed by the mayor with the consent of council.
Okay, That answers, I have another question if you're done, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah,
I,
yeah.
So I just
If
wanted
you'd like
to-
to speak, just
It's just,
when
I
you're
wanted
done.
to tell you the feed is not on YouTube anymore. I just got a message. Just wanted to let y'all know.
Thank you. We'll alert our IT folks.
I just wanted to thank Representative Rodriguez for clarifying, because I did mention that this is something I would support once, if the city prevails in the lawsuit. So that's why I wanted to get clarity of what she was asking, what the question she's asking. So thank you for that.
Representative Rodriguez.
Thank you. So, again, I kind of just asked my question right now. And so, in my mind, I'm thinking, you know, my logic is telling me, again, look at that number, that $180 million number from 2012, and plug it into a formula that I'm pretty sure Mr. Cortinas can come up with and calculate what that number would be today. I'm not asking for any concrete, you know, go hire the architects. I know all of that costs money. I'm not asking for any vendors or anything like that to be looked into the program. None of that. I'm just simply saying that $180 million number from 2012, what is it worth today in 2021? An estimate of what it is worth today. So that is my comment. It's not a question, it's just a comment. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Molinar.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I pretty much echo what Representative Rodriguez is stating. I mean, I don't understand why we need to include the operations and maintenance, because it hasn't been even been built. It's just a cost estimate. It's just, for example, if you're wanting to buy a pool and have a pool installed in your backyard, maybe you'd get 3 different estimates. They would have the information. You would make a decision based on history, maybe a Better Business Bureau decision, things like that. Talk to your neighbors, what they think, past owners that dealt with this company or things like that. And it's just an estimate. That way, that's all it is, just an estimate. We're not even putting water in that pool. We're not putting lights in that pool. It's just an estimate to say, hey, how much it's going to be, and so we can make an informed decision. Thank you.
Representative Rivera, did you have anything to say?
Yes, so, yes, and I, you know, I understand your operation and maintenance. I get that, and that's got to be included. I understand, and I'm not being funny, and I'm not being poking fun at anybody, but with those estimates that you, if I might address you, with those estimates that you're asking for, Representative Rodriguez, is that going to include all the legal fees that we've been paying out so far? That's part of the fund, right?
That is.
I mean,
that is a cost.
in 2012, did we anticipate that there was going to be any legal fees in this? No. So I'm just asking what that $180 million number is worth today in 2021.
Well, like Ms. Rodriguez, like for example, in 2012, land wasn't part of the 180. Land acquisition, that was not part of it.
So that
As,
would.
as an example.
So then that would drive the
so I can tell
estimate
you
up
that-
higher?
So I would tell you that the number is off. I mean, we've never, you know, as I said already, and I didn't bring it up in the 2014 or 15 to make hay over it. I just simply said, if you want us to do this, I had to tell them the facts. So I didn't get any pleasure in doing that, but I simply had to tell them what the true numbers were and what had taken place and what had not taken place based on my experience. And so, yeah, and when I talked about O&M earlier, I did not say that we'd have to calculate that in this estimate. So just to be clear, Mr. Molinar, I simply said that as part of all the things we looked at and what I was explaining back in 14 and 15, part of what was not included in that bond package was O&M. We made it very clear in the 2019 public safety package, and I told staff, we need to make sure that O&M is included, and whatever we say, we're going to follow through on it, period. Now, obviously, COVID happened. We didn't anticipate COVID. Nobody did. And the delay happened, and the commodities going up is a problem. So, you know, I just saw a presentation the other day about an ask relative to some items on that, and I was like, no, we're gonna do exactly what we said we're gonna do. And if there's something new that comes up, we're gonna have another bond election. And we'll take it in front of the voters, we'll take it in front of council, they can decide then. But, you know, I think it's very important if we say something that we do it. That is something we've been steadfast about as a staff. I think it's very important, not only in this community, in any community in the state of Texas, that your word needs to mean something. So these numbers are important. So all I'm trying to get to is if we get asked to do something, I just want to be clear on what I get asked to do, because I will give you what you ask for.
Right, and I think your comment or your example right now about the Lubbock Arena.
Yes, ma'am.
I think that's an excellent example of that number, right? That and I don't know why we're so afraid to have that number, an example, an estimate of that number. But you said, hey, if we don't do this right away, it's going to go up higher, much higher, which is exactly to my point that we are now about 10 years later, and that number is probably a lot higher.
Yes, ma'am.
So based off of that information, I just want to know, the public wants to know what that estimate is worth today.
Understood, but like I've said before, and just to be clear, I don't think that anyone on the dais or certainly not on staff, we're not scared to share any numbers with y'all or to respond to anything you ask for. I'm simply saying, I just want to be clear, what is it that you're asking for? If you're looking for simple comparables, those have already been done, and those have already been emailed all over the community. So those comparables, they can be done, and it can be very simple math, like I've already said earlier. So there's nothing we need to do if that's all you want, because that's already been done. All you got to do is just look at the next city as when they built it and just do the simple math, and you get to a number. My point is, we don't know what it's going to look like here. We don't know if it's going to have a partnership. We don't know if we're going to go it alone, because I don't think that's all has been decided, because the number has gone up. And the council has not made a decision to say we're going to add this much more money to the project. Council has never said that to me, not this council or previous councils. They simply have gotten into the litigation, and they're working that through. I know this is uncomfortable to discuss, but I mean, if I get asked a question, you're gonna get an honest answer.
Right, and I understand what you're saying about, you know, no one being afraid. I don't think you all are afraid, so maybe I misspoke when I said that. I just meant, you know, that number has changed.
Yes, it has.
And I would appreciate, as I think, I hope the rest of council, and I know the public certainly would, if we had an answer to that number. You all answer tough questions all the time, and I know this is part of those tough questions. And so I just want to know what that number is. If we were to just do simple math, like you said, coming from our staff, so that you can't, because we take advice from you and your staff, not from people emailing us or bloggers or anybody else. We take advice from you all. So I would appreciate if we can just have that answer from you all.
Okay, so I think this is a complex project, obviously, so it doesn't seem that a simple answer would be sufficient, but I do appreciate the continued conversation. There is a motion on the floor, Ms. Prine, at this point?
No, sir.
Move to delete.
Second. We just had time at this point, so.
Sorry, I have a question about the motion.
What?
I have a point of clarification.
Mayor Pro Tem, if
Can you have a
there's,
point of clarification if there's a motion to delete?
if there's a motion to delete, we can take the question now, unless you want to withdraw the motion to continue
No, I do
discussion.
not want to.
Representative Anello has a question. Do you withdraw your motion?
No, but she can ask a question.
My question was just, what was the previous motion that was made on this agenda?
Oh, the first motion was to deny.
What?
Previously, and the mayor made it clear that he was going to veto that. Does the mayor have power to veto a motion to delete?
No.
No. So we have
I
waited.
don't believe so. Ms. Neiman can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't
No.
believe he can.
So I just want to point out this is absolutely disrespectful to the mayor, who is not here and present. I think that, you know, we cleared this up. We were on this item for 2 hours, and he leaves, and this was brought back up, and you have strategically made a motion that he cannot veto when he has expressed his desire to do so. And so I just want on the record to say that I think this is completely disrespectful, not only to Representative Rodriguez, not only to the 20 people who signed up to speak and waited for the vote, but also to the mayor. Thank you.
Yes.
Would you like me to call the question, Mayor Pro Tem?
Sissy is.
Representative Zarga's on now.
Yes, I apologize. I had to go to a doctor's appointment earlier that I could not reschedule. So I'm just barely logging in right now, and I apologize. What are we voting on now? A motion to delete Representative Rodriguez's item, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Call the question.
Okay, there is a motion made by Representative Hernandez, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzwine to delete the item. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Lizarraga?
And just to be clear, this is a motion to delete the item, correct? I'm sorry.
Yes, this is to delete item number 22 on the estimate for the MPC.
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, and the motion passes with 5 affirmative votes, Representatives Anello, Molinar, Rodriguez voting nay, the remainder of council voting aye. The motion does pass.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn the regular city council meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the regular city council meeting for Tuesday, October 26, 2021 is adjourned at 3:56 p.m.
Have a good evening, council. Thank you.
Thank you.